I mistakenly thought that everyone in the capital circle was a student. Every iron. 1,000 every month. Every price is fair. I kept her by my side for a full 3 years. Until after graduating from university, I was forced to return home and marry my childhood sweetheart. Before leaving, I handed her $1,000 bill. I have to go home to get married. Who would have thought she would explode in rage? Ji Xia. You want to dump me? Do you know who I am? However, I ignored her, dropped the check, and hurried home. Until I met her again at the high society gathering 3 days later. She stood at the main table, surrounded by admirers. Meanwhile, my parents kept bowing and nodding to her. I turned to stone on the spot. How to take care of oneself. Now I've unexpectedly become part of the capital company. At this time, guests halfway through the banquet were all going to the main table to toast. My fiancée, Wen Yuling, also stood up and linked her arm with mine. To toast to the old master of the Shaw family. The main table was surrounded by people. The old man had already left the table early. Only Qingshui remained to maintain the atmosphere. Seeing the people in front finish their toasts and leave, Wen Yuling politely held her wineglass and walked up to Sha Qingshui. I am Wen Yuling from the Wen family of Rongcheng. I've heard much about you. A toast. She handed over the wineglass with both hands. Wait for Sha Qingshui to clink glasses with him. However, Qingshui had no intention of picking up her glass at all. The people around were also curious. How did the Wen family offend this princess of the Shaw family? Even Wen Yuling was quite surprised. Before today, the Wen family had no connection with the Shaw family. She had never met Qingshui either. She had also heard her name mentioned. Wen Yuling revealed a hint of confusion. Miss Shaw, may you live long. May I ask bluntly? Does the Wen family have something to gain from the Shaw family? However, Qingshui suddenly stood up. Her gaze passed over Wen Yuling and landed on the man behind her. Her expression was frozen. She had on her fair skin. Unbothered by the world. Not drawn to the mundane. Yet, a hint of emotion could be heard in her voice. You should ask Mr. Gu then. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the man behind Wen Yuling. Many had noticed from the start. This man in a suit. He looked like a star walked out of a TV. That face was simply stunning. Countless curious gazes landed on me. I didn't expect this woman to turn hostile on the spot. But Wen Yuling had already turned around, looking at me coldly. Her voice was filled with accusation. What's the matter? Wen Yuling felt as if she had been hit by a hammer. How could he know Sha Qingshui and offend her? Is there something between them? I took a step forward and smiled as I spoke. I didn't expect Miss Shaw to hold a grudge like this. Wasn't it just 3 years ago when I went out? I accidentally scraped Miss Shaw's prized car. At that time, I had no idea about your identity. So I just dropped 1,000 yuan and left. It's impressive that Miss Shaw still remembers. I was put on the spot and had to concoct a lie. I couldn't say that I was with her for 3 years. A few days ago, I dumped her again. So I must have offended her. The spectators suddenly realized the situation. You also unconsciously felt it for a moment. Angry for a moment. Just now, she was surprisingly nervous, thinking that there were some messy entanglements between us. Then Wen Yuling scolded her coldly. Miss Shaw's car must be sky-high in price. 1,000 yuan is simply an insult. Miss Chong apologized. Everyone looked at Wen Yuling's attitude towards me. They all lamented that the son-in-law had no dignity. To be reprimanded so coldly in court. Yet I didn't care at all. Holding a wine glass, I turned to Sha Qingshui. 3 years ago, I failed to recognize the greatness before me. I am here to apologize to Miss Shaw. I hope Miss Shaw can be magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. Upon hearing this, Qingshui smiled maliciously. Mr. Gu thinks 1 cup of wine can resolve my 3 years of pent-up frustration with 1 sentence? I continued with a heavy heart. Then how can Miss Shaw calm down? Sha Qingshui picked up an unopened bottle of white liquor from the table. A bottle might be considered. Everyone privately marveled at this young lady from the capital. She really is too petty. Just a scratch on the car, and she's held a grudge for 3 whole years. Everyone warned themselves to never offend her again, while casting sympathetic glances at me. But someone beside me had already started pouring wine. A full bottle of wine poured out 10 glasses, neatly stacked on the table. Sha Qingshui fixed her gaze on me. Mr. Gu. I smiled faintly. Suddenly felt that a bottle of wine could buy off our 3 years of entanglement. That would indeed be a good choice. I took a few steps forward and picked up one of the glasses. Miss Shaw keeps her word. If I finish this wine, our grievances will be wiped clean. You must also cast aside your biases against the Wen family. Chang Xiao nodded slightly. Of course. Her voice surprisingly carried a hint of joy. Just as I raised my glass to drink, someone nearby whispered back. This Mr. Gu is truly generous. Mr. Gu is wholeheartedly working for the benefit of the Wen family, while his wife seems entirely unconcerned, not even defending her own husband. These words clearly reached Wen Yuling's ears. Her face turned red with displeasure. In the end, I had no choice but to drive back. In the end, it just lacked a little bit. He is cheerful. I can help him drink together. I originally thought Ching would refuse. I accidentally thought of her becoming a sentence. It's a good thing. Go ahead and drink. It's difficult to get down. I finished the white wine in the cup. As soon as Wen Yuling finished a glass, she couldn't hold it any longer and started swaying. It felt as if I was going to leave in an instant. I know better than anyone that Wen Yuling's alcohol tolerance isn't great. There are still 8 glasses left. I will drink. After saying that, I picked up the wine glass on the table. I finished 1 glass after another. Before long, only the last glass was left. Men are known to drink well. But drinking like this is quite impressive. It can be said to be uniquely pleasing to the eye. Even when drinking, he maintained a composed demeanor. There was even a hint of natural laziness in his demeanor. When I put down the wine glass, the people around me unknowingly started to applaud, yet my expression remained unchanged. Only a hint of redness appeared on my cheeks, making me look more vibrant overall. The wine is finished. Miss Shaw, you should be feeling better now, right? I naturally have deeper meanings in my words. Sha Qingshe's expression was even colder than before. After a long time, she finally curled her lips slightly. Mr. Gu and Miss Wen seemed to share a deep bond as a couple. After speaking, she turned and sat down. She seemed to completely lose interest. The others quickly stepped forward to toast. This little interlude has passed. I helped Wen Yuling leave and returned to my seat. Wen Yuling felt extremely uncomfortable. Her stomach was churning, and she was about to vomit. She struggled to get up and weakly said she was aware. No translation available. Context needed. I sat in my seat, lost in thought. Yet my gaze unconsciously fell on the main table. While I was in a daze, I suddenly felt a chill in my chest. A glass of sweet water was completely splashed on me. Then Ji Haoming pretended to apologize. I'm sorry, brother. I was about to propose a toast. I accidentally tripped on the carpet while passing by you. I glanced up, a flicker of anger in my eyes. Ji Haoming surely did it on purpose. He just saw me making a scene at the main table. Everyone was gossiping and praising my temperament. He just wanted to embarrass me. After saying that, Ji Haoming looked to the side. Mom, what should I do? I got my brother's clothes dirty. Qin Huilin glanced at me with a cold expression. Your brother has taken so many things from you since you were little. It's just a piece of clothing. He won't mind. After saying that, she took Ji Haoming away. As they left, Ji Haoming turned back. He provocatively smiled at me with satisfaction. I looked at Qin Huilin's back and still felt a bit sad. Suddenly recalled that night 3 years ago when the paternity test came out. Qin Huilin slapped me hard twice. How could you be that person's son? I actually raised my enemy's son. As a treasured child for so many years. Why don't you just die? Every time I think of it, my chest aches again. The people around me were already whispering and discussing. This is unbelievable. That Ji Haoming is doing it on purpose. And how can Mrs. Ji be so biased? Even if he isn't my biological son, I've raised him for 30 years. Is there really no feeling at all? Just happened to witness this scene. A few rich young ladies often stand up for me. They all came over to show concern. I waved my hand and said. At that moment, old Master Shaw walked over. So much wine. You can't clean it up either. Linger. Hurry and get Mr. Gu a clean shirt to change into. Mr. Gu. Come upstairs with me. I'll find you a new outfit. I raised my head. I saw that it was indeed Sha Wanling, the third miss of the Shaw family, who was speaking. I didn't hesitate any longer. That's troubling you, Miss I followed Sha Wanling up the side elevator. Then I walked through the long corridor. The corridor had a distance where I could clearly overlook the banquet hall on the first floor. When I looked toward the main table, I found that Sha Qingshui was no longer there. Soon, Sha Wanling opened a door. Mr. Gu. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get your clothes. I nodded and walked in. After a while, Wanling came over. She was holding a brand new white shirt and pants. I wasn't sure if they'd fit. I nodded. Thank you. Thank you. Sha Wanling smiled. Then I'll go out first. Come down when you've changed your clothes. After she finished speaking, she bounced out cheerfully. She also closed the door behind her. I walked to the sofa and began to take off my clothes. Just as I was halfway through undressing, I heard a noise at the door. The door to the room suddenly opened without warning. I reflexively turned my head. I happened to meet the woman's cold, glass-like beautiful eyes. Sha Qingshui saw me changing clothes in front of her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She strode into the room with long legs. Facing me, she quickly came to a halt. When she clearly saw my face, she let out a breath. Sha Qingshui stared straight at me and asked, What are you doing here? I opened my mouth to explain. My clothes accidentally got sweetened. I came here to change into a new outfit. Sha Qingshui glanced at me. Don't you know this is my room? I was a bit taken aback. I really didn't know. This line seems incomplete or unclear. It's difficult to provide an accurate translation without context. She just said that this room has been unoccupied for years. Sha Qingshui frowned slightly. What she said wasn't wrong either. I have been living in the Star River Villa for the past 3 years. Mentioning the Star River Villa, the atmosphere became notably awkward. I couldn't help but recall the two of us in my mind. The bits and pieces that happened in the villa. The little moments we shared. Sha Qingshui noticed the blush on my cheeks. Her mood suddenly improved a lot. You change your clothes first. We can talk later. I found that I was still undressed. Let's not look. Sha Qingshui walked over and sat on the sofa where I had placed my clothes. The gaze falling on me became even more unrestrained. The woman in front of me was openly acting like a rogue. She resembled the person I had taken care of for 3 years. We both didn't know how much to sing. We've seen what we should and shouldn't have seen long ago. I calmly set down the clothes I was holding. I went to get the clothes I had prepared to change into on the sofa. At this moment, my perfect body with 10 abs. Unconcealed, it is displayed before the woman. Sha Qingshui's pupils suddenly darkened. Memories continually surged in her mind. Eventually, her slender arms reached out. Then she tightly embraced my waist. A hot and passionate kiss swept over. I no longer resisted. This woman's allure is beyond measure. Personally, it is immeasurable. Yet I can enjoy it for free. Since I can still enjoy it for free. Not for. When the two of us were caught up in kissing, my phone suddenly rang. I tried to push the person off me. There's a call. Sha Qingshui swatted my hand away. A woman who was already fully invested wouldn't let me go so easily. It's crucial. I have to answer. One sentence instantly made Sha Qingshui lose interest. She got up from my body. I took the phone as the situation allowed. Where did you go? Yuling's voice has become much clearer. I explained. My clothes got splashed with sweet water. I'll change and be right back. So many feelings. Yuling finished speaking and hung up the phone. After hanging up, I started getting dressed. At that moment, Sha Qingshui spoke up. We need to talk. After I changed my clothes, I looked at Sha Qingshui. Sha Qingshui was looking at me seriously. Leave Wen Yuling. Come to my side. Upon hearing that, I couldn't help but laugh. Sha Qingshui frowned. I glanced at her. You're asking me to give up my identity as the son-in-law of the Wen family. Sha Qingshui looked at me with a frown. Are you so attached to being a son-in-law? I nodded. Although the Wen family isn't as good as the Sha family, being a son-in-law of the Wen family gives you a lot more glory than being a hidden figure. Ching continued to speak. I plan to make you a local. I looked at her in confusion. Are you seriously thinking of marrying me? It doesn't matter whether I hear it or not. I smiled casually, not caring. Miss Shaw, we're just playing around. Why take it so seriously? You've had a lot of fun these 3 years. I've enjoyed myself as well. You don't mind my neglect and indifference towards you these 3 years. And I don't hold your deception and pretense against you either. Let's part on good terms. But back then, I can't understand this woman's mindset. Clearly a heaven's favored daughter, yet willing to be treated as a plaything by me. Reflecting on these 3 years, I admit I neglected her in many ways. Sometimes I wouldn't answer her calls. Sometimes I would stand her up. When I was in a bad mood, I would vent my frustrations on her. I treated her like someone I could call upon whenever, a pet providing emotional value. Summoned at will, dismissed just as easily. Had I known her true identity, I admit I wouldn't have dared. But even so, she never revealed her identity over the 3 years. Is the young lady of the capital's elite naturally a masochist? Sha Qingshui's eyes are extremely cold. Her pale skin makes her look like an angry vampire. She could pounce at any moment and bite my pulse. A swarm could drain my blood dry. Press. Do you love her? You love your own child. Nodded slightly. From the public. Otherwise, I wouldn't be marrying her. Qingshui frowned at me. She doesn't love you at all. She's seeing someone else. I looked at her and spoke softly. I know. Sha Qingshui couldn't understand even more. You know. Love her. I explained. I've been with her since childhood for over a decade. That kind of bond is not something others can understand. We also had an arranged engagement since we were kids. If that incident hadn't happened, how would I have become a son-in-law? Besides, the people from the Wen family treat me very well. Being a son-in-law isn't impossible either. Perhaps Wen Yuling and I have a misunderstanding right now. But I believe that one day she will come back to my side. In fact, I have long stopped loving Wen Yuling. But saying it like this might help cut through the confusion. Making this high society lady give up completely. Sha Qingshui looked at me with anger. I'm just a tool you've used to get back at your wife. I paused for a moment and said honestly. It really is the case. After saying that, I tried to explain further. But I did not know your true identity. If I had known, I certainly would not have dared to provoke you. Sha Qingshui smiled, the sarcasm evident at the corners of her mouth. Utensils are merely tools for others' revenge. You really are something. Seeing her expression, I suddenly felt a bad premonition in my heart. Sure enough, the next moment, the woman stood up and grabbed my chin. The world has become a tool. Once used, it can be discarded. If I use it, it will be to discard you. After saying that, Sha Qingshui strode out of the room. I stood there for a moment before walking out of the room. Wen Yuling had already recovered significantly after throwing up. She noticed that I had changed clothes. She didn't even care to ask about what happened. After the banquet ended, Wen Yuling and I left the Sha family's villa. I rolled down the car window. I felt inexplicably annoyed. It felt like I had provoked a great Buddha. Once the car entered the city, it stopped at a subway entrance. Wen Yuling had her eyes closed. She didn't even glance at me. I have something to do tonight, so I won't go back. You can take a taxi back on your own. I knew exactly where Wen Yuling intended to go. I thoughtfully opened the car door. I took a taxi back to the Wen family's old residence. Wen's mother guessed something when she saw I returned alone. She planned to personally go and bring her back. But I stopped her. Forget it, Mom. Her heart isn't in this home. Even if she returns, it's just a shell. Just let her be. After saying that, I went upstairs. Wen Yuling had rarely seen me in such a dazed state. I don't even know what's wrong today. Wen Yuling came back a week later. My life this week was the same as usual. The only difference was, I would usually go out every week. But since that banquet, I haven't seen Sha Qingshui either. Has she let me off the hook? Days passed peacefully. But I still felt a vague sense of unease. The night Wen Yuling returned, Wen's mother threw a tantrum at the dinner table. Do you even care about this family anymore? From today on, if you stay out all night again, I will just treat you as if you're no longer my daughter. Wen Yuling was somewhat wary as well. She said with a long face, Mom, I've just returned. I'm still not familiar with the company's operations. I've been so busy working that I've neglected sleep and meals. I've been sleeping at the office these past few days. I came back today because of work matters. Misguided and sycophantic. I asked Secretary Zhang. Yuling has been staying at the company apartment for the past 2 days. Wen's mother changed her expression and changed the topic. Is work going smoothly? Wen Yuling put down her chopsticks and snorted coldly. Thanks to someone, things have been quite difficult. Wen Bai frowned and asked. Wen Yuling retorted. Today, the Sha family's Shuian group is publicly inviting bids. Only our family did not receive an invitation. All of this is thanks to your good son-in-law. I was taken aback when I heard this. I recalled a time before. I ran into Sha Qingshui coming out of the Shuian building. I jokingly said, "Sweetheart, are you changing jobs? Are you changing jobs?" I remember her answer at that time was, "I am the owner of this building." I laughed at her for being fanciful at that time. Then Sha Qingshui got into my car in an understanding way. We went to the Xing villa together. At that time, we had been together for 2 months. Every night was joyful. Ginza is lively every night. Turns out she hinted at it back then. I can't help but feel a bit regretful for provoking such a woman. Wen's mother defended me after hearing Wen Yuling's words. Work? Won't work for the Wen family? What is going on? Wen Yuling raised her voice slightly. Who told him to offend Miss Sha 3 years ago? He even threw away 1,000 yuan to insult her. Wen Yuling mentioned the old man of the Sha family. She brought up the incident at the birthday banquet. The atmosphere at the dinner table is extremely quiet. A hint of schadenfreude flashed in Wen Yuling's eyes. Ji Yuxian. The trouble you've caused. You clean up the mess yourself. After a long time, the old man of the Wen family spoke. If this project can't really be secured, then so be it. Wen Yuling was somewhat agitated. Grandpa, you told me about this before. The project concerns the survival of the Wen family. Why is it that whenever Ji Yuxian is involved, it's just a simple matter? Is the survival of the Wen family less important? Is it more important than Ji Yuxian's face? The grievances that Wen Yuling feels in her heart. She can no longer hold back the flood of emotions. How can you be so confident? Ji Yuxian is just the fake young master of the Ji Yu family. I am your real granddaughter. The Ji Yu family doesn't even plan to acknowledge him anymore. Why do you care about him so much? The old man's tone seems very disappointed. I don't care what identity Shaoan has. I only know that when he was born, I was the first one to hold him. The Wen family watched him grow up as well. The Ji Yu family has developed resentment towards him due to some grudges. Our Wen family doesn't care about these things. You should understand. The grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with Shaoan. He has always been a victim. If you don't feel sorry for him, then fine. You still want to humiliate him with others. After listening for a while, Wen Yuling directly stood up and left the dining table. I'm really frustrated. The Wen family has been incredibly kind to Ji Yuxian. Ever since he had trouble at the Ji Yu family, the Wen family has supported him in every way, forcing him to marry into the Wen family. It was just to provide him a shelter from the storm. Wen Yuling happened to bump into me as I was coming downstairs to eat. I looked at the old man of the Wen family and spoke. Grandpa, I'll bring some gifts to Sha Shuian Group tomorrow to apologize to Miss Sha. I will definitely secure the bidding qualification for the Wen family. Wen Yuling let out a cold laugh. Good. I'll be waiting to receive the bidding documents from Shuian tomorrow. Just don't let me down. Wen Yuling doesn't believe I can succeed. After all, she has experienced the stinginess and grudges of the young lady from the Sha family. If apologies worked, she wouldn't be saying these things. In fact, Wen Yuling has come to visit several times in the past few days. Sha Qingshui won't see her at all. The last time, they even called security to have her thrown out. It was utterly humiliating. This was all because of Ji Yuxian. He should also experience what it feels like to be publicly thrown out by security. Early the next morning, I drove to the Shuian building. I parked the car in the terrace parking lot. I looked up at the towering building. The gilded words, Shuian, shone brightly in the morning sun. The Shuian building had been completed for less than 3 years. It had already become a landmark in Rongcheng. I always thought it was a new tech tycoon. I didn't expect it to be a branch of the Sha Group. I entered the lobby of the Shuian building on the first floor. Then I went to the front desk. Hello. May I ask what floor Sha Qingshui's office is on? The receptionist showed various expressions upon hearing me call out Sha Qingshui's name directly. Their faces reflected different reactions. The tallest girl with a pointed chin said, Is it okay for you to call Sha's name directly? What is your relationship with our Sha family? I almost blurted it out. But I still explained with a smile. I came to speak on behalf of the Wen family to Miss Sha. It's about business matters. The girl with the pointed chin showed a hint of disdain in her eyes. The Wen family really is something else. They still want to use charm tactics. Sorry. Our Sha family has made it clear. No one from the Wen family is permitted to step into Shuian's door. Saying this, I raised my hand to call security. Before being asked to leave, I said to the security guard, Sorry. Let me make a call first. The security guard quietly waited next to me while I made the call. The 4 receptionists whispered among themselves. The Wen family has ulterior motives. The manager from the Wen family had personally come 4 times before. The Sha family never showed any courtesy. They truly are out of options. They even sent a handsome guy over. After I hung up the phone, the receptionist eagerly instructed the security guard. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you just kick him out? Meanwhile, the front desk phone rang. The receptionist took a glance. It turned out to be a call from Sha Daiban. It's been 3 years since Shuian came. She had never received a call from Sha Daiban before. She cautiously answered the call. A woman's pleasant voice came through the line. Let him come up. The receptionist hung up the phone, her expression uncertain. She seemed still dazed. Someone next to her asked, Who made the call? It was Sha he. In fact, she was quite low-key. She actually had a round face. She never accepted external opinions. She hardly knew anything about her relatives. She was almost completely unaware of the outside world. However, as the most idle and gossipy receptionist in the company, they were naturally well informed about Sha he. So, they could easily recognize whose voice was on the other end. The receptionist's gaze towards me changed. Sha he's office is on the 32nd floor. I said thank you. Then I headed straight to the elevator. The elevator quickly opened on the 32nd floor. I walked through a corridor. I stopped at the door of the president's office. I didn't hesitate to raise my hand and knock on the door. The person who opened the door was a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking very refined. The woman introduced herself. I am Shaw, he's secretary, Gao Chin. Shaw is still in a meeting. Mr. Gu, you can wait here for a while. Given your relationship with Shaw He, you can treat this place as your own territory. I was taken aback for a moment, then my ears turned red. I might as well wait in the reception room. It seems this secretary Gao knows everything about the situation between me and Sha Qingshui. Then I have no need to pretend anymore. After Secretary Gao poured me a cup of water, she also left the office. I sat on the sofa in the office. The office was large, resembling a suite. Besides the workspace, there were other rooms. I turned around, my gaze landing on the large desk. A crystal photo frame stood out remarkably. Inside the frame was a little boy about 4 or 5 years old. Holding an Ultraman toy in his hand, he smiled very happily. The photo's resolution is not high. It looks like an old photo from years ago. The boy's face is also a bit blurred, but his bright smile is like a ray of sunshine. It seems to dispel all gloom. Although I don't know the boy in the photo, this photo gives me a sense of familiarity. Just as I picked up the photo to examine it closely, the door to the room opened. A figure stood at the doorway. Sha Qingshui saw me in the room, holding the photo and examining it. Her brows furrowed, but she didn't come in. It seemed she was waiting for me to speak. I smiled and shook the photo in my hand. Then I naturally asked, "Is this your son?" Sha Qingshui's brows furrowed even tighter. She walked over, looking speechless. She took the photo from me and placed it back in its original position. "You big-headed fool." I smiled slightly. "The esteemed Miss Sha, why are you still using vulgar language?" But Sha Qingshui's words surprisingly made me feel much closer to her, because before, we spoke so candidly. Sha Qingshui's gaze had already returned to its coldness. "What do you want from me?" Sha Qingshui's words carried a clear sense of indifference and detachment. In fact, over these 3 years, I never thought this woman was aloof. I even felt that the impression she left on me was always one of warmth, clinginess, and insatiable desire. But the person before me now emanates a bone-chilling coldness from head to toe. How can someone's demeanor change so much in just a few days? So which version of her is the true one? This current one or the one from 3 years ago? Which one is the real her? I also resumed a professional tone. "The matter between you and me. Can we avoid involving the Wen family?" The Wen family is considered one of the top 10 construction companies in the country. Shuyan wouldn't go so far as to deny us the opportunity to bid, right? Sha Qingshui sat down at her desk. She casually picked up a document from the table. Her voice remained indifferent. "So, was it Wen Yuling who sent you here?" I shook my head and said, "I came on my own. I know I've offended you, but I believe you are someone who distinguishes between public and private matters." A hint of a smile appeared on Sha Qingshui's cold face. "Mr. Gu, there's no need to flatter me. I excel at selling personal scores in public matters." A trace of helplessness flashed in my eyes. "What will it take for you to give the Wen family a chance?" Sha Qingshui patted the seat next to her. I walked in. I naturally sat beside her. Sha Qingshui turned and sat on my lap. Her eyes suddenly brightened. "We have started like this countless nights." The woman let out a laugh. She then pinched my chin and kissed me. I have never been this submissive before. In the past, I was always the one enjoying it. But today, I rarely tried to please the woman in front of me. Sha Qingshui was clearly a bit lost. Watching her eyes gradually become intoxicated, I moved my lips away and whispered into her ear, my voice seductive. "Send a tender document to the Wen family. Is that okay?" Sha Qingshui's eyes were deep and mysterious. The mist in her eyes seemed to be slowly fading away. I've been kissing her for so long, and yet I can still think about this. Sha Qingshui pinched my chin and locked eyes with me. Her beautiful eyes were incredibly clear. The beauty trap doesn't work on me during the day. I glanced at her. "You could have said that earlier if it didn't work. You made me pretend for so long." She seemed to be holding back a breath, longing for clarity and confusion. This man is simply, when he feels useless, he doesn't hesitate for a second. I almost fell for it just now. He was actually pretending. At this moment, I spoke again. "Is there really no room for maneuver in this matter?" Sha Qingshui stared at me. A hint of realization flashed in her eyes. She knew it herself deep down. Now she speaks with absolute certainty. People will surely leave without looking back. After all, he only has this level of ability. How could he be so self-critical? Thinking of this, Sha Qingshui responded. "You agree to one condition for me. I'll give the Wen family a chance. Move out of the Wen family. The Star River Villa is mine." But when we broke up a few days ago, I had already given it to Sha Qingshui. I agreed without a second thought. "Then you send the bid documents to the Wen family now." Seeing how easily I agreed, a hint of doubt flashed in Sha Qingshui's eyes. However, she currently has no way to verify it. But since I agreed to it, she also sent the bidding documents to the Wen family as promised. Meanwhile, Wen Yuling is in a meeting at the company. Currently, Wen's more than 10. Half of the projects are in the red. Some have huge losses. If they can't secure the resort project, the Wen family will likely be in danger. But thousands of companies nationwide are eyeing this lucrative opportunity. In Guangdong City alone, there are dozens or even hundreds. Yet, Qingshui didn't invite the Wen family to bid at all. This project is almost impossible to secure now. These days, they are holding meetings from morning till night. They are all trying to find ways to change Sha Qingshui's mind. They even started researching her preferences. But a heaven's favored daughter like her lacks nothing. Just as Wen Yuling was getting frustrated, the secretary suddenly rushed in with a laptop. The general manager and the manager. Wen Yuling frowned and looked over. What's with all this fuss? Can't you see we're still in a meeting? The secretary spoke excitedly. Chang'an has sent us the bidding documents. Wen Ting was momentarily stunned. She immediately stood up excitedly. Really? Let me see. Wen Yuling checked the email. It really was the bidding documents sent by Xia Qingxue. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately wore a puzzled expression. Why did Qingxue suddenly change her mind? The secretary was still very excited. Perhaps Miss Xia was moved by the general manager. Your charisma touched her deeply. Wen Yuling had a thoughtful expression. She personally visited 4 times. None of them gave Qingxue a chance to work with Wen's. Today, Ji Yuxian went to see Qingxue, and Wen suddenly received the bidding documents. Could it just be a coincidence? On the other side, I saw that the bidding documents had been sent, so I turned around to take my leave. My steps were very quick. Just as I was about to step outside, there was a strange feeling growing within me. She called out to my retreating figure. I will wait for you at the Xing Villa tonight. I didn't respond to her words either. I left without a word. Watching my hurried departure, Xia Qingxue only felt it was strange. It felt like something was off. 9 o'clock in the evening. I had just finished bathing in the old house and came out of the bathroom. Then I received a call from Xia Qingxue. The woman on the other end was clearly holding back her anger. Her voice was chillingly cold. Ji Yuxian. How dare you stand me up? I responded with a chuckle. About that, Xia Qingxue's furious roar came through. You clearly promised me you would move from the Wen family home to the Xing Villa. Hearing my voice, she took her time to respond. Xia Qingxue could easily imagine. At this moment, I was lounging comfortably with my phone in hand. I did promise you I would move from the Wen family home to the Xing Villa. But I never agreed on when you would move. I plan to move there in 5 years. The resort project has long been completed. By then, Xia Qingxue will no longer be in Rongcheng. The woman on the other end of the call was infuriated yet amused. 5 years. Why not say 50 years then? I still had a beaming smile on my face. Is there anything else with Shahi? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Good night. After saying that, I hung up the phone immediately. Xia Qingxue of the Xing Villa stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor. In her anger, she threw her phone down. Ji Yuxian. Really impressive. How did I not know this before? He can also be unreasonable. Meanwhile, I lazily lay in bed, humming a song. After all, I had already completed my task. The resort is a specially approved project, so it must go through public bidding. As long as the Wen family obtains the bidding documents, everything will follow the official procedures. There will be official agency oversight throughout the process. Shuian also couldn't discreetly kick Wen out. If Wen hadn't won the bid, it would have just been fate. What does it have to do with my share? I had a beautiful sleep. The next morning, I went to the TV station. Although I'm the host of the noon news, our station combines reporting and editing. I'm not just a host, I'm also a reporter. A lot of news material has to be gathered personally. As soon as I arrived at the company, I heard colleagues gossiping. I heard the newcomer is a graduate of the Royal Academy of Arts abroad. They even interned at NBC. With that resume, they could easily be a host at a major station in the capital. How did they end up at our Rongcheng TV station? Listening to them say this, I felt like my prime position as the male lead seemed like it wouldn't be safe anymore. The colleagues continued to gossip. At this critical moment, the director hired such a prominent person. It must be with some ulterior motive. This works out perfectly. What abilities does Ji Yuxian have? Isn't it just a handsome face? Caused quite a few advertisers to take notice. He has the most advertisements on him, after all. He has been at the TV station for a year. In terms of professionalism, who here isn't better than him? I listened while returning to my seat. A few gossipers suddenly noticed me. Xian, when did you arrive? I smiled. When you were complimenting me on my looks. A few people were smiling on the surface, but were infuriated inside. He always pretends to be so generous and perfect. It makes the others seem like mere clowns. At this moment, the news of the TV station. Director Tang Ling walked in and shouted, You all seem quite relaxed this early in the morning. Today, we have a new colleague at the TV station. Tang Ling smiled and looked at the boy next to her. Xiao Song. Please introduce yourself. Hello everyone. My name is Song Xinyu. All eyes in the room were on the man speaking. Dressed in typical workplace attire. Although his features are not particularly striking, but together, they can be considered quite delicate. The smile on his face was gentle and unthreatening. My gaze also fell on Song Xinyu. There was a glimmer of agreement in their eyes. I am the newcomer. I've just arrived. I hope to receive a lot of guidance from all the seniors in the future. After speaking, Song Xinyu bowed to everyone. Clearly, his resume is impressive. Yet, his demeanor was so humble. Several people present began to ingratiate themselves with Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu greeted everyone one by one. Finally, he walked in front of me. Xian. So from now on, are we together? I just arrived and have many things I don't understand. You must take care of me, Duan. A hint of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the morning news host, Li Wei, spoke up and asked, Do you know each other? Song Xinyu smiled and nodded to everyone. Xian and I are high school classmates. We used to be best friends. I smiled as well. We are indeed high school classmates. But I can't take on the title of best friend. Song Xinyu's expression became slightly awkward as he looked down. Head. I don't deserve to be your friend. I come from a humble background. It was my one-sided wish. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Song Xinyu's low-key demeanor. Even an unfamiliar bystander would feel sympathy. As expected, Li Wei walked up to Song Xinyu. And Gu Xian. What exactly are you being proud of? Song Xinyu is an outstanding returnee. Calling you his friend is just elevating you. You really don't know what's good for you. After saying that, Li Wei grabbed Song Xinyu's arm. Don't pay attention to him. He's notoriously disliked by everyone here. From now on, we will all be your friends. Tang Ling's expression was also a bit awkward. You should familiarize yourself with Li Wei first. The 9 o'clock news department is having a meeting. Watching Song Xinyu leave surrounded by a crowd of people, my heart felt a momentary ripple, but it quickly returned to normal. Song Xinyu is extremely good at disguising himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been fooled by him for 3 years during high school. Becoming a news anchor is completely fulfilling. It was a childhood wish of mine. Just because I leave here doesn't mean I don't have essential skills to survive. On the contrary, my interests are broad and my skills are many. Each one is enough to support the rest of my life. I don't know what Song Xinyu's purpose for coming here is, but I am already tired of competing with him. Maybe leaving this place isn't so bad. At 9 o'clock, everyone go to the conference room for a meeting. I'm not only the host but also a news reporter. Tang Ling said. Brother Fan has to complete the handover and leave the TV station in a week. So, we must within a week finalize the prime-time host position. At this point, Li Wei spoke up. Director, I think Song Xinyu is quite suitable. I just saw footage of him working at BNC. He switches between Chinese and English fluently. His hosting is also very professional. Tang Ling smiled. Xiao Song is very outstanding. But this position was originally meant for Xian. After all, he has the most popular advertising contract. Li Wei glanced at me. Our news department is not the advertising department. We're looking at solid professional skills. If it's just a competition for who has the most ads on them, then in the future, everyone's focus will be on something other than journalism. Instead, they will be thinking about how to curry favor with sponsors. The phrase, finding sponsors, was particularly emphasized by Li Wei. It's obvious who this is mocking. I wore a nonchalant expression. The day before yesterday, I attended a business banquet for Tianeng Group. I heard their employees discussing. They said there's a girl at our TV station. A girl with single eyelids who goes to find Li Dai every day. When Mrs. Li saw that girl, sitting on Li He's lap calling him, Daddy, she immediately slapped her. I was quite curious if there really is such a person at our TV station. Li Wei stood up in anger in an instant. Gu Xiao. Don't make baseless accusations. I smiled slightly. I didn't say it was you. The TV station is so big. There are more single-eyed girls than just you. I just think you're absolutely right. You should focus on doing news. Finding a financial backer can easily backfire. Coincidentally, I added Mrs. Li's satellite at the last business dinner. She was asking me about the single-eyed girl yesterday. Li Wei's expression gradually changed from anger to panic. How did you talk to her? One sentence exposed Li Wei's little thoughts. Everyone had different expressions in their eyes. But at this moment, Li Wei couldn't care less. She knows Mrs. Li's methods. Luckily, she escaped quickly with her face covered last time. I looked at Li Wei with a beaming smile. Just as Li Wei was about to be consumed by fear, I finally spoke slowly. This concerns the reputation of our TV station. I haven't replied yet because the investigation isn't clear. I had actually forgotten about this matter. I only thought of it again after hearing you mention the topic. I just remembered it. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, her look at me was filled with apprehension. Reluctantly, she sat back in her seat. She didn't dare to say another word. Song Xinyu spoke with a slight smile. Everyone in our news department graduated from prestigious schools. I believe there must be a misunderstanding here. Regarding the position of the primetime host, I won't compete with Xian. Just give this position to him. Song Xinyu's voice was gentle. With a few sentences, he shifted the topic. Li Wei gave Song Xinyu a grateful glance. I just chuckled. It sounds like this host's position is already in your pocket. The position is already yours. And now you act like you're giving it to me. Xian, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that at all. I chuckled softly. Then what do you mean? All right. Everyone, stop arguing. Tang Ling finally interrupted everyone, her head aching. Regarding the position of this host. 4. Our TV station is planning to interview a very important person. Whoever secures the exclusive interview rights with this person will be the prime-time host. Of course, the interview must be completed within a week. You two need to hurry. Someone asked. Who is this important person you mentioned? Director Tang Renwei. Director Tang spoke up. Miss Sha Qingshui of the Sha family. Everyone looked shocked. Shouldn't the young lady be in the capital? Moreover, Jing TV hasn't interviewed this young lady, right? How could she possibly accept an interview from our small place? Zhao Yuankai from the photography department replied. It's hard to believe you are a group of news reporters. You don't even know this? Miss Sha has been living in seclusion in Rongcheng for 3 years. The most mysterious Shuian group in Rongcheng is actually a subsidiary of the Sha family in Rongcheng. Each city is about to develop a nationally approved resort project. This project is officially under her responsibility. Tang Ling interjected. That's right, you said it wrong. Who is Sha Qingshui? I'm sure everyone has heard of her. The Sha family is the wealthiest in the country. Sha Qingshui is the heaven's favored daughter of the Sha family. Until now, she has not accepted any media interviews. The resort project is about to be announced to the world. This is a great opportunity. I think we can give it a try. Even so, it is still a huge challenge. If we don't succeed, then so be it. Our Rongcheng TV station has achieved something. A feat that neither Beijing nor Taiwan has succeeded in. Tang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have high hopes for both of you. Whoever succeeds among you, the prime-time hosting position will naturally be yours. If it doesn't succeed, I have my own criteria for evaluation. Leaving the conference room, my expression was rarely serious. Song Shin-yu walked up beside my seat. Check. You also attended the birthday banquet of the Shaw family's old master that day. Why does no one in the station know you are also part of the GU family? I shot him a glance. Song Shin-yu, why do you want to work at the TV station? Snatching Wen Yuling isn't enough. You also want to take my job. Song Shin-yu still had an innocent expression on his face. You've misunderstood me. I just think my expertise is the best fit for here. I never thought about taking your stuff. I didn't take Wen Yuling either. Hearing this, I continued. I've always wanted to know. What happened when you were with Wen Yuling? What happened during summer camp? When Wen Yuling was with me, I could feel that she loved me. But during summer camp, she completely changed into a different person. All affection was gone, even turning into hatred. Affection even turned into hate. Song Shin-yu's expression slightly changed. It seemed he thought of something from a few years ago. Seeing this, I waved my hand. I'm not very interested in dirty matters. Song Shin-yu was eager to explain. It's not how you think. However, I lost my patience and got up. Song Shin-yu, looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I might become the person I was 3 years ago. Open. I need to go report the midday news. Song Shin-yu watched me disappear from his sight. His expression suddenly turned cold. Ji Xian. I will take everything from you. Your wife, your job, and your loved ones. I will take all of it. You will be abandoned by everyone and lose your reputation. I am waiting for that day. By then, you will know why I did all of this. That evening, Song Shin-yu returned to the suite at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Wen Yuling had also returned. He walked over in surprise. Didn't you say you were going back to the Wen family old house today? Wen Yuling walked over and wrapped her arm around Song Shin-yu's shoulder. I've missed you. Song Shin-yu embraced Wen Yuling. Wen Yuling looked up at him. Shin-yu, I feel sorry for making you follow me like this. Song Shin-yu shook his head. As long as your heart is with me, I don't feel wronged at all. Wen Yuling spoke up. Don't worry. I will definitely resolve things with Ji Yuxian quickly. Mentioning me made Wen Yuling's expression suddenly cold. She seemed to think of something. Today is your first day at the TV station. Did he bully you? Song Shin-yu's eyes seemed to flicker for a moment. You know it without me saying. He blames me for taking you away. He has always been like that towards me. Wen Yuling frowned instantly. He really did bully you. I'm going back to settle this with her right now. Hearing this, Song Shin-yu grabbed her hand. Don't do that. If I can be with you. This matter is nothing at all. Going back will only let things escalate. Your parents will hate me even more. Some things I can just endure and let go. Thinking of my parents' biases against Song Shin-yu, Wen Yuling stopped in her tracks. If you feel wronged, you must tell me. I won't allow Ji Yuxian to keep bullying you. And remember, I never belonged to him. It's not that you took me away from him at all. It's just that Ji Yuxian is unworthy. A glimmer of light flashed in Song Shin-yu's eyes. Then he spoke gently. 9. Have you met Sha Qingshui? Do you know this young lady from the capital's elite? Wen Yuling replied. Previously, for the project at Paradise Resort, the company has been researching her preferences. However, she is extremely low-key and her whereabouts are quite mysterious. So I don't know much about her. Wen Yuling looked up and asked. Why do you ask about her? Song Shin-yu said helplessly. The station said that if I could secure an exclusive interview with Sha Qingshui, I would be given the prime-time host position at 7 o'clock. But I called over to Shuian today. They say if it's a TV station appointment, it has to be scheduled 6 months later. Wen Yuling frowned and thought for a moment. The only thing discovered this time is that this young lady from the Shaw family has a way. The habit of playing at the Royal Golf Course. Song Shin-yu still wore a worried expression. But the Royal Golf Course is the most exclusive members-only golf course in Rongcheng. The membership fee reaches 10 million. How could I possibly get in? Wen Yuling spoke up. My grandfather is a member of the Royal Golf Club. I used to go there often with my grandfather. Tomorrow I will call the golf course. You can just go there as the son-in-law of the Wen family. A certain light flickered in Song Shin-yu's eyes. In response, I can get in using Ji Yuxian's identity. Wen Yuling looked at him and smiled. Of course. In my heart. You are the true son-in-law of the Wen family. When Song Shin-yu went to take a shower, Wen Yuling called me Ji Yuxian. Don't blame me for being rude to you next time you bully Song Shin-yu. Don't blame me for not being courteous to you, I said with a hint of amusement. Song Shin-yu went back to complain to you. Wen Yuling said sternly. Shin-yu is not like you. He wouldn't say one thing to your face and another behind your back. You already have enough. Don't think you can take everything from him. After hanging up the phone, I felt a bit gloomy. It's clear that Song Shin-yu took what originally belonged to me. In the end, I'm the one who looks bad. I looked at the documents on the desk computer. I had just written my resignation letter. I suddenly shut the computer. Why should I resign just because Song Shin-yu came? Wen Yuling was forcibly taken from me back then. Now I have to give up my job as well. Of course, I had this thought a long time ago. But now I've suddenly changed my mind. Even if I resign, it should wait for me to become the primetime host. After closing the computer, I picked up my phone and opened the contact list. I found a phone number called Canary. I didn't hesitate and called it directly. The call was soon connected. Is Mr. Ji-yu looking for me for something? It was a very distant voice. It must be the pigeon. Perhaps she wanted to clarify the boundaries with me. That's exactly what I hoped for. It's rare for me to speak to her in a serious tone. I am a news reporter from Rongcheng TV. I would like to schedule a personal interview with you. Do you have time for this? There was a cold sneer from the other end of the line. Sha Qingshui knew it was about this matter. It's nothing, I won't seek her out. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Ji Yu Xian, you have quite a thick skin. You stood me up last time. And now you still want to schedule an interview with me? I was silent for a moment before responding calmly. That's two different matters. Ms. Shaw may not know. I have always been clear about public and private matters. The other party seemed to be laughing in anger. If you want to schedule an interview, that's fine. Come to Star River Villa right now and apologize to me. We can talk about other things slowly. I glanced at the wall clock. It's late. What will happen if I go now? I know in my heart. That place is never a wasted trip. So I declined directly. Since it's official business. Let's meet during the day then. Miss Shaw, please suggest a time. I will definitely come to apologize to you. Sha Qingshui knows my temperament. Instead of continuing to make things difficult for me, she coldly replied. Then, let's meet tomorrow morning at 9. See you at the Royal Golf Course. I don't have the privilege at that place. But I know that old Master Wen is a member there. That golf course has an advantage. Members' families can go there. As long as you provide the member's name. One card is convenient for the whole family. Sunday morning at 9. I arrived at the Royal Golf Course on time. After entering, I approached the registration desk. A beautiful young lady attended to me. Sir, you look unfamiliar. Are you a member here? I nodded and spoke. Wen Yuandong is my grandfather-in-law. I should be able to go in, right? The young lady showed a look of surprise on her face. You are also a son-in-law of the Wen family. After saying that, the young lady pointed at a figure not far away. That person also claimed to be a son-in-law of the Wen family. Mr. Wen is a big shot in our Rongcheng. He has only one son and one daughter. It's impossible to have two sons-in-law. I followed the back of the reception young lady's figure and looked over. That person is Song Xinyu. He seemed somewhat surprised. Song Xin also seemed a bit surprised. The reception young lady was momentarily at a loss. Please wait a moment. I will look for our manager. When the manager came over, it was a scolding right away. Miss Wen has already given a heads up in advance. You can just let the person go directly. We have neglected Mr. Ji Yu. The manager hurried over while running. While scolding the reception young lady beside him. The young lady said with an aggrieved expression. Are you saying there is a Mr. Ji Yu? But you didn't say there were two Mr. Gus coming over. The manager was shocked. Mr. Ji Yu. At that moment, Song Xinyu had also walked up to me. Why are you here too? I smiled as I looked at him. If I don't come, how would I know someone is taking my place? Showing off my identity outside. The manager just happened to come over. He looked at me and then at Song Xinyu. You too. Who is the real Mr. Ji Yu? There are quite a few people here to play ball today. These young ladies and gentlemen from prominent families are naturally high-status individuals. Upon seeing this, the gossipers gathered around. What kind of show are you putting on? Someone joked. Faux Mr. Ji Yu. Sha Qingshui was also in a crowd of people. She was being surrounded as she walked towards us. Because her skin is much whiter than most people. So she has an air of nobility. I also saw her. To be honest, in the past 3 years, I have rarely seen how she dresses. So at that time, Mrs. Ji Yu. At the banquet, seeing her so shocked. It's not her esteemed status. But rather, her demeanor has completely changed. I'm just not used to it at all. A homecoming. A total transformation. A complete change. This Rong City truly is a place of good fortune. No wonder our Miss Shaw was so reluctant 3 years ago. Unwilling to return to Kyoto. Others were also discussing it endlessly. The front desk manager was visibly troubled. Watching the two people in front of him who weren't speaking. Song Xinyu, seeing so many people surrounding him, dared not speak. He was about to become the host of the Golden Wine. He couldn't afford to have such flaws. And he understood my introduction. Back in school, I would never engage with him like others. Never would I associate with him. This time, Song Xinyu hoped I would voluntarily step back. But the reality didn't unfold as he had expected. I looked at Song Xinyu with a half-smile. Not speaking and not backing down. As the deadlock continued, someone beside Sha Qingshui suddenly spoke up. Miss, I remember when the old man had his 70th birthday. The ones attending the banquet are Miss Wen and Mr. Ji Yu, right? You should know who the real Mr. Ji Yu is, right? In an instant, everyone's gaze was directed towards Sha Qingshui, including me and Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu's heart momentarily realized that the person before us was the heiress Sha Qingshui. She was also the subject he was waiting to interview. Everyone chimed in. I also looked at Sha Qingshui. Considering we shared 3 years together, it shouldn't be too much to ask for a little help at this critical moment, right? At this point, the manager had already walked up to Sha Qingshui, clearly waiting for her to make an identification. Sha Qingshui glanced at me and spoke indifferently. I don't know any Miss Wen or Mr. Ji Yu. If you want to know who the real Mr. Ji Yu is, video call with Miss Wen. Have her personally identify him. She can't possibly not recognize her own husband. Except for me. Fortunately, the young lady offered some guidance. My heart suddenly sank. Watching Sha Qingshui's brow furrow slightly. She did it on purpose. Soon, the video call was connected. Wen Yuling's voice came through the phone. Manager Zhao, what's the matter? Sorry about that, miss. You mentioned that Mr. Ji Yu would come today. But now 2 Mr. Gus have arrived. Please see which one is actually your husband. As he spoke, Manager Zhao's camera shifted, scanning over me and Song Xinyu. Wen Yuling frowned. She spoke almost without hesitation. The one in the white suit is my husband. Song Xinyu is indeed wearing a white suit today, while I'm wearing a black suit. The manager said with a smile. Alright. I won't bother the young lady anymore. I'll leave the rest to me. We will definitely treat Mr. Gu well. After the call ended, the surroundings were filled with whispers. The hall was already surrounded by many people. Quite a few people began to mock. If you can't play the game, don't come here to play. Being publicly exposed for pretending to be someone else's son-in-law. It's truly humiliating. It seems I didn't mind being discussed by a crowd. Manager Zhao was also coming towards me. His attitude is clearly not as polite as before. Sir, you are not a member here. Please leave immediately. There is not a hint of embarrassment on my face. Lazily taking a card out of my bag. Then I'll apply for a membership now. Can I go in now? Everyone fell silent for a moment. The manager was also quite surprised. Sure. However, our membership is 10 million. I know. Go ahead and swipe your card. Many people were momentarily at a loss for words. Those who just mocked me were also dumbfounded. They almost all came in using their family's resources, entering on their father's or grandfather's membership status. The manager's expression was calm. His smile was even brighter than before. He didn't even greet Song Xinyu's side anymore. Directly find the front desk to bring people in. He graciously invited me over. Go to the VIP room to handle the membership card. A few rich young ladies surrounded Sha Qingshui. They all looked a bit more lively. That card seems to be the Cheetah Black Gold card. There are only 50 in the world. It is accepted by major banks. It grants free VIP services at all 7-star hotels worldwide. It is a symbol of status. I remember that Miss Shaw seems to have one as well. There are no more than 15 people in the country who have this card. What is the background of this Mr. Gu, after all? Those who had just mocked me all widened their eyes. 10 million may not be a big deal, but having that black gold card is quite rare. This is not something an ordinary wealthy person can possess. The issuing agency of this card has extremely strict reviews. Even royal families from various countries. The number of people who have this card does not exceed 3. And I naturally didn't know any of this. Because this is the salary card my senior sister opened for me. The dividends I receive every year are all in this card. I don't even know how many billions are in there anymore. 10 million is simply nothing to me. As soon as I took it out, they appeared somewhat lost in thought. Whether it was the Gu family before, or the Wen family now, there's simply no way they could qualify for this card. The Royal Golf Club covers a vast area. The person next to Sha Qingshui, and those around her, had already picked up their clubs, eager to try. Only Sha Qingshui sat down by the rest pavilion. The waiter brought her sandwiches and exquisite desserts. She was used to having breakfast here. The way she ate was exceptionally pleasant to watch. There was a lazy elegance about her. She had a demeanor similar to mine. It was that kind of nonchalant confidence unique to those born into privilege. Song Xinyu walked over. Miss Shaw, may I sit here? The sound of the long specialization is clear. This is a public rest area. Mr. Song, make yourself comfortable. Her voice is very polite. Yet, it carries a sense of alienation and indifference. Song Xinbao took the opportunity to sit down. Miss Shaw. Actually, I came specifically to find you today. Sha Qingshui still appears indifferent. What does Mr. Song want to discuss with me? Song Xinyu feels somewhat anxious. Miss Shaw. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Xinyu, a news reporter from Rongcheng TV. Regarding the Paradise Resort project, our TV station would like to schedule an exclusive interview with you. Sha Qingshui didn't even lift her eyelids and replied faintly. I am not interested. Miss Yan. The Paradise Resort project is about to launch. You also need attention to attract investment. What you need most now is an opportunity to connect with the chairman. A chance for the chairman to prove himself. So, you chose the Paradise Resort project. For this reason, you've been hiding here for 3 years. It's clear that this project is very important to you. Sha Qingshui turned her head and coldly glanced at Song Xinyu. You seem to know quite a lot about our family's affairs. Song Xinyu felt a bit nervous under that glance. This woman's aura is simply too powerful. But he still gathered his courage to continue speaking. Rongcheng TV station is the most authoritative traditional media outlet in the area. The station is willing to cooperate with you. Miss Shaw, whenever you need media support in the future, we can all cooperate. This is undoubtedly a win-win choice. Returning to a semblance of normalcy. At this moment, a lively sound suddenly erupted in front. It turned out that someone was already playing ball. Song Xinyu also looked towards the source of the commotion. To his surprise, he saw me surrounded by a group of rich young ladies, swinging a club to play golf. I have a tall figure and my swing is exceptionally standard and graceful. This attracts the attention of the surrounding socialites and rich young ladies. Their eyes seem like they could stick to me. A flicker of jealousy passed through Song Xinyu's eyes. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to continue talking to Sha Qingshui, Qingshui had already gotten up. She strode towards me with her long legs. Just as she arrived, Mirong Shui's voice of praise. Mr. Gu, are you a professional athlete? How about we consider Mr. Gu our mentor? I smiled slightly. I asked. It's just a hobby for me. I noticed Mirong Shui almost pressing against my arm. Sha Qingshui interrupted us with her unhappy words. What are you doing? Mirong Shui laughed while leaning on the queue. Sha Qingshui interrupted us with an unhappy tone. Today? We all feel inferior to this gentleman's skill. Only your level can compete with his. Is there a competition? Others also started to jeer. Otherwise, Miss Shaw and Mr. Gu can have a match. This is exactly what I was waiting for. So I smiled and looked at Sha Qingshui. Miss Shaw, are you brave enough to compete with me? Sha Qingshui hadn't spoken yet. I intentionally added a line. Miss Shaw wouldn't be afraid, would she? Mirong Shui interjected from the side. Mr. Gu. If you say it like that, you clearly don't know me well. Her skills rank second in the capital. And the first is just someone else. I chuckled. The social dynamics of the capital don't work well in Rongcheng. The implication is that Sha Qingshui is first. It's that others simply don't dare to beat her. It's not that she's particularly strong. The crowd exchanged glances, secretly amazed. This Mr. Gu is quite bold. Sha Qingshui replied lightly. I pointed to the open area ahead. Let's compete on this parkour hole. Someone beside us said. Just now, Mr. Gu made it in 3 strokes. Sha Qingshui's voice remained calm. I instructed the caddy next to me to bring the club. I continued speaking. Since it's a competition, there should be a prize. Sha Qingshui responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Chong let out a sound of agreement. What do you want? I didn't hesitate. If I win, how about your first exclusive interview goes to me? The people around mostly had expressions of eager anticipation. Even Song Xinyu came over. Chong let out a grunt. Win against me first, then we'll see. After everything was ready, I slowly began to speak. Miss Sha, you go first. Chong did not decline. With an elegant motion, she swung the club. Then I heard excited cheers from the side. Sha Qingshui actually sent the ball onto the green in 1 stroke. The crowd surrounded them, cheering. The crowd crowded the path. Then Sha Qingshui switched to the putter directly. She accurately put the white ball into the hole. The people next to me excitedly applauded. A brilliant eagle shot. It took only 2 strokes to complete the par-4 hole. Then everyone turned sympathetic gazes towards me. Mr. Gu. Maybe we should just let it go. Miss Shaw trained under a national golf champion. Losing to her isn't shameful. I smiled slightly. I'm not done yet. How do we know I'll definitely lose? I walked to the red tee with my golf club. Everyone assumed I was struggling desperately for the sake of pride. Anyone could tell. This was already the limit. If you get the ball in within 4 strokes on a par-4 hole, that means you're at a professional athlete's level. Scoring a birdie in 3 strokes is already rare. Scoring an eagle in 2 strokes is referred to as an eagle shot. That's the level of top athletes. A hole-in-one is harder than winning the lottery. I stood at the tee, raised my club high, and swung with force. I saw the little white ball draw a high arc through the air. It flew directly towards the green. Everyone rushed up to the green. It was the first hole-in-one. I saw a small white ball on the green. She searched around in disbelief. Finally, she remembered to check the hole. Sure enough, she found my golf ball in the hole. Marong was stunned for half a second. Then she excitedly raised the golf ball in her hand. Hole-in-one. Mr. Gu got a hole-in-one. Marong Shui looked even happier than if she had scored herself. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was a hole-in-one. It requires both absolute skill and absolute luck. A few young gentlemen's expressions shifted from watching the show to gradually becoming worshipful. The news of my hole-in-one quickly spread throughout the entire golf course. More and more people came to check it out. After all, a hole-in-one isn't something you see every day. In fact, quite a few people wanted to take photos with me. According to the rules, a hole-in-one requires a reward. Big red envelopes are given to the caddies and staff. I seem to have prepared for this in advance. There are many red envelopes ready in my sports backpack. I distribute them to the caddies one by one. Everyone is also stunned. Mr. Gu has come well prepared. It seems that Mr. Gu played the fool at first with his hole-in-one. After all, without absolute confidence, how could he have prepared envelopes in advance? I laughed it off, handling the voices around me. Then I looked at Sha Qingshui. Miss Sha, the agreement you made with me should count, right? However, Sha Qingshui replied lightly, long-term protection. Long-term protection, she said Dan Dao. I only said we would talk after winning. I only win taxes. I never agreed to accept your interview if I win. My face stiffened. It was as if I saw her between the sheets. That little mischievous sprite who often acts like a rogue. Just like every time after I was exhausted. She always promised it would be the last time. But when I held her while showering, and she would insist that she never cared at all. Thinking of this, my face involuntarily turned red. People around me began to chime in. Miss Shaw shouldn't be so unreasonable. If you bet, you must accept the loss, haha. It's just an interview. Exactly. Our Miss Shaw's vision can't be this narrow, right? Sha Qingshui looked at everyone surrounding me. An inexplicable anger surged from the depths of my heart. She looked at me with a warning glare. The group of childhood friends and companions beside me. If any of you are talking to him, then don't blame me for not acknowledging this friendship. Everyone looked at Sha Qingshui with a mix of surprise and fear. Although Sha Qingshui is a prominent lady in the capital, she still has nothing to say to her friends. Otherwise, it wouldn't be because of this. The major project brought everyone together. Essentially, she wanted to pull everyone in to benefit together. But she actually said such things because of one person. Everyone could tell that Miss Shaw was getting angry. The several women surrounding me all began to distance themselves from me. Song Xinyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly at this scene. Song Xinyu and I returned to the TV station one after the other. Neither of us mentioned what happened at the golf course. The group held a meeting in the afternoon. Director Tang was very excited. It seems that this extravagant opportunity has finally come to us. Little Song and Xian, which of you two secured an exclusive interview with Miss Shaw? Song Xinyu and I seemed to be slightly taken aback. The other members of the group were also quite surprised. The director continued excitedly. Miss Shaw has agreed to our interview. Just now, Shuian Sai just called. It's scheduled for tomorrow. Let our people go over at 9. Li Wei asked. So who will go for the interview? Director Tang replied. Just said to arrange for someone to go over at 9. Miss Shaw has given us 2 hours of time from the TV station. Director Tang was a bit confused. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? Who exactly arranged the interview with Miss Shaw? I frowned slightly. This morning, Sha Qingshe's attitude clearly indicated she didn't agree. How come she changed her mind now? While I was still silent, Song Shinyu calmly spoke up. It's me, Director. Director Tang smiled broadly. Alright. I knew you were capable. Then get ready. The interview with Miss Shaw is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9. If this goes well, your future is limitless. Director Tang excitedly picked up his phone. I need to report this to the station head. It's a big deal. The head of the Beijing station has invited Miss Shaw many times without success. Didn't expect that our wrong station would succeed. The station head must be very happy. Everyone crowded around Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu, you're really impressive. How did you manage that? As expected, a graduate from a prestigious school. Strength really does set you apart from certain people. If you become a primetime host, you must treat us to a meal. Song Shinyu's smile seemed a bit shy. Yet he had a humble expression on his face. I just got lucky, that's all. Tonight, it's my treat. I'll take everyone to Tai Ji Yu House for Japanese food. Tai Ji Yu House is a high-end Japanese restaurant in Rongcheng. They work at the television station, but the salaries are not particularly high, so none of them have been to such an upscale place. The crowd cheered with excitement. Everyone praised Song Shinyu's generosity. Song Shinyu stood up and walked towards me, who was silent. This seems to be an incomplete or unclear entry. Could you please provide more context? Let's go have Japanese food together tonight. I packed up my papers and smiled at Song Shinyu. This seems to be an incomplete or unclear entry. Could you please provide more context? If someone is treating, of course I'll go. That evening, a group of people arrived at Tai Ji Yu House. Song Shinyu had already reserved a private room in advance. About 10 people admired the upscale decor here. They started to flatter Song Shinyu again. Song Shinyu, do you come here often for meals? Ji Yu Xian spoke modestly. No, I just come over occasionally. This kind of place isn't something ordinary people can afford. Ji Yu Xian, are you still lying to us about your humble background? How could someone with the means to study abroad come from a poor family? Ji Yu Xian, just tell the truth. Which wealthy family do you belong to, really? Ji Yu Xian opened his mouth to speak. I'm not lying to you. My family situation is indeed not good. The only reason I could go abroad for studies is because of my girlfriend. After saying that, he glanced at me sitting across from him. My girlfriend comes from a good family, and she loves me very much. I went abroad for studies with her. Everyone exclaimed in envy. We haven't even eaten yet, but we've certainly enjoyed a hearty meal. Li Wei took the lead in teasing. When are you going to bring your girlfriend over for us to meet? Ji Yu Xian smiled shyly. Sure. Let's wait for the chance in the future. Although Ji Yu Xian was answering others' questions, his gaze remained fixed on my face. It's just that I seem not to care. A trace of disappointment flashed in Song Shinyu's eyes. The waiter happened to bring over a tablet with the menu. Song Shinyu directly handed the tablet to me. What does Xian like to eat? Just order whatever, don't be polite. I also graciously took the tablet and started ordering. A few minutes later, I returned the tablet to Song Shinyu. Let's take a look, shall we? Song Shinyu directly handed the tablet to the waiter. Your taste is naturally impeccable. Before long, the dishes started coming out. At first, everyone was eating happily. But soon, Song Shinyu noticed something was off. It's been 2 hours already. Dishes were still being continuously added to the table. And there were all kinds of drinks. Yet everyone was immersed in the delicious food and fine wine. And they were all praising his generosity. Song Shinyu remained silent as well. He waited until the very end. The waiter brought over the bill. Song Shinyu was completely stunned when he saw the bill. 980,000. Song Shinyu looked at the waiter in disbelief. The waiter patiently explained. Because you ordered from our entire menu. You ordered every dish we have, including some precious hidden dishes. The total for the dishes is 180,000. Additionally, you ordered 4 bottles of our wine that costs 200,000 per bottle. By the way, we also charge a 5% service fee. Song Shinyu was about to faint. He didn't have that much money at all. When I was ordering, he thought that even if I ordered a lot, it wouldn't exceed 10,000. How could it be this much? Everyone else was stunned as well. They all began to blame me. Ji Yu Xian, did you do this deliberately as revenge? I just asked you to order. You ordered directly for 980,000. How shameless can you be? I smiled and looked at the person across from me. Why didn't you say anything while eating? Black truffle clay pot Kobe beef. Why didn't you mention that the ingredients were too precious while eating? There was also red wine. I only ordered 1 bottle. The rest was added by you all. Everyone glared at me. Ji Yu Xian, are you still trying to argue? I replied flatly. Since you all are so indignant on behalf of Song Shinyu, why not just split it evenly? No one here ate less. Splitting it is the fairest. When it came to splitting, everyone fell silent. Even if we split, each person would need to pay nearly 100,000. That's several months' worth of their salaries. A girl standing next to Song Shinyu spoke up. Shinyu wouldn't fuss over the cost of a meal with us. Song Shinyu looked like he was being grilled over a fire. In fact, he and Wen Yuling didn't have much money. After Wen Yuling went abroad, the Wen family had long stopped providing her financial support. In these 3 years abroad, it hasn't been as glamorous as others imagine. Wen Yuling has too much pride to ask her family for money. Song Shinyu only has over 100,000 in his account. That's what he earned as a tutor in these 3 years. He truly can't afford nearly $1 million for the meal. I can only call Wen Yuling. Wen Yuling was shocked to hear he spent over 900,000 on a meal. There was a hint of anger in her voice. Song Shinyu, do you eat dragon meat? 10 kilograms. A meal costs 980,000. Song Xinyu's voice was hoarse. I took Sha Qingshui's exclusive interview to treat my colleagues to dinner. It was Xian who ordered. I didn't know he ordered so much. He also ordered very expensive wine. Upon hearing my name, Wen Yuling frowned. Her tone towards Song Xinyu softened significantly. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. So it was him behind this. Wen Yuling was silent for 2 seconds before responding. I'm nearby, I'll be right over. 10 minutes later, Wen Yuling appeared at Taiku House. She first settled the bill at Taiku House. Then she came to the private room. Song Xinyu saw Wen Yuling. He hurried over to Wen Yuling. Yuling, you finally made it. Wen Yuling stood in front of everyone. She gently wrapped her arm around Song Xinyu's shoulder. Don't worry. I've already settled the bill. Everyone instantly let out a sigh of relief. Li Wei took the lead in praising. Song Xinyu, you are really fortunate. Your girlfriend is both beautiful and wealthy. Song Xinyu smiled and introduced everyone. Let me introduce my girlfriend, Wen Yuling. Li Wei looked astonished. I've heard that the heir of the Wen family is named Wen Yuling. Could it be? Wen Yuling calmly spoke up. It's just a coincidence of names. After saying that, she had already turned her gaze towards me. Ji Yuxian, come out here. Everyone was extremely astonished. I got up and walked over to Wen Yuling. Good dogs don't block the way. Wen Yuling was furious. She directly grabbed my hand and walked outside, quickly took a turn and went to an empty booth nearby. Then the door closed from the inside. Everyone looked confused after watching the whole scene unfold. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Song Xinyu's face. Song Xinyu, your girlfriend knows Ji Yuxian. Song Xinyu nodded and said, we 3 are high school classmates, so we know each other. And during high school, Xian. He deliberately stopped mid-sentence. Li Wei snorted coldly. I finally understand why Ji Yuxian hates you so much. He must have had a crush on your girlfriend back in high school. But he couldn't have her, so he's jealous of you. Song Xinyu spoke in a tone that was deliberately defensive for me. It's not what you all think. And that's all in the past now. On the other side, Wen Yuding pulled me into the room and asked me coldly. Ji Yuxian, I've told you countless times. Don't bully Song Xinyu. Do you treat my words as if they were just passing wind? I found a sofa to sit down on by myself. No one is forcing him to treat others. So you deliberately ordered such expensive dishes. You are well aware of Song Xinyu's family situation. Aren't you just trying to embarrass him because you're richer? What's the difference between you and those petty people who bully others with wealth? I looked up, and a flicker of anger clearly passed through my eyes. I'm aware of his family situation. I also know that both of you are broke right now. So I'm intentionally bullying him. As for why, I'm simply returning the favor in kind. I sneered and continued speaking. Don't you know my situation? Yet you still betrayed me during my most desperate moment. Compared to you, my little tricks really can't compare to yours. Wen Yuling was momentarily stunned. According to Ji Yuxian, at that time, you would end up in such a situation. It's all your own doing. You were the one who betrayed me first. Wen Yuling stared fiercely at my face. What happened during Ji Yuxian's freshman summer? Do you dare to tell me? My face turned pale in an instant. How could Wen Yuling know? Wen Yuling looked at my pale face. There was evident astonishment in her eyes as well. The annoying part is that even in extreme panic, my face is still exaggeratedly handsome. So who exactly is that woman? I stood up. My gaze turned exceptionally cold and sharp. Shut up. Wen Yuling instantly became furious with embarrassment. Why did you marry me? Is it just because you can't go back to the Ji family? If you were still the eldest son of the Ji family, would you still marry me? Would you still choose to marry into the Wen family? You love me desperately now. It's just fear of losing the last lifeline. Losing you means losing wealth and glory for the rest of my life. You are such a hypocritical and filthy person. Not even a hair of Song Xinyu's. My fingers are a bit numb. I have a secret buried deep in my heart. A secret that no one knows. I have never told anyone. I kept convincing myself that it was just a nightmare. I had originally succeeded in removing that incident from my memory. I thought someone in this world would know. But I didn't expect that Wen Yuling had already known. I went straight to the door and left. At that moment, Song Xinyu was standing at the door. I looked deeply at Song Xinyu. I didn't say anything and just left. Wen Yuling also walked out from inside. Song Xinyu quickly asked, Yuling, what did you say to Xian? He looked very sad. Wen Yuling said, what? I just mentioned that incident. Song Xinyu's expression changed dramatically. You promised me that you wouldn't bring it up in front of Xian. I don't want to either. Who told him to bully others so much? It's good to dampen his spirit a bit, to prevent him from always picking on you. Song Xinyu, you're just too kind. You're still considering him at this time. However, Song Xinyu frowned. There was evident unease in his eyes. Ji Yuxian must be doubting himself, right? I drove away. The car aimlessly drove on the highway. Finally, I somehow arrived at the Star River Villa. I discovered that the bedroom light was actually on. I drove straight in. The car stopped in the yard. I got out of the car and went inside. Sha Qingshui also heard the sound of the car parking downstairs. She had just reached the stairs, only to see that I had already started up the stairs. Sha Qingshui had just finished showering. She was wearing a pink set of pajamas. She looked at my figure and spoke sarcastically. Aren't you quite strong-willed? I thought you would never Zudong Jiao Wo again. I had no expression as I climbed the stairs step by step. Watching me get closer and closer, Sha Qingshui's heartbeat unconsciously began to accelerate. No, she noticed something was off about me today. Yet her eyes seemed to burn fiercely. The anger was mixed with deep hatred. Sha Qingshui frowned slightly. It's just a small matter. It's just a little bit good. The next second, I stepped up another stair. One hand forcefully pulled Sha Qingshui into her arms. The other hand held Sha Qingshui's, kissed her directly on the back of her head. My kiss was fierce and urgent. It was even somewhat unreasonable and overbearing. Qingshui was momentarily stunned. We have a year. This kind of scene where one rushes in to kiss. But women are just like that too. Then he kissed back hard and said hello. Her slippers were kicked down the stairs. She stumbled all the way into the room. Sha Qingshui woke up in the middle of the night, reflexively wanting to hold the man beside her, only to find the space beside her empty. She opened her eyes wide. Then she heard the sound of an engine starting in the yard. Sha Qingshui got up and walked to the balcony. She saw me driving away from the Star River Villa. A hint of anger appeared in Sha Qingshui's eyes. It's always like this. Use it and then run off. Never considering her feelings. But thinking of my fierce appearance tonight. It's like venting something. She must have encountered some situation. And it's not just a small matter like an interview. Could it be because of Wen Yuling? As she thought about it, Sha Qingshui's expression instantly turned cold. Early the next morning, when I arrived at the TV station, everyone was gathered around Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu was going to interview the eldest daughter of the Sha family. The news had spread throughout the entire TV station, including that he spent a sky-high price of 980,000 for a meal. Early in the morning, it became the topic of conversation for everyone. Even people from other departments came. They all rushed over to try to curry favor. Song Xinyu had already made ample preparations for the interview. This interview lineup was very impressive. A typical interview usually just requires a news reporter and a cameraman are enough. But this time it was equipped with more than a dozen people. They even assigned Song Xinyu 2 assistants. For this interview, the station even specially opened a dedicated column. And Sha Qingshui is the first feature in this column. This shows how much the station values it. Although the scheduled time was at 9, Song Xinyu and his team set off at 8. Just before leaving, everyone was astonished. The station director is very busy and rarely comes to the station. It was clear that the director had come specifically for Song Xinyu. He said some encouraging words. Song Xinyu humbly replied, "Director, I promise to complete the interview task." The director nodded and patted Director Tang's shoulder. "You really struck gold for our TV station." At 8 o'clock, Song Xinyu set off with the team on time. I sat in my seat reviewing the script. Li Wei intentionally chatted with colleagues beside me. Song Xinyu is really impressive. He managed to handle Miss Shaw in just 2 days. Someone will have to relinquish the title of interview god, right? The station director even came personally. It seems that Song Xinyu's position as the primetime male host is set in stone. Next month is the Golden Microphone Host Contest. The station only has one qualification to compete. It will probably go to Song Xinyu as well. I sat in my seat, remaining silent. On the other side, at 8:20, Song Xinyu led a team to the Shuiyan building. As soon as they got out of the car, someone came over to greet them. "Hello. You're from the TV station, right? I am the president's secretary, Gao Qin. Sha Dai sent me to pick you up." Everyone followed Gao Qin into the Shuiyan building. The 2 little assistants following Song Xinyu were extremely excited. The president's secretary personally welcomed them. "Our brother Yu is really impressive." "Yeah. I wonder if brother Yu and Miss Shaw are friends. How could an ordinary interview receive such treatment?" Song Xinyu heard their quiet discussions. He maintained a humble and gentle smile on his face. However, the curve of his lips was a little deeper. After arriving at the conference room, Gao Qin spoke up. "Shaw is in a meeting. She will come over to accept the interview after the meeting. You can prepare a bit first." Song Xinyu nodded. "Secretary Gao, don't worry. We are all ready." 10 minutes later, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Song Xinyu quickly stood up from his seat to welcome her. He politely extended his hand in front of Sha Qingshui. "Box. I am today's interview host, Song Xinyu. We met yesterday. I'm very glad you could accept our exclusive interview. I am also honored to be the host of Miss Shaw's first exclusive interview." Sha Qingshui had no intention of shaking hands with him. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. For a moment, this gave Song Xinyu a hint of ominous premonition. To avoid any unexpected incidents, he retracted his hand and planned to get straight to the point. "Reward. We are all ready. Let's start the interview now." Sha Qingshui interrupted him with a cold voice. "Wait a moment. The host I arranged to meet with doesn't seem to be Mr. Yu." Song Xinyu's heart sank. But he still pretended to be calm, trying to turn the situation around. "Didn't I agree with you yesterday? Rongcheng TV is willing to create a win-win situation with the Shaw family. If the Shaw family has any requests afterwards, our Rongcheng TV will cooperate fully." Song Xinyu still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that the terms he proposed could impress her. But Sha Qingshui appeared completely unmoved. "Yesterday, I lost the game to Mr. Yu. Agreeing to the interview was his prize for winning the game. Mr. Song was also present at that time. He should know better than anyone else." Sha Qingshui's voice carried a hint of chill. "I, Sha Qingshui, am willing to take responsibility for the bet. He is a man of his word. I only agreed to an interview with Mr. Yu. So the host of the interview can only be him. If Mr. Yu does not come, then today's interview is off." After she finished speaking, Sha Qingshui turned and left the conference room. Song Xinyu only felt cold in his hands and feet. People behind him began to whisper quietly. So it turns out that it wasn't brother Yu who secured the interview with Miss Shaw. Is the Mr. Yu that Miss Shaw mentioned really Yu Xian? It seems Miss Shaw lost a game to him. That's why she accepted the interview. Brother Xian is indeed the god of interviews. There's no interview he can't conquer. But why did Song Xinyu say he secured it himself? Song Shinyu, exposed on the spot, felt as if the world was spinning. But he still gritted his teeth. He turned around as if nothing had happened. I misunderstood yesterday. Let Gu come over. The assistant hurriedly called Director Tang. He recounted everything he had seen and heard in detail. Director Tang was also very surprised after hearing this. He rushed to find me in a hurry. Xiao In. It was clearly you who got this interview. Why didn't you clarify? We almost misunderstood everything. I replied with a smile. It's the same no matter who interviews. Director Tang hurriedly waved his hand. How can it be the same? Your credit is your credit. Now Sha Dai insists it's you. You should go over quickly. I, however, did not get up and continued to smile. Since Song Shinyu has already gone, I won't go then. I believe he has the ability. Everyone is doing this for the station. I won't fuss over the details. Director Tang gently persuaded. Take a sample. I'll have Song Shinyu come back to apologize to you. After speaking, he looked at me tentatively. Seeing that I remained silent, Director Tang immediately sensed there was a chance. He promptly called Song Shinyu. He instructed Song Shinyu to hurry back in. May I ask? Song Shinyu naturally understood what this request meant, but he had no other option now. Song Shinyu quickly returned to the stage. Director Tang spoke with a tone of complaint. Song Shinyu, what on earth is going on with you? Miss Shaw clearly agreed to an interview with Xiao In. How can you claim it's you? Because I talked with Sha Dai for a long time yesterday morning. She didn't outright refuse either. I thought she had tacitly agreed. I misunderstood. Song Shinyu had an expression that made it hard to blame him. Director Tang's mouth. Director Tang replied. Go and apologize to Xian. Song Shinyu nodded and walked over to my seat. Check. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to steal your interview opportunity. You should hurry to Shuian. Everyone is waiting for you. I looked up at Song Shinyu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Song Shinyu. Can everything be solved with a misunderstanding? Back then, he was fooling around with Yuling at summer camp. His return to explain was also a misunderstanding. And now, it's still a misunderstanding. Song Shinyu lowered his head and looked at me with a pitiful expression. What do you want me to do? I will do whatever you say. Back then, I was deceived by that pitiful expression. I also invested in him. I treated him like a brother. I fought for him, for Jinren, and for Yuying. To this day, the knife scar is a foot long. The more you give, the more you feel resentful, right? But now I have one more thing in my mind that I want to confirm. I stood up and looked at him as I spoke. Song Shinjai, come with me. I walked into an empty conference room. Song Shinyu followed me in. I slammed the door shut, cutting off countless prying eyes from the outside. Once inside, Song Shinyu knelt down immediately. He grabbed my hand. Xian, please forgive me this once. If it's because of me, the station lost this exclusive interview. I definitely can't stay here anymore. I pulled my hand away directly. I want to ask you something. You must answer me honestly. The incident that happened during the summer of my freshman year, was it you who told Wen Yuding? Song Shinyu's gaze seemed to flicker for a moment. I combined various past factors. I'm certain that this matter must have been told to her by Song Shinyu. But I'm not sure if this matter was orchestrated by Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu directly knelt on the ground. Xian, I don't expect you to forgive me, whether you believe it or not. I have also been living in guilt all these years. If you blame me, then hit me. If you hit me, I'll feel a little better inside. Song Shinyu grabbed my hand and slapped his own face. I retracted my hand. He then started to slap himself. Soon, there were handprints on his face. I irritably grabbed his wrist. Song Yu. It was you who harmed me, right? That matter was arranged by you. Panic appeared in Song Shinyu's eyes. No. I was the one who spilled the beans and told Wen Yuding that she was right. But that matter has nothing to do with me. It's not something I did. I curled my lips into a smirk. I will get to the bottom of this. If I find out that you're involved in this, I will not let you off the hook. I stood up and left the conference room. A crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance. They saw Song Shinyu kneeling inside at that moment, and there were obvious fingerprints on his face. Li Wei couldn't stand seeing me so arrogant. Ji Xian, you are going too far. You actually hit someone. Song Shinyu hurried over. Xian hit me. He hit me indeed. I grew it myself. How could you hit somewhere and leave fingerprints? Song Shinyu just accidentally snatched your interview. But you actually beat him up like this. Li Wei encouraged Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu, you can sue him for intentional harm. I raised my eyebrows and spoke Dan to Kaiko. I didn't hit him. He slapped himself. I couldn't stop him. After saying that, I picked up my phone and aimed it at Li Wei instantly took a picture. Then I quickly found someone in my contacts and sent it. After doing all this, I gave Li Wei a bright smile. I want Mrs. Li to see if the single eyelid girl she has always been looking for is you. Is the single eyelid girl she's been looking for you? Li Wei instantly turned to stone on the spot. I turned and walked away in large strides. I let you off once, and you still bounce around like this. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Soon, I arrived at the Shuian building. Gao Qin was still waiting at the door to greet me. Mr. Gu. Shaw, he asks you to go to her office first. I followed Gao Qin from the private elevator to the Shuian office. After the elevator opened, stepping out was like entering a bedroom. At this moment, Sha Qingshui was sitting on the sofa, looking at me with a wistful smile. After sleeping, you just run away. Why are you so irresponsible? I chuckled and waved my hand. I didn't feel embarrassed at all. After saying that, I looked around at the room's decor. I found that the layout here was exactly the same as the Star River Villa. Sha Qingshui stood up and walked behind me. She wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. Her lips were already brushing against my ear. Her voice sounded a bit ambiguous. Why did you come to find me last night? Actually, I regretted it quite a bit yesterday. Clearly, I didn't want to have too much entanglement with her anymore. Yet yesterday, I took the initiative to find her and did that kind of thing. I turned around and cupped Sha Qingshui's stunning face. I pecked gently on her lips. Of course, it was for the interview. Look, aren't you the one who came to me today? Sha Qingshui raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly. Just take it as you didn't expect it. But since you've provoked me again, I won't let you off so easily this time. This time, I won't let you in so easily. As soon as I finished speaking, a flurry of kisses fell upon me. Before long, I was pinned down on the sofa. There's still an interview later. Later at Changfang. Sha Qingshui also tried to restrain herself a bit. She said in a hushed voice. Let's go to the Xing Villa tonight. I thought for a moment and then nodded. Sha Qingshui frowned. You agreed so readily last time too. You should agree so readily. I smiled. Welcome. I won't stand you up this time. Before long, the interview officially began. Because the news was announced early on official channels, thousands of people flooded into the live stream as soon as it started. Sha Qingshui is the daughter of a billionaire. Only heard her voice without seeing her in person. I heard many media outlets both domestically and internationally want to interview her. I didn't expect her to make her first public appearance. It's surprising that it's at our small Rongcheng TV station. It has really made progress. The Beijing station must be furious about this. Who is this interview host? Their appearance doesn't resemble any famous star at all. At this moment, Sha Qingshui slowly walked into the interview room. The camera suddenly switched to her face. The live stream was quiet for a second before instantly exploding. Who is this beauty? Within a minute's time. I want all her information. Does the upper echelons really have such a beautiful person? She showed up right away. This is my wife whom I've been separated from for many years. After Sha Qingshui sat down, I briefly introduced her as a matter of routine. The live broadcast room had exploded long before. She is actually Sha Qingshui. This beauty is absolutely stunning. She is rich, powerful, and good-looking. Which door did God close on her? And I also began the formal interview. Most of the questions are about the Paradise Resort. I have studied this project due to the Wen family's influence. I can say I know it like the back of my hand. So the questions posed are quite professional. A brief 20-minute interview. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 1 million. We finally reached the last segment. I wore a professional smile on my face. Thank you, Miss Shaw, for accepting our interview at Rongcheng TV. We currently have 1 million viewers in the live stream. Everyone is very curious about Miss Shaw. Now we will take questions from 3 enthusiastic viewers. Could you please answer them? Sha Qingshui nodded with a faint smile. However, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the backstage quickly took screenshots of the questions from the live stream. The first question is, Miss Shaw, do you have a boyfriend? The question created an awkward situation. I also feel that this question infringes on personal privacy. To ease the atmosphere, I said with a smile. It seems everyone is quite interested in Miss Shaw's private life. If you find it offensive, you can change the question. It's no problem. Sha Qingshui appeared quite magnanimous, however. I do not have a boyfriend. She answered concisely and decisively. I subtly curled my lips into a smile. This answer was within my expectations. I can be sure of one thing in the past 3 years. Sha Qingshui has only one man for herself. But I definitely cannot be considered her boyfriend. 2 feet. It seems he is not a lover either. A lover at least has feelings. We both only crave each other's body warmth. The third screenshot also froze on the screen. The second question. What kind of boy does Miss Shaw like? Zhang Yi answered. He cooks poorly. A boy with a mole at the corner of his eye. My heart stirred slightly. So Sha Qingshui already has someone she likes in her heart. Of course, I wouldn't be so narcissistic. To think Sha Qingshui likes me. Because I have never cooked for Sha Qingshui in the past 3 years. So she has no idea about my cooking skills at all. As for the mole at the corner of the eye, I do really have a tiny mole at the corner of my eye. You can't tell at all unless you look closely. Perhaps she already has someone she likes in her heart. The reason she liked me back then was also because I have a mole at the corner of my eye, just like her crush. The live stream exploded with excitement. I'm bad at cooking, but I have treasures at the corner of my eye. Growing up, I was a little bear. Why don't you want to take a look at me? The third question has already been screenshot. Actually, there's no need to screenshot. The screen is filled with the same question. Someone asked, does the person Miss Shaw likes also like you? Sha Qingshui listened to this question. About this question, she suddenly turned her head to look at me. You sing. Ji Yu Xian, what do you think? I put on a surprised expression. Miss Shaw. I don't know your crush either. How would I know? However, I believe the person Miss Shaw likes must be great. A point that Zhao Baozu agrees with. The people who like him could line up from here to Paris. A sense of curiosity also arose in my heart. What kind of person is Sha Qingshui's crush, after all? When talking about him, I felt that there seemed to be a light in Sha Qingshui's eyes. The livestream room erupted again. A crush. The young lady of the Shaw family actually has a crush on someone else. It turns out that even the most impressive people can be cautious in front of the person they like. Uncertain feelings. So does that lucky boy know that the young lady of the Shaw family has a crush on him? I also asked the question everyone in the livestream wanted to know. So the young lady of the Shaw family doesn't know whether your beloved likes you or not. Sha Qingshui smiled. I'm still in line in Paris. I hope he doesn't keep me waiting too long. With this humorous response, the atmosphere lightened. I also teased that the brave should enjoy life first. Miss Shaw might as well boldly pursue him. Perhaps she might succeed. After speaking, I faced the camera and concluded the interview. Once again, thank you, Miss Xia Qingxue, for accepting our interview. I also wish for her to be together with the one she loves soon. After the interview, the team gradually left the conference room. I also planned to get up and leave swiftly. As I was getting up, I was directly stopped by Xia Qingxue grabbing my arm. Use it and then run away. That's just your style. I looked around and said, I still have to go back to the station. It's work hours right now. Xia Qingxue checked the time. Your TV station is still working at 11:30. Stay and have a meal with me before heading back. I felt quite helpless. I could only let the other team members go back first. The lunch was all delivered by Gao Qin. Xia Qingxue's office was originally a suite. We had lunch at the dining table. I suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. Xia Qingxue asked while peeling shrimp. I slowly spoke up. We've known each other for 3 years. This seems to be our first time having lunch together. We've known each other for 3 years. We usually only meet in the evenings. Occasionally, we have dinner together. But we have never had lunch together. Xia Qingxue placed the peeled shrimp into my bowl. Because you only see me as a friend. I was drinking soup and suddenly choked. Can we not bring up the past? Xia Qingxue stared at me and continued speaking. We can leave the past unspoken. What about last night? Last night, you suddenly came over and forced me. What does that mean? She spoke slowly and leisurely. But her tone was serious. As if she was talking about something serious. This time I really choked and was looking for tissues everywhere. Once I calmed down, I spoke. I'm sorry. I was a bit overwhelmed yesterday. Such things. I promise this won't happen again in the future. Xia Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a loss for me? I was momentarily stunned. It was rare for me to be unable to react. Yu Xian. Would you like to be my boyfriend? I blurted out. I'm married. Xia Qingxue laughed. What kind of marriage is that? Is it legally recognized? I was a bit taken aback. You already know. Xia Qingxue nodded. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Wen Yuling doesn't love you. You know it very well. Rather than wasting time on someone who will never turn back, it's better to find someone else. I think we're quite compatible. I smiled at her. Miss Xia. To be honest, you've put in good effort. Xia Qingxue frowned at this. She has so many strengths. Yet all I remember is that she puts in good effort. I continued speaking. We can keep being together. But there is a premise. Xia Qingxue pouted and looked at me. What premise? No talk of benefits, no feelings. Just looking for happiness. Neither of us would restrain the other. No interference in each other's private lives. Hearing this, she seemed intrigued. So you don't want to have a relationship with me? You just want to sleep with me? I nodded. I know we both have feelings for each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been entangled for 3 years. But our statuses are too different. In the end, it's absolutely impossible for us to be together. After saying that, I couldn't help but sigh internally. Moreover, I carry so many secrets. I've long stopped believing in unwavering love. I've known Wen Yuling for over 20 years. We can go from childhood sweethearts to growing tired of each other. What else can remain unchanged in this? I noticed Xia Qingxue was still not very satisfied. I smiled faintly. If you disagree, so be it. A nod is good. Then move to Star River Villa first. I didn't expect Xia Qingxue would actually agree. I spoke up. I need to deal with some matters. Once I'm done, I'll move over there. This time, Xia Qingxue didn't say anything more. I arrived at the TV station at noon. Tang Ling quickly set down her thermos and came over to greet me. Xian, you are truly a great contributor to our TV station. The response to the interview was very positive. The ratings also hit a new high. The advertising spots for the program are being snapped up frantically. The Beijing station even specially called to share their experience. The station chief said he wants to reward you. I smiled a little. It's all for the station. It's what I should do. A group of people gathered around me. Brother Xian, you're really impressive. The phone in the news department has been flooded with calls. Everyone was surrounding me. Only Song Xinyu sat quietly nearby, watching everything unfold. That night, I returned to the Wen family's old house. As usual, I went to the study to chat with the old man for a while. Then I went back to my room. I started packing my things. I'm planning to move out of here. In fact, I haven't been living in the Wen family's house every day before. I stayed outside every few days. The Wen family had long gotten used to it. But this time, I intend to move out completely. I plan to move out completely. After 3 years of living here, I still feel a lot of reluctance. Especially since the Wen family treated me like their own son. During the lowest point of my life, they provided me with a shelter from the storm. Sometimes I think that if Wen Yuling didn't come back, it wouldn't be bad to spend my life with the Wen family like this. But ever since Wen Yuling returned, everything seems to be gradually getting off track. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, the door of the room was pushed open forcefully. Wen Yuling's angry figure appeared in the doorway. She came up and grabbed my arm, pushing me hard. I was already squatting down to pack my things. With such a push, I fell directly to the ground. Wen Yuling, what are you going crazy about? I scolded her loudly, showing no mercy. Yu Xian, how dare you even ask me? Isn't it enough that you stole Song Xinyu's interview? You even publicly humiliated and slapped him. I slowly stood up. Song Xinyu said I stole his interview. Wen Yuling glared at me fiercely. I already know without him saying it. You've been competitive and strong-willed since you were young. When I was a child, whatever I learned, you would follow and learn as well. You had to always be one step ahead of me. You loved to take things that originally belonged to others. Wen Yuling's lips were curled in sarcasm. You treat me this way. Let alone how you treat Xinbao. Indeed, I have been this way since I was little. In our small village, I started learning golf in elementary school. When we were young, she learned golf faster. I also went to join in the fun. But every time, I played better than her. Everyone praised me. Everyone wanted to test me. Later, she stopped playing golf and went to learn Go. I also learned Go. As a result, I won various awards both domestically and internationally. She was so angry that she never touched Go again. It seemed like her whole life had been spent in my shadow. At this moment, I was a bit surprised that Wen Yuling would mention our childhood. Indeed, when we were young, in the small village, we studied under the moon. I would follow and learn whatever. I simply wanted to spend more time playing with her. So whatever she was interested in, I would study it. But I never thought of it that way. Or even stealing anything. I never cared about reputation or prestige. I didn't expect Wen Yuling to think of me like this. But now explaining this is already unnecessary. I sighed. Yuling, no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. Because in your heart and mind, there's only Song Shin Yu. I paused for a moment. Since that's the case, let's part ways. Wen Yuling laughed even more mockingly. And threatened me again. Ji Yu Xia. Can you come up with some fresh tactics? I looked at her and said seriously. This time it's true. I will move out tonight. I will explain to Grandpa and the others later. Just at that moment, the butler called us to the dining room for dinner. I strode out. The atmosphere at dinner was a bit heavy. Both Wen Yuling and I had our own thoughts. Halfway through the meal, I put down my chopsticks. Mom and Dad. Everyone turned to look at me. Wen's mother spoke up. What's wrong with Xian? I slowly turned back. Thank you all for taking care of me. I plan to move out from here tonight. My brother was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly realized and started scolding Wen Yuling. Did you do something again? That made Xian sad. I stopped Wen's mother. Mom, Wen Yuling and I planned to separate. Wen's mother couldn't believe it. You want a divorce? I replied flatly. Actually, we never obtained a marriage certificate from the beginning. So it shouldn't be considered a divorce. Everyone looked exceptionally surprised. Wen's father was also confused. You clearly had a marriage certificate back then. It's still kept in the drawer at home. I replied. That was fake. Bought online for $9.99 with free shipping. Wen's father's expression changed. This is simply ridiculous. Back then, the old man forced Wen Yuling to marry me. On the day Wen Yuling went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, she suddenly had a change of heart. To deal with my family, I could only go online to find a way to fake it. In fact, Wen Yuling and I have never been husband and wife. Wen's mother stood up and slapped Wen Yuling on the shoulder. It's you, right? Wen Yuling remained silent, her face dark the whole time. She didn't expect that this time I was serious. I, on the other hand, remained calm. Don't hit Yuling anymore. She hasn't done anything wrong. She just doesn't love me. Even if I separate from Wen Yuling. In my heart, you will always be my family. But feelings cannot be forced. Wen's father supported Wen's mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Separating now might not be a bad thing. Let them all calm down. Instead, it may help ease their relationship. Wen's mother nodded through her tears. I moved all my luggage onto the car. After saying goodbye to Wen's father, mother, and grandfather, I was ready to leave. Wen Yuling rarely followed behind to see me off. I opened the car door. But Wen Yuling grabbed my arm. Ji Yu Xia. Are you done making a scene? I smiled, somewhat puzzled. Do you think I'm causing trouble? After saying that, I shook off Wen Yuling's hand and got into the car. After starting the car, I rolled down the window. I looked up and gave Wen Yuling a big smile. Wen Yuling. This time, I really let you go. I wish you and Song Shin Yu happiness. After saying that, the car sped away from the Wen family's old house. Wen Yuling stood in the yard for a long time. When I used to pester her, she seemed greatly annoyed. But now, I'm really gone. It feels like there's an emptiness in my heart. Especially the smile I had when I left. That sense of relief, neither sorrowful nor joyful. As if I had let go of all grudges. Instead, it made her feel anxious inside. Ji Yu Xia. Can you really let go? Or is it just a performance for everyone to see? I came out of the Wen family's old residence and drove straight to the Xing villa. After a while, a tall figure walked out from inside. I couldn't help but laugh a bit. What is the esteemed Miss Xia doing? Xia Qingshui knew what I was laughing about. She looked down at the apron she was wearing. I made dinner. Waiting for you to come back to eat. I was somewhat surprised. You can actually cook? How did you know I was coming back today? A woman's intuition. A woman's intuition. I didn't say anything. After I opened the car's trunk and took out my luggage and entered the house, I didn't hurry to unpack. Instead, I followed Xia Qingshui to the dining room. The table was already laid out with various delicious dishes. I was quite surprised. You made all of this? Xia Qingshui nodded. 3 small dishes. And there's chicken intestines I served. I actually didn't eat much of the Wen house that evening. Seeing the table full of delicious and fragrant dishes, the delicious dishes really made me hungry. We sat on opposite sides of the dining table and started eating. When I tried the braised pork ribs, I was quite surprised. It was really delicious. How do you know how to cook? I was sent abroad to study when I was 13. I stayed there for 7 years. She only said a brief sentence. I already understood. Foreign countries are a global culinary desert. If international students want to eat authentic Chinese food, they have to cook it themselves. So most international students have impressive cooking skills. Do you usually cook for yourself? Xia Qingshui shook her head. Very seldom. Today is a celebration. I asked casually. Celebrate what? Xia Qingshui took the initiative to tidy up in the kitchen. Of course, it's to celebrate Mr. Ji Yu turning away from darkness to light. After finishing dinner, I held a cup of coffee. Standing by the door, looking back at her washing dishes inside. This woman has a model-perfect figure. Even just her silhouette can make one's heart race. In front of others, she appears cold and noble, seemingly unattainable. In public, she was cold and graceful, as if she were above it all. But in front of me, she seems like a completely different person. Thinking back to the 3 years I took care of her, it was this woman who did the chores and tidied up the clothes. She would come up with all sorts of tricks in bed. Afterward, she would gently help me wash up. I always thought she was carefully trained to be an enchanting figure. But unexpectedly, she has such a prestigious identity. Even now I still feel quite dazed. Sha Qingshui finished tidying up and walked out of the kitchen, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. She looked at me holding the cup. She couldn't help but frown and said, "Drinking coffee so late? Don't you want to sleep?" I smiled slightly. I really couldn't sleep anyway. I have a problem with sleeplessness. It's already good if I can sleep for 3 hours a day. Sha Qingshui has known this for the 3 years we've slept together. She knows. Sha Qingshui frowned slightly. "It's fine if I can't sleep. We can do something else." After saying that, she had already walked up to me. She naturally wrapped her arms around my waist. I slightly turned my face. "Why are you hiding your identity?" Sha Qingshui looked indifferent. "It seems like you've never asked about my identity." I pressed my lips together. Indeed. I have never cared about her in the past 3 years. Nor have I been curious about her. Although we often slept together, I knew nothing about her daily life. I asked again. "You should have known that Wen Yuding and I are not a real couple." Without any psychological examination, my husband seems to have an interest in changing interests. The content here appears to be corrupted or unrelated, no translation available. I glanced at her and asked, "When did you find out?" Sha Qingshui smiled slightly. This line seems to contain an error, unclear context, no translation available. "That night at the Black Club, you got drunk. Stayed up all night. I can't help but listen. I'm a bit surprised. Nothing happened between us that night, right? Long hair. I just got tired of complaining later." She fell asleep leaning against me. "Why didn't you tell me that nothing happened that day?" I was inexplicably a bit angry. Sha Shui smiled, and Chang Bao also smiled. "So will you still take care of me?" Hearing this, I felt strangely like I was being manipulated. "You say you're the esteemed young lady of the capital. How could you have such a strange preference? That you actually like being taken care of by someone?" Sha Qingshui's hand on my waist squeezed gently. "I have a little hobby. Torment. Are there any other questions?" I shook my head and said. Yu smiled. "Can we start now?" After saying that, she leaned in to kiss me. I pressed my hand against her lips. "Times have changed. Your identity now is different from before. Since we've chosen to be together, we need to set some ground rules." Sha Qingshui grabbed my little county, placed it near my lips and gave it a kiss. He appeared to be extremely patient. "First, talk about romance without involving feelings. Don't fall in love with each other. Second, respect each other's privacy and personal space. This is your game, not mine. Third, during the time we are together, neither of us can have a second partner. I don't intend to share a woman with anyone else. If you have a better option, let me know in advance. I will take the initiative to leave. I don't have a habit of sharing my partner with others either. It's a deal." My hand caressed Sha Qingshui's cold, exquisite cheek. "You can also make any requests you have." Sha Qingshui leaned closer to me. Her voice had a hint of desire. "I only have one request. When will this end this time?" "Enough." I looked at Sha Qingshui and smiled. "As long as you follow the rules of the game, you have the final say. Once any rule is broken, our relationship will end." Sha Qingshui's eyes darkened. Her expression grew serious, as if deep in thought. But the next second, countless kisses fell down. She has agreed. This night was different from the past. What was different was her presence. From being raised for 3 years in the province, she transformed into a Jing-Tu young lady. Psychologically, it still feels a bit different. My sleep has always been poor. But perhaps it was last night. I actually slept soundly until dawn. When I woke up, I was alone. When I woke up, I was by myself. I was supposed to have left already. I didn't expect her to have made a lavish breakfast in the dining room. I generously praised her. I sat down at the dining table and ate without restraint. I don't understand why, given her inherently aloof appearance. Why did I used to think she was a singer? Sha Qingshui suddenly locked eyes with me. "Were you satisfied last night?" Reacting to it, he laughed softly. "I thought you were unsatisfied with my performance last night. Why don't we start over once again?" After she finished speaking, a hint of cunning appeared in her beautiful eyes. The corners of her mouth also curled up slightly. "I myself am that woman." After dinner, I went to the TV station. Early in the morning, everyone gathered around. They all congratulated me for becoming a prime-time host. After a while, Li Wei came out of Tang Ling's office. As she passed by me, her face was full of anger. "Ji Xian, I won't let you go." After she said that, she left. Everyone began to discuss. Mrs. Li discovered the matter between Li Wei and Hang Li. Yesterday, Mrs. Li had someone strip her clothes in public. As a result, it trended on social media. How could she have the nerve to blame the bone setter? It was her own lack of discretion. The reputation of the TV station was ruined because of her. She still has the face to stay at the TV station. The TV station is a place where everyone pushes when the wall falls. This same group of people used to say the same about me. I just smiled and didn't take it to heart. During the morning meeting, Director Tang spoke up. "There are 2 announcements today. First, Wei from the first season has resigned due to personal health reasons. The second matter is..." Director Tang looked at me with a complex expression. "A colleague who has a good relationship with me replied. The third announcement is surely about us." Xian is becoming the primetime host, right? Everyone echoed in agreement, looking eager to flatter and congratulate. Only Song Xinyu quietly sat in the corner of the meeting table. Tang Ling showed a troubled expression on her face. I had previously said that whoever gets an exclusive interview with Miss Xia would be able to become the primetime host. But just this morning, Song Xinyu secured a 5-year advertising contract with the Wen family. The contributions of Xian and Song Xinyu to the TV station cannot be ignored. So, I intend to let you both compete fairly. Win this position based on your own professional abilities. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Wenxi 5-year advertising contract. Wenxi's annual advertising fees are in the millions, right? Song Xinyu, you are incredible. The entire conference room began to flatter Song Xinyu endlessly. Wenxi is one of the top enterprises in Rongcheng. Its advertising budget is equivalent to that of dozens of smaller companies. Moreover, Song Xinyu signed for 5 years. Even the station director might personally pop champagne to celebrate him. For a moment, no one was concerned about me anymore. I know in my heart. This place has always prioritized relationships and benefits. After the meeting ended, Tang Ling came over to offer some symbolic consolation. Inspection. Actually, I still have faith in you. Your show has always had the highest ratings on our station. I believe you won't lose to Song Xinyu in this regard. This host competition is just a formality. Therefore, in the following week, Song Xinyu and I took turns hosting the prime time slot. The television station also organized a popular vote for the golden host. Today is Sunday. It is also the last day of our competition. The two of them have already taken turns hosting for 3 days each. Based on the data, I have completely outperformed Song Xinyu. Today, the station set up a dual hosting situation. Let the audience vote together to decide who will serve as the prime time host. According to the current data, this position undoubtedly belongs to me. Whether in terms of appearance or professionalism, I am beyond reproach. Especially since I previously hosted the midday news, I have already garnered a group of fans. So, from the start of the news broadcast, my voting data has already outpaced Song Xinyu by a large margin. When everyone felt that the primetime hosting should undoubtedly be mine, an unexpected event still occurred. During our news broadcast, a trending topic surged onto Weibo's trending list, rapidly taking the top spot. The trending topic's name was primetime host Ji Yuxian's scandalous mother. The internet instantly erupted with discussions about me. Criticism flooded in from all sides. The son of the criminal becomes the primetime host. How is he even worthy? It's not like he is the criminal himself. That's a completely different matter, okay? Mother and father. As a child, it must distort your psychology, making me watch the news featuring the son of a criminal every day. I will have psychological trauma from this. After 10 minutes of the situation escalating, the voting quickly changed. My voting page hardly increased anymore. Instead, Song Xinyu's side shot up dramatically like a rocket. When I was reporting, I could see how abnormal the voting process was. I could guess with high probability that something must have happened, but I still reported it in a professional and calm manner. The report ended. Song Xinyu and I left the studio. Everyone looked like they wanted to say something but held back. Their gazes at me were extremely complicated. I spoke up in confusion and asked. The camera turned back to Zhao Yuankai. Brother Xian, take a look at the trending topics on Weibo. I immediately grabbed my phone and opened Weibo. Seeing this, my expression gradually turned cold. A colleague beside me cautiously asked. Brother Xian, is what they say online true? Others also gathered around. Ji Yuxian, your mother really is a criminal. I heard that when your mother killed your father, you were also there. Brother Xian, it seems you've never mentioned your family and parents. At that moment, Song Xinyu walked over. None of this is Xian's fault. After saying that, he looked at me with a worried expression. Xian, are you okay? You don't need to take what's online to heart. Your parents' lives don't define your life. It seemed like comfort. But in fact, it confirmed I was the son of a criminal. I turned off my phone and looked up. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of my mouth, but my gaze was chillingly cold. Song Xinyu had a surprised and hurt expression. Is it you who did this? Song Xinyu looked surprised and hurt. What are you doing, N? I just found out after seeing the news too. My smile deepened, but my gaze grew colder. It better not be you. Otherwise, you know my temper. Song Zhenbao was just about to explain. Tang Ling came over with a serious expression. Xian, actually, your family's issues have nothing to do with you. But this matter has escalated too much. The public's opposition is very severe. I also have to consider the impact on the television station. Let's temporarily give the prime-time host position to Song Xinyu. Once the incident calms down, we can make adjustments. I smiled faintly, always maintaining my composure. All right, I'll follow the director's arrangements. Tang Ling breathed a sigh of relief and continued. You haven't taken a vacation in a long time. Let's give you a week off to start. You should rest well. I left the television station and headed straight back to the Xing Villa. The lights in Sha Qingshe's study were on. I went straight to the study. She was at the desk. Obviously, she was already there. She had changed into a pink set of pajamas. Staring at the computer, seemingly lost in thought, I walked over to Sha Qingshui. I leaned closer to her ear and gently sniffed. What shampoo did you use today? It smells so good. Sha Qingshui naturally stood up and hugged me. Are you feeling down? From the moment I appeared at the door, Sha Qingshui had already sensed something was off with my mood. I nodded. Yes. So I need some comfort. If this continues. Sha Zhuang had long since taken the initiative, but today she grabbed my hand. Because of the posts online, I was a bit surprised and chuckled lightly. Even the busy Miss Sha finds time to surf the internet. Sha Qingshui held onto me with one hand. With her other hand, she clicked on the computer on the desk. I have already found out who posted it. Take a look. I was somewhat surprised and then looked at the computer. There is a video on the computer. The woman in the video is wearing a baseball cap and posting in an internet cafe. The post she is making is the one trending at number 1. Sha Qingshui continues speaking. I have also clarified this person's identity. Your colleague in the news department, Li Wei. She is the host of the morning news show. What do you have to say about her? There is not a hint of surprise on my face. Though, I do have some past grievances. I smiled as I looked at the figure in the video. However, she is just a puppet for someone else. Sha Qingshui, on the other hand, is staring at my perfect profile. Are you saying she is being manipulated by someone? My eyes suddenly turned a few degrees colder. I know very well who it is. This line appears incomplete or unclear, unable to translate accurately. This line appears incomplete or unclear, unable to translate accurately. Do you need my help? I focused for a few seconds and then reached out to close the computer. I turned around and held Sha Qingshui's face. No need. I can handle it myself. No need to trouble Miss Sha. Listen to 3 words. Extremely long word. Sha Qingshui slightly frowned without showing any emotion. But I took the initiative to kiss her. Come to my room tonight. How about that? Sha Qingshui naturally couldn't refuse my invitation. The next day I called Li Wei to arrange a meeting. Li Wei was still very arrogant. Sorry. The president of the beauty brand invited me for an interview today. I'm afraid I'm not as free as you are. Li Wei certainly knew I lost my prime-time hosting position. And I was forcibly put on annual leave by the director. They say it's annual leave, but it's pretty much like being hidden away. On the other end of the line, Li Wei was very gloating. My voice, however, remained calm. I haven't had time in 100 days. Then how about the Cloud Top restaurant tonight? I'll treat tonight. How does that sound? Cloud Top restaurant is one of the top high-end restaurants in Rong City. Li Wei thought for a few seconds and then agreed. Bean. She knew this was definitely a feast of treachery. But she wasn't afraid at all. That evening, Li Wei deliberately arrived an hour late. To her surprise, I was still sitting in my seat patiently waiting. Li Wei walked over and sat down across from me. I had just applied for the editor-in-chief position at Beauty. Just so happens I have a vacancy for an editorial assistant under me. Why not resign and come work with me at Beauty? Although it's just an editorial assistant position, I'll make sure to take care of you. It's better than sitting on the sidelines at the television station. Li Wei's gaze was extremely sarcastic and disdainful. She was a veteran who had worked at the television station for 5 years. I had only been working for a year, yet I was overshadowing her everywhere. Now I could finally vent my frustration. I smiled calmly. Well, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I'm not considering switching jobs at the moment. Li Wei smiled sarcastically. I'm doing this for your own good. It's better to resign yourself than wait to be fired. Still keeping some dignity. Do you think the director would keep a criminal's son to tarnish the television station? Even if the director intends to protect you, the station head wouldn't agree. I'll get straight to the point. The situation I'm in now is all thanks to you. Li Wei looked innocent. Ji Xian, you dug your own grave. Don't blame me. If I had dirt on you, I wouldn't have waited until today. I opened a video on my phone and played it in front of Li Wei. After watching the video, Li Wei's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that her post from the internet cafe would actually be found by him. A hint of panic flashed across Li Wei's face, but she quickly composed herself. This line appears to be incorrect or incomplete. Please provide context. So what if I posted it? I didn't slander you. It's a fact that your mother is a criminal. I looked at her and said calmly, Li Wei, I'm not here to sell scores with you today. You said something that is very true. If you had these, you wouldn't be releasing them now. I just want to clarify. Who gave you this information? Although I already have the answer in my heart, I still want to confirm it. Li Wei scoffed coldly. No one gave me that. Ji Xiao. It was me who has been investigating you. I furrowed my brow slightly. The internet only revealed that my mother is a criminal, but it didn't mention anything about the child exchange with the GU family. I remained unusually calm. I just want to know. Who gave you that information? Li Wei still had a condescending demeanor. You want to know, but I refuse to tell you. I glanced at her and said, if you tell me now, perhaps I won't hold you accountable. Li Wei burst into laughter. Ji Xian, when are you still pretending? What capabilities do you have now? I really want to see what you can do to me. I smiled, picked up my phone, and stood up. Then I dialed a number. It was for Sha Qingshui. The call was quickly connected. I spoke up. Could you do me a favor? A few minutes later, I returned to my seat. Li Wei mocked. Ji Xian, stop pretending. I'm scared just because you made a call. Who do you think you are? Li Wei wasn't afraid at all. She had already deleted the original post. At most, I would report her for infringing on my likeness rights. Issues like this can be settled with a bit of money. But soon, Li Wei received a call from the beauty magazine's editor. Li Wei, I'm afraid the editor position cannot be given to you. Li Wei instantly panicked. Editor Wang, didn't we agree on this today? You must have offended someone. I can't say much more about it. It's anyway an order from above. After hanging up the phone, Li Wei looked at me, her face filled with disbelief. The editor position at the beauty magazine. She had been plotting this months ago. She spent a considerable amount of money and exhausted her connections in the process. Finally obtained with great difficulty. She immediately became hysterical. Ji Xian, what methods did you actually use? You dare to ruin my job? I also suppressed the smile in my eyes. It's you who didn't accept the toast but ended up getting punished. I actually forgot. Your relationship with the beauty's editor is quite good. You've slept with her. Ji Xian. Don't think I will be afraid of you. I can't be the editor-in-chief of the beauty magazine. There are many media outlets and magazines asking me to join them. I glanced at her and continued speaking. You probably won't be able to go. You've already been blacklisted by all the media. Seeing my tone so certain, she actually seemed a bit panicked. She quickly made a few phone calls. I didn't expect what I said to actually be true. A few major newspapers and magazines she befriended received bans concerning her. Li Wei suddenly slumped down in her seat. She stared blankly at the person across from her. Who exactly are you? That's truly incredibly stupid. You don't even know who you've offended. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind me. Li Wei looked up, her expression suddenly filled with fear. Miss Shaw. Sha Qingshui was standing behind me. A hand affectionately rested on my shoulder. I looked up, a bit surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you last night? It's Dream's birthday today. The private room is booked at the Cloud Top restaurant. I didn't expect you to be here with friends as well. Then Sha Qingshui's gaze fell on Li Wei. Her expression instantly turned cold. Li Wei's face turned pale. From our expressions, tones, and conversation just now, Li Wei could tell that our relationship was not ordinary. She could only hastily beg for mercy. Miss Shaw, please spare me. It wasn't me. The information all belongs to Song Xinyu. On the day I resigned, he suddenly handed me a folder. He told me to post it online on the last day of voting. I'm just a tool of Song Xinyu. Li Wei knows the consequences of offending this Miss Shaw. However, Sha Qingshui had no intention of letting her go. Tools deserve to die too. I give you 3 days to leave Wrong City. Don't let me see you again. Li Wei's face turned pale. Despairing, she couldn't even say a word. I got the answer I wanted and slowly stood up. Sha Qingshui held my hand with a gentle look in her eyes. She accompanied me out of the restaurant. I looked at her and spoke. Thank you for your help. I owe you a favor. Sha Qingshui spoke Dan. Since you say you owe me a favor, there is a chance right now for you to repay that favor. I turned to look at her. What opportunity? I just said no. Chen Mengyao held a birthday party here. Everyone else has a partner, but I don't. It's quite embarrassing. Why don't you come with me for a drink? We'll head back together later. I nodded. Then let's go. The door to the private room was pushed open. The lively atmosphere hit me as I entered. The private room was spacious and the table was piled with various gifts. There was also a giant cake that had been cut. Qingshui, you're back. Where did you just go? A young man from a noble family hurriedly approached. But when he saw me next to Sha Qingshui, his expression suddenly changed. His voice rose a few pitches, full of hostility. Qingshui, who is he? Others gradually came back to their senses and looked towards the door. They then saw that Sha Qingshui had brought a man with her. They all widened their eyes in surprise. He is my boyfriend. Sha Qingshui's voice was calm, but it was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. But everyone's jaws nearly dropped in shock. Everyone knows that Sha Qingshui's suitors line up all the way to Paris. She doesn't look at a single one. The reason is that she secretly harbors feelings for a man. For that man, she has always kept herself pure. To avoid her father's arranged marriage, she even moved to this place, Rongcheng, a small city 1,000 miles away from the capital. Sha Qingshui has lived in Rongcheng for 3 years. It's because of the Paradise Resort project. The other reason is that her father has arranged a marriage for her. He is the only heir of one of the 4 great families in the capital. Qin Liji, the only heir of the Qin family. A boyfriend. How can you have a boyfriend? Do you think you deserve me? Sha Qingshui replied with a cold laugh. My having a boyfriend has nothing to do with you. Qin Liji frowned deeply. Sha Qingshui, I am your fiancé, you know. You know very well that your father values me the most. He has already proposed to my family privately. It's just that it hasn't been announced publicly. The corners of Sha Qingshui's lips curled coldly. I have never admitted it. Since it was the old man's decision. Then you can go find him. Qin Liji looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Sha Qingshui. As it seemed they were about to start a fight, Chen Mengyao hurriedly came over to smooth things over. Xiao Jia, your marriage is not finalized yet. Don't act foolishly. Qin Li was extremely angry. Sister, who are you really helping? Are you really going to let your siblings keep other gigolos outside? Chen Mengyao walked to Sha Qingshui. Qingshui, after all, he is my brother. Please give me some face. Don't bicker with him. After saying that, Chen Mengyao turned to me again. Her eyes revealed a look of astonishment. So it's Mr. Ji Yu. We met last time at the Royal Golf Course. I was quite generous. I just happened to be here for dinner today. I heard Qingshui say Miss Qin is celebrating her birthday today. I came specially to get a piece of cake to share in the joy. Hao Mengyao was quite pleased. Mr. Ji Yu is willing to give this face. That is my honor. The room is filled with Sha Qingshui's childhood friends. The looks directed at me are all meaningful. Everyone is guessing what Miss Shaw is up to today. What does it mean that she brought me here? As the boyfriend she publicly acknowledged. Just the weight of the words, boyfriend. It can ensure him a lifetime of wealth and honor. Qin Liji, however, was furious. At the matriarch's birthday banquet before, Sha Qingshui completely ignored him. He even gave up the opportunity to study abroad for her. He traveled a long distance to this small city. He just wanted to see her a few more times. He thought she actually brought a man with her, publicly stating he is her boyfriend. This slaps him in the face. If this news spreads, he'll probably become a joke. Qin Liji sat on the sofa, staring fiercely at me. Sha Qingshui sat next to me, her eyes full of affection. She even personally peeled fruit for me. The esteemed Miss Shaw. How could she do this for a man? The flames of jealousy and anger burned fiercely in his heart. Taking advantage of the moment when Sha Qingshui stepped out to answer a call, He grabbed a piece of cake and walked toward me. Everyone in the private room was busy with their own affairs. No one even noticed him. He walked step by step to my back. He raised his hand, wanting to smash the cake onto my head. But I, sitting at the table, felt as if my back of the head had eyes. At the moment the cake was about to fall, I suddenly stood up. My shoulder bumped right into Chin Liji's elbow. His arm was jolted upward. A huge cake 3 landed perfectly on his own face. Chin Liji's face and hair were completely smeared with cake. He was furious. Pretty boy, you did this on purpose. After saying that, he threw a punch at my face. I've trained in Sanda. It's not that easy to hit me. I slightly turned and dodged. Instead, Chin Liji crashed into the table. Then he tripped over the wine bottle on the floor, and ended up in a messy situation. People around looked at each other in disbelief. Entrepreneur wasn't going to intervene. One was the main character's younger brother, and the other was Sha Qingshe's boyfriend. Helping one would offend the other. Moreover, Chin Liji was notorious for being overbearing in the capital. Everyone was watching the spectacle, but it was clear that Chin Liji was no match at all for this Mr. Gu. This Mr. Gu seemed to only be dodging, but it was obvious he had some skills. His dodging movements, although somewhat exaggerated, even contained a hint of grace. Meanwhile, Chin Liji, who was frantically attacking him, became more and more wasteful. He had a huge bump on his forehead. At that moment, Sha Qingshui walked in. I quickly hid behind her. Qingshui, Mr. Chin seems to be drunk. Upon hearing this, Chin Liji became completely enraged. Is Qingshui also what you call her? Today, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Chin Liji rushed over and was about to slap my face, but he was stopped by Sha Qingshui. Stand down. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving your sister face. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Chin Liji was so angry that he trembled all over. Qingshui, didn't you see that he hit me? Look at my face. And here. Chin Liji pointed at the bump on his forehead, and the cut on his knee from the bottle. But Sha Qingshui just turned to look at me. Are you hurt? I shook my head. This environment isn't really suitable for me. I want to go home. Sha Qingshui took my hand. Okay. Then let's leave now. After saying that, Sha Qingshui took me out of the private room. I smiled and glanced sideways at Sha Qingshui. Are you satisfied with my performance? Sha Qingshui replied with a light laugh. A perfectly good birthday party. You turned the birthday star's brother into that state. And then you ask if I'm satisfied. I clicked my tongue. The young master of a big family. The brother of my sister. You shouldn't tear the facade apart. So, we need a pretty boy to take on the blame for the broken engagement. To shift the responsibility onto someone else. And at the same time, deal a heavy blow to that Mr. Chin. Make him disappointed and give up, no longer entangled. The interests among these big families are intricate and intertwined. Naturally, we need to maintain the dignity of both families. Since the engagement has already been arranged. If Sha Qingshui wants to break off the engagement, she needs someone to take the blame. Naturally, I am the best candidate. That way, even if the Su family has grievances, it will only direct the conflicts toward me, the pretty boy. Sha Qingshui let out a light laugh but said nothing. You're overthinking it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Even after exhausting myself in bed, I still couldn't sleep. I got up and stayed on the balcony's rattan chair until dawn. I have been wrestling with a choice. Even after all these years. Song Shinyu has done so many things wrong to me. I still haven't put him in a position of absolute ruin. Because I was the one who pulled Song Shinyu out of it. But Song Shinyu, now I will push you back into it. When the sky was just starting to brighten, I picked up my phone and dialed a number. Aunt Lee? Do you know that Song Shinyu has returned to the country? 8 o'clock. People are heading to the TV station. My car is parked nearby. After a while, I saw a stooped woman added at the entrance of the TV station. That woman was none other than Song Shinyu's mother, Li Shofun. She was dressed in rags with messy hair, but her eyes sparkled with a certain greedy glimmer. She was staring at the people entering the television station. Finally, she spotted Song Shinyu. Li Shofun grabbed Song Shinyu's arm. It really is you. Not at all. After coming back to the country, you actually didn't inform me. Song Shinyu didn't recognize this woman at first, but once he saw her face clearly, his eyes filled with fear. Why have you come? The old woman directly slapped Song Shinyu. Then she started to cause a scene. Everyone, come and take a look. Look at my unfilial son. I raised him with great difficulty and put him through college. But in the end, he has grown wings. He no longer cares about his own parents' well-being. His father is still bedridden and disabled. And he doesn't even ask about it. It's simply heartless. Everyone around was drawn in. Someone recognized Song Shinyu. Quickly pulled the two apart. Li Shofun simply lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. My life is truly miserable. Raised a white-eyed wolf. What a worthless host. Not even caring for their own parents. Song Shinyu trembled all over. His fear of Li Shofun had penetrated to the bone. Not saying a word. His eyes, wrapped in fear, revealed deep hatred. Everyone was watching from the side. The sympathy in everyone's eyes. And the contempt deeply hurt Song Shinyu. Song Zhenbao shouted hysterically. I don't know her. She's just a lunatic. I don't know her at all. I sat in the car, calmly watching it all unfold. Seeing Song Shinyu tear off his disguise, looking hysterical, I coldly put on my sunglasses and then drove away. But 2 hours later, I received a call from Wen Yuling. Ji Yuxian, get your butt to the hospital. I spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Song Shinyu is currently in the emergency room. If he suffers any after effects, I will not let you off the hook. After hanging up the phone, I felt an agitation deep within me. I told Li Shofun about Song Shinyu's situation. just giving him a taste of his own medicine. I didn't expect Song Xinbao's mother to be so ruthless. In the end, I still drove to the hospital. When I arrived, Song Xinyu had already been moved from the emergency room. He was placed in a high-end VIP room. I walked to the door of the room. It was slightly ajar. I could see everything inside clearly. Song Xinyu weakly leaned against Wen Yuling and said, "Only Xian knows about my family matters. Only Xian knows. We even have a TV at home. My mom can't read a single character, and she never watches the news. It must have been Xian who told her. He knows full well that my mother is a vampire. I've been controlled and persecuted by her since childhood. I almost died at her hands. Now she's making a scene at the television station. Everyone knows my mom is a crazy woman. I can't hold my head high in front of my colleagues anymore. I worked so hard to get this position. But Xian did this." Wen Yuling gently reassured me. You still have me." At that moment, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. The two of them looked toward the door at the same time. Upon seeing me, Wen Yuling's anger flared up. "You actually dared to come." My expression remained calm. I asked the doctor. "It's just some superficial injuries." Wen Yuling scoffed. "You seem very disappointed." Song Xinyu's eyes were filled with grievance and innocence. "Did you tell my mother about my situation?" I didn't deny it. I nodded. "Wrong medication." Song Xinyu shot me a fierce glare. "Why are you doing this? You know very well that my mother is. Why push me into?" I said Dan Li. "It's the same for both sides." Song Xinyu was taken aback and then said, "I know. You must think that the posts online were written by me." I didn't. I definitely wouldn't do something like that. I can swear. I interrupted his words. "Don't swear anymore. What's the point of pretending to be righteous like this?" Upon hearing this, Song Xinyu's face turned pale. However, Yuling could no longer endure it. She stepped forward and was about to slap me. But I forcefully caught Wen Yuling's wrist. Wen Yuling glared at me with anger. "Ji Yuxian. You are just a madman. What you're doing is very absurd. The thing I regret the most in this life is falling in love with you before." I smiled even more deeply. "Do you love me? If you really loved me, you wouldn't be swayed by a few words from Song Xinyu. To stand on the opposite side of me. If you really loved me, wouldn't stab me again when I was at my most desperate. Have we really come to this point? Have you never doubted Song Xinyu? We were playing together when we were just carefree kids. Even without love, we had over 20 years of friendship. We used to be friends who talked about everything. We were each other's first love, full of youthful excitement. But now, we have long since hated each other. Song Xinyu is very kind. Unlike you, who has been pretending." I let out a cold laugh. I took out the voice recorder directly. I turned it on, and a voice of Li Wei came through. "The documents are all from Song Xinyu. On my last day, he suddenly gave me a document bag." Wen Yuling's expression gradually became serious. Wen Yuling has also seen that post. There are indeed many defamatory elements in it. Many parts downplay the severity. It aims to label me as the son of a criminal. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower one is crooked, twisted psychology and other labels. Song Xinyu's face changed drastically after listening to the recording. "It's not me. This is fake. It's Li Wei slandering me. This recording is fake. Ji Yuxian, how can you frame me like this?" The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. "This recording is indeed fake. I had someone re-record it. It's definitely not Li Wei's voice. But how do you know those posts were published by Li Wei?" Song Xinyu's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak for a moment. I walked to the side of Song Xinyu's bed. I reached down and pinched his chin. "Song Xinyu, remember this. This is just the beginning. If I find out that you did something in the past as well, you will suffer greatly." After saying that, I turned and left. Wen Yuling stared blankly at the weak Song Xinyu on the bed. This time, I didn't step forward to comfort him. Song Xinyu looked panicked. "Yuling, you believe me. Ji Yuxian set me up. This is all a trap he set. You know how much he hates me inside. My head hurts so much." Song Xinyu suddenly held his head. Wen Yuling hurriedly approached and urgently called for a doctor. She grabbed Song Xinyu's hand. "I believe you. Don't get agitated. Xinyu, I have always believed in you. But once doubt is planted, it will grow wildly." In the evening, Wen Yuling returned to the apartment she shared with Song Xinyu to pack some clothes for Song Xinyu. But all day long, that sentence of mine kept echoing in her mind. "Wen Yuling, we've come to this point. Have you never doubted Song Xinyu?" When I reached the study room door, Wen Yuling suddenly stopped in her tracks. Song Xinyu's laptop was right on the desk. For the first time, she opened Song Xinyu's laptop. The computer is password protected. Wen Yuling tried several times. Song Xinyu's birthday, her birthday, the date she went abroad with Song Xinyu. None of them were able to unlock it. She originally wanted to give up, but something flashed in her mind. She entered a series of numbers in the notebook again. As a result, the computer actually opened. The password was actually Ji Yuxian's birthday. How much Song Xinyu really cared about him. She must have set the password to his birthday. Wen Yuling frowned as she opened the computer. She didn't have to exert much effort. Wen Yuling found a folder. The folder contained the original images from this posting incident, just like those online. However, these photos had been stored for over a year. At that time, they were still abroad. This means that these images indeed were gathered by Song Xinbao for others. And while they were abroad, Song Xinyu had been scheming to collect dirt on me. Moreover, Wen Yuling also found in Song Xinyu's computer, discovered several other categorized folders. None of them are unrelated to Ji Yuxian. and they all contain scandalous information that could ruin him. Of course, most of it is taken out of context. Deliberately fabricated fake news. For example, high school bullying. Bullying girls at school, and so on. We spent our high school years together. Wen Yuling knows very well that I have never bullied anyone. Nor was I a delinquent. On the contrary, during high school, I was generous, straightforward, and had excellent grades. Whether among teachers or students, I was loved by all. Clearly, this is slander. If any of it is exposed, they can all turn me, as a public figure, into an endless abyss. The room was not lit. The flickering light, looking at Wen Yuling's expressionless face, gave off an air of secrecy. I've rarely had a moment of leisure these past few days. I slept until the sun was high in the morning. My senior has been urging me for the design draft lately. I just happened to have time to design 2 outfits to send her. Sha Qingshui went on a business trip abroad for 3 days. She just happened to return today. I received a message from Sha Qingshui around noon. She invited me to her office for lunch. Since I was bored anyway, I went. I drove directly into the underground parking lot of Shuihan building. Then I took Sha Qingshui's private elevator directly up. As soon as I opened the door, I ran into Sha Qingshui's personal secretary, Gao Qin. Gao Qin didn't seem surprised at all. Mr. Gu. Sha, he is still on the way. He'll arrive in about 10 minutes. I responded with an acknowledgement. Then I sat down in Sha Qingshui's office chair. There was a pile of documents on the table. I casually glanced at it and saw a familiar photo. The photo was of Ji Haoming. I couldn't help but pick up the document to examine it closely. It was a job application. Ji Haoming was applying for the position of planning director. A layer of meaning surfaced in my eyes. During my sophomore year, Ji Haoming burst into the Ji family holding a stack of paternity test documents. Then, both of our lives were turned upside down. Ji Haoming's adoptive mother, who was also my biological mother, plotted revenge against the Ji family 20 years ago and conspired to switch 2 children. According to Ji Haoming, he had been bullied since childhood, which made Qin Huilan's guilt towards her biological son, and her hatred towards my biological mother reach a peak. So, Qin Huilan vented her soaring anger and hatred onto me. My mother, who had loved and cared for me since childhood, wanted to put me to death overnight. I simply couldn't accept it. At that moment, I was thinking if I died, would it awaken a trace of maternal love? So, I chose to cut my wrist. But it turned out that it didn't. Remembering those unbearable pasts, there is still a place in my heart that bleeds. I closed my eyes for a moment. My gaze fell on a photo of Ji Haoming. He is the sole heir of the Ji group. He was doing well at the company. Why did he come to apply for Shuiyan's position? He's probably here for Sha Qingshui, right? At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Sha Qingshui's silhouette appeared in the doorway. I did not get up but glanced at her. I replied. Sha Qingshui walked over and hugged me directly. I smiled and said, "You miss me like this?" Sha Qingshui's eyes were deep and mysterious. "Goodness, it's been so long. I really feel like it's been ages. I've truly fallen under your spell." After washing up, she sat down. Her crimson lips came closer to me. I stayed in Sha Qingshui's office for a long time. A long time. In the afternoon, I received a phone call. It was Ji Yuandong calling. "Xian, come back for dinner tonight. You haven't been home in a long time. Dad misses you." Hearing, "Dad misses you," makes my nose feel sour. Actually, Ji Yuandong has been nice to me. At first, Qin Huilan insisted on throwing me out of the house. It was Ji Yuandong who stopped her. Moreover, at the banquet where Ji Haoming acknowledged his ancestry, Ji Yuandong, in front of everyone, said that I will always be the eldest son of the Ji family. I promised him. I will go back tonight. In the evening, I appeared at the Ji family's villa. The housekeeper, Sister Wang, was particularly surprised to see me. She happily welcomed me into the house. "Young master, you're finally back. The master said you would be back tonight. I specially made your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat more later." Sister Wang has watched me grow up. We have a deep bond. After the incident, she felt very distressed but was powerless to help. A warmth surged in my heart. "Thank you, Sister Wang." Aunt Tian. At this moment, Ji Haoming came down from the stairs. "What did you do to make the kitchen smell so bad?" Aunt Wang hurriedly explained. "Second young master. I made some durian milk pastries that the young master loves. I just cleaned it thoroughly. The kitchen doesn't smell at all." Ji Haoming shot us a glare. "What young master? What is he, the son of a criminal, to be considered the young master of the Ji family?" "Aunt Wang, you must remember. There is only one young master in the Ji family. It is me. Do you understand?" Aunt Wang's expression was very unpleasant. She has raised the Ji family for 2 generations. The master respects her greatly. However, since the second young master returned, he has been bossing her around. Seeing that Aunt Yu was silent, Ji Haoming again spoke in a commanding tone. "Aunt Wang, throw away those smelly things. In the future, durian is not allowed in the Ji family." Aunt Wang spoke back with a trembling voice. Aunt Wang put on some music. "But it's a lot. It's all food that young Master Xian loves to eat." Ji Haoming glared at her angrily. "Aunt Wang, Aunt Yu, do you still want to stay in my house? Do you believe I'll send you back to your hometown tomorrow?" Aunt Wang's wrinkled eyes were filled with tears. Her lips also trembled slightly. She looked at me helplessly and apologetically. I leaned close to Aunt Yu's ear and softly said a sentence. "Put it in my car." Aunt Wang nodded and then left. Ji Haoming walked to my side with an arrogant expression. "I heard you were suspended by the TV station." I smiled. "My brother is quite concerned." Ji Haoming laughed as well. Your scandal has been trending for a few days. I think it's hard not to know. Ji Xian. Don't really think you're still the eldest son of the Ji family. You lost your job. You just want to come back and gain sympathy from mom and dad for personal gain? Those are my parents. They are not your parents. You are just the son of that criminal. You don't deserve those glamorous things. You should stay in the dark corners. Instead, my smile deepened. Compared to me, who you have hardly ever met, you are the son that criminal has raised for 30 years. Your bond should be deeper, after all. Upon hearing this, Ji Haoming's expression changed. She is completely unworthy of being my mother. I gave him a glance. So you refuse to testify in court, turning her from self-defense to intentional murder. Sentenced to life imprisonment. Ji Haoming's face instantly turned pale. What did you say? It's nothing. After saying that, I bypassed Ji Haoming and headed for the second floor. However, Ji Haoming chased after me and blocked my way. Ji Xian, clarify what you mean. What exactly do you know? Ji Haoming's face was pale, clearly a bit panicked. He was afraid that I might know something. But upon closer thought, it seemed impossible. If I knew, how could it be silent for 3 years? I looked at Ji Haoming with a half-smile. Do you think I should know? Ji Haoming felt uneasy inside but wore a fierce expression. He hated my naturally calm demeanor the most. Ji Xian. You are now just a dog taken in by the Ji family. You better understand your position. If a dog dares to bite its master, it will definitely die without a burial place. Ji Haoming's voice was filled with warning and threat. I let out a light laugh. Die without a burial place. Just based on you? Ji Haoming was infuriated. What are you being so arrogant about? You have nothing now. Don't think I don't know. After Wen Yuling returned to the country, she would rather live outside than look at you. Your parents don't want you. His wife looked down on him. He lost his job as well. What's the difference between you and a stray dog now? Do you still dare to bark like a dog in front of me? My smile deepened. There was not a hint of anger on my face, only disdain in my eyes. Looking at Ji Haoming was like watching a clown. I heard that the more guilty and fearful a person is, the louder they will bark. Dogs are the same, of course. Ji Haoming paused for a moment, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Ji Xian, you called me a dog. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know your place. Ji Haoming raised his hand to hit me. I intercepted his wrist. A hint of sharp murderous intent flashed in my eyes. But when I looked up and saw the entrance of the stairs, and the figure that had just appeared, I suddenly tightened my grip on Ji Haoming's wrist. Then I let go. I leaned back and fell onto the stairs. Younger brother, what did I do to offend you? The moment I come back, you want to hit me. I instantly lost my earlier momentum, holding onto the railing of the stairs. Ji Haoming's wrist felt like it was about to break from the grip. Just now, he clearly sensed the murderous intent in my eyes. Now he looks fragile and delicate. But he doesn't care about any of that. He stepped forward and was about to kick me. At that moment, a voice came through. Haoming, stop. What are you doing? Ji Haoming turned around. He saw Ji Yuandong and Su Huilin were all standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. At this moment, they were looking this way. Ji Haoming instantly realized. Mom and Dad, he's pretending. Just now, he clearly wanted to hit me. Ji Yuandong came down. I've said it many times. Zheng Xian will always be a member of the Ji family. He is also your brother. Ji Haoming was furious inside. He didn't even hit him at all. Instead, his wrist was in excruciating pain. Qin Huilin walked out and took Ji Haoming's hand. What does it matter to you what our son does with someone? Is it about an outsider? Hasn't Haoming suffered enough these years because of him? After saying that, she pulled Ji Haoming's hand and went to the restaurant. Just before leaving, Ji Haoming turned and gave me a glance. His eyes were filled with pride and provocation. During dinner, Ji Yuandong asked, why didn't Yuling come with you? I replied vaguely. She's busy with work. The Ji family and the Wen family get along like one family. The matter of my separation from Wen Yuling, Ji Yuandong probably knew about it long ago. Ji Haoming interjected from the side. What work is so busy? I heard that after Wen Yuling returned to the country, she has been living outside with another man. She doesn't want to see you at all. Ji Yuandong gave Ji Haoming a glare. Then he sighed. We watched Yuling grow up. She has always been devoted to you since childhood. I believe that as long as you invest more thought into her, she will eventually come to her senses. Both families are well aware of the situation between Wen Yuling and me. I'm afraid that today Ji Yuandong suddenly called me back for dinner, as also at the request of the Wen family. As for my matters, I know in my heart. Seeing me say this, Ji Yuandong did not say much more. After dinner, Ji Yuandong said to me, why not sleep at home tonight? Your room hasn't had any life in a long time. I glanced at Qin Huilin. She still had a cold expression on her face. She wouldn't even look at me. A chill ran through me. I felt a chill in my heart. I've already died once. What hope is there to hold on to? I was just about to decline, when my phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wen Yuling's childhood friend, Li Tingting. Xian Jie. Wen Yuling is drunk. You should take her home. I took the opportunity to find an excuse. Wen Yuling is intoxicated. I'll go pick her up later. She won't stay here tonight. Ji Yuandong felt a sense of relief. He hurriedly spoke up. All right, you should go quickly. Soon, I arrived at the private room where Wen Yuling was. I pushed the door open and walked in. It was very noisy inside. Everyone was drunk and merry. Some were singing while others were drinking. But I knew almost everyone in here. They were Wen Yuling's childhood friends. Wen Yuling's childhood friends are also my childhood friends. In fact, some people are closer to me. They are even a little closer than to Wen Yuling. Everyone, come here. It became quiet in an instant. Li Tingting hurriedly walked over. Yuling returned to the country. I organized a gathering for everyone to come together. I didn't expect that she seems to be in a bad mood today. I glanced at Wen Yuling, who was lying on the sofa. You should call Song Xinyu. Why are you calling me? These people all know the story between the three of us. Li Tingting spoke up. Who is Song Xinyu? I don't know him. You two played house together when you were kids. He's also the legitimate son-in-law of the Wen family. If I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for trouble. I can't be bothered to argue with her. I shot a glance at Wen Yuling and said, can she still walk? Li Tingting had someone help Wen Yuling up to follow me out. Just as we reached the bustling area, Wen Yuling suddenly woke up. She shook off the two people who were supporting her. Let go of me, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. I walked up to Wen Yuling. You can still return. Wen Yuling stared at me with dazed eyes for a while. Suddenly, I was pulled into an embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. Ji Yu Xian, I miss you so much. I was stunned. I stood up straight, my back stiff. It wasn't a sudden embrace, but rather the long-lost, I miss you. I haven't heard that in many years. A wave of inexplicable heartache surged within me. Wen Yuling held me tightly. She unexpectedly started to sob like a child. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Ji Yu Xian. Why don't you want me anymore? I was lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, I snapped back to reality. Wen Yuling really is drunk. She actually started babbling nonsense. I patted her back. Wen Yuling, look closely. I am Ji Yu Xian. Not Song Xinyu. Yet she continued to speak. Ji Yu Xian. You can't abandon me. Others can disdain me. But you can't. You can't look down on me. I've become this way today because of you. It's all because of you. How could you be so heartless? I was utterly confused. But my intuition told me something was off. Perhaps I could uncover the reason Song Xinyu instigated us back then. I spoke in a teasing tone. I won't abandon you. Tell me what happened. Why are you doing this? On the other side, Sha Qingxue and a group of people exited. They stopped right after getting off the elevator. Leading them, Sha Qingxue wouldn't move. The others naturally didn't dare to leave either. Everyone looked in the direction Sha Qingxue was facing. They saw a couple embracing in the flower hall. Chen Mengyao joked. The atmosphere at the flower hall lately is quite something. Hugging in public like this is quite bold. Song Bingbing chimed in. The girl I saw wasn't from the flower hall. It looked more like a young couple feigning a fight. Now, fueled by drinks, they were pouring out their hearts. While everyone was teasing, Chen Mengyao suddenly noticed something. That man seems to be Miss Sha's boyfriend. With that said, everyone seemed to remember something. The crowd turned to look at Sha Qingxue. As expected, her face was chillingly cold. Chen Mengyao, sharp-eyed, seemed to notice something else. The woman he was holding seemed to be Miss Wen. No wonder that day at the golf course, he challenged the Wen family's son-in-law. So he truly is Miss Wen's lover. Everyone was shocked. So this Mr. Ji Yu is playing both sides. On one hand, he's pursuing Miss Wen, while also flirting with our Miss Sha. Everyone looked back at Sha Qingxue. At this moment, Sha Qingxue had no expression on her face. Her aura was chillingly powerful. Suddenly, no one dared to speak. I did not obtain the answer I wanted. Wen Yuling has passed out again. Her entire body is almost draped over me. I can only support her as we walk out of the lavish hall. Everyone is cautiously observing Sha Qingxue's expression. Song Bingbing snorted. Rongcheng is a small place. But this man is incredibly bold. He dares to toy with our Miss Sha. Sister Qingxue, why not leave it to me? I have ways to deal with this kind of person. I have plenty of methods. I guarantee to help you vent your anger properly. Sha Qingxue remained silent. Others assumed she agreed with Song Bingbing's words. The next second, Sha Qingxue suddenly turned around. She slapped Song Bingbing across the face. Song Bingbing looked dumbfounded. Sha Qingxue took a step forward. She grabbed Song Bingbing by the collar. Try touching him and see what happens. After saying that, Sha Qingxue released Song Bingbing. She turned and strode towards the door. Everyone else was also stunned. Although the eldest young lady doesn't seem capable, she is quite kind to her childhood friends. But just now, everyone could actually see a clear murderous intent in Sha Qingxue's eyes. Chen Mengyao sighed. It seems Qingxue has feelings for that man. After Sha Qingxue left, and after Chang Bao came out, I happened to see her helping Wen Yuling into the car. Then we drove away from the high society gathering. Sha Qingxue didn't drive here today. There was no time to catch up. So she picked up her phone and called me. Just as I picked up my phone, I saw a call from the canary. I was about to swipe it away, but my phone ran out of battery and automatically turned off. The car was driving on the overpass. I directly took Wen Yuling back to the old residence. The Wen family had gone to bed early. I could only help Wen Yuling to her room alone. I originally planned to leave after dropping her off, but Wen Yuling suddenly woke up again. She kept holding my hand. I see her in a half-dream, half-awake state. She had the notion of speaking in circles again, but Wen Yuling seemed as if she had lost her memory of the past 3 years. She was only talking about things from before. More often, it was about our childhood memories. As she spoke, Wen Yuling suddenly lifted her shirt. She pointed to the scar on her waist. Ji Yu Xian. You look down on me, don't you? But you said you would be responsible for me for life. Even if I were disabled, you would still be responsible for me for life. I looked at the scar on her waist. Verbally. This was when we were 13. The two of us attended an outdoor adventure summer camp together. In the middle of the night, I got hungry. I crawled out of the tent. I pulled Wen Yuling up and we sneaked a few packets of noodles. We set up a small stove over the fire to cook them in a pot. But when a big pot of noodles was ready, as Wen Yuling was lowering the pot of boiling water, the ear handle on one side of the pot broke. A large pot of boiling noodle soup splashed all over Wen Yuling's waist. Bait. No translation needed, as it's contextually irrelevant. I remember the time when Yuling was seriously injured. She was hospitalized for a long time. At that time, I stayed by her side day and night, keeping watch by Wen Yuling's bedside. At the worst point, the doctor said that if the infection couldn't be controlled, she might need an amputation. I cried and told her, even if she became disabled, I would still take care of her. After Wen Yuling was discharged, she never mentioned this again. She also didn't tell me how bad the injury was. This time, it was the first time I saw Wen Yuling's wound. The skin was uneven, with varying depths, and it was shocking to behold. Memories were instantly triggered. I looked at her wound, and my eyes turned red. Yuling, why do you say that? When have I ever looked down on you? Wen Yuling looked utterly heartbroken. Your diary that you wrote yourself. Do you still want to argue? I'm injured like this. I've become disabled. It's me who doesn't deserve you. I looked completely puzzled. What else do you want to ask? But Wen Yuling suddenly went crazy. She pushed me out the door. Leave. I don't want your sympathy. I don't want your pity either. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. I originally wanted to leave. I ran into Wen's mother when I came out. Wen's mother looked unusually pleased to see me. She held my hand and asked how I was doing. In the end, she insisted that I stay for a night. I saw it was already midnight. Plus, there were some things I still wanted to clarify. So, I stayed next door. That night, I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. What did Wen Yuling mean by that? And what was up with the diary she mentioned? I got up early. I ran into Wen Yuling when I went to the restaurant for breakfast. When Wen Yuling saw me, a hint of an ambiguous emotion seemed to flash in her eyes. You were the one who took me home yesterday. I sat down gracefully and started eating breakfast. You're drunk. Li Tingting called me. Wen Yuling was silent for a moment. I will tell them next time. Blood. Tell them not to disturb you. My expression was calm. It's up to you. Wen Yuling stared at me and said, I figured out the matter regarding the post. It was operated by Song Xinyu. I don't know why he is targeting you like this. But regarding this matter, I apologize to you on his behalf. I glanced at Wen Yuling and didn't speak. Wen Yuling continued. I can also compensate you. You can make any demands. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Really, any condition is acceptable. A glimmer of caution flashed in Wen Yuling's eyes. As long as I can manage it. I only found it amusing. She seemed to be on guard against me. Don't worry. I won't let you leave Song Xinyu and come back to my side. Wen Yuling's brows seemed to furrow even more deeply. I lazily tore off some bread and put it in my mouth. Song Xinyu played a trick on me. I repaid him in kind. Please tell him. This matter is settled. But he will still use tricks behind my back in the future. Don't blame me for being rude. Song Xinyu is slandering me online, making me lose my primetime hosting position. I brought Song Xinyu's mother to create a scene at the TV station. Consider it a small victory. And Song Xinyu will probably have a harder time in the future. Wen Yuling was silent for a moment before she finally spoke. I got drunk last night. Did I say anything? I thought of the scar on Wen Yuling's waist. My gaze unintentionally fell on her waist. Wen Yuling seemed to sense it and her face turned pale. You saw it. A trace of guilt appeared on my face. I didn't know you were hurt so badly back then. A flicker of anger and disgust seemed to pass through Wen Yuling's eyes. Ji Yuxian, don't look at me with that kind of gaze. She saw through the guilt and pain in my eyes. If it were true, then it would be fine. But it's fake, it's all an act. He clearly feels disgusted. Hull. Yet he has to pretend to look guilty. It's truly disgusting. I looked at Wen Yuling and said, this injury of yours is also because of me. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuling glared at me. Ji Yuxian, stop acting in front of me. You clearly hate it deep down. You even cursed me to death. Why are you pretending to be a living bodhisattva now? I caught the key point in her words. What exactly did I do? To make you think like this? Your diary back then was written very clearly. Do you still want to deny it? I indeed have a habit of keeping a diary since I was young. However, I never remember writing in the diary before about hating Wen Yuling and cursing her. And it seems I lost one of my diaries from college. Since then, I haven't written in a diary. You have seen my diary. You tell me, what exactly did I write? Even after so many years. But thinking about those diaries I wrote, Wen Yuling still feels a piercing pain in her heart. You know exactly what you wrote in your heart. Since you won't say, then take out the diary I wrote. Let's confront each other face to face. I suspect the one I lost. The diary is in Wen Yuling's hands. Wen Yuling snorted coldly. I burned it a long time ago. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. I calmed down first. Before, I said it was Song Xinbao who instigated our relationship. You might not believe it. But now, you should be able to see. Song Xinyu is not what you imagine. A pure and good person who is above worldly conflicts. But since you have already chosen him, the past doesn't matter anymore. A hint of darkness flashed in Wen Yuling's eyes. I continued to speak. I am tired. I don't want to compete with Song Xinyu openly and secretly anymore. Please let him know for me. I have already given you to him. Tell him not to trouble me anymore. Otherwise, whether it belongs to me or not, I will take it back. Wen Yuling looked up and stared at me. Her expression was very cold. There seemed to be a cold glimmer in her eyes. Her voice was also very cold. He is a person, not an item to be casually given away. I just found it somewhat amusing. Isn't this the result you both wanted? What else do you want from me? After leaving the Wen family villa, I went to the Xing villa. I slept extremely poorly last night. I originally planned to go back and take a nap. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the house, I saw Sha Qingshui coming down from the second floor. She stopped in her tracks after seeing me. I casually greeted her. Are you going to the company? Sha Qingshui did not respond. She just looked down at me from her elevated position. It was only when I passed by her that she spoke. Why didn't you answer the phone? I took my phone out of my bag and checked it. I noticed that Sha Qingshui's expression was not good. I gently asked, did you wait for me last night? Didn't I say I had something to do in the evening? I told you not to wait for me. Sha Qingshui stared into my eyes. You didn't say you would stay out all night. I smiled and stepped closer. I gently tapped Sha Qingshui's lips as a reassurance. Sorry, babe. I'll let you know in advance next time. After saying that, I tried to go upstairs to catch some sleep, bypassing her. But my arm was caught by Sha Qingshui. Jiyu Xian, what do you take me for? Your pet dog? Her voice carried a hint of anger. She kicks me aside when she's unhappy. I didn't know earlier. Why are you so angry? I clearly told her yesterday not to wait for me. It's been 3 years without a word. She occasionally throws these little tantrums. I patiently comfort her. I really had something going on yesterday. Otherwise, I'll make it up to you tonight. Usually, when it gets to this point, Sha Qingshui would usually back off. But this time, her expression didn't improve. Instead, it grew even colder. Your so-called, having something to do, was just being intimate with Wen Yuling in the lavish hall. I turned quickly. I quickly realized. You were in the lavish hall last night too. It seems Sha Qingshui saw me with Wen Yuling. No wonder she is so angry. I thought about it and decided to explain. She was drunk yesterday. I sent her home. Sha Qingshui frowned. She's drunk. Why would you send her with me? Jiyu Xian, what is your relationship with her now? Considering the kindness of the Wen family towards me, it doesn't matter if I see her home. Sha Qingshui smiled. Are you really concerned about the Wen family's kindness? Or do you still have lingering feelings for Wen Yuling? I clearly heard what you said to Wen Yuling yesterday. I heard it very clearly. You called her Yuling affectionately. You even said you would never abandon her. You comforted her just like one would comfort a child. A hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of Sha Qingshui's mouth. To satisfy you. Can I still satisfy you? I want to reunite with Wen Yuling so soon. My gaze turned cold quickly. But my mouth still held a hint of a smile. Miss Sha, you've crossed the line. Our relationship. It's not enough for me to explain this to you. So please don't take on the posture of interrogating a criminal. We're just using each other to make ourselves happy. We're neither husband and wife nor a couple. All I can say is, I haven't violated our agreement. As for my heart and my thoughts, you have no right to interfere. Of course, if Miss Sha gets tired of it, she can end the relationship at any time. I will move out immediately. Sha Qingshui stared at the handsome man in front of her. My meaning is very clear. I didn't sleep with Wen Yuling, but I still have Wen Yuling in my heart. So tell her not to interfere. Sha Qingshui even wondered if she said to end the relationship, I would leave without hesitation. Even celebrate with champagne. Sha Qingshui let go of me and strode away. I suddenly felt even more tired. I had a fight with Wen Yuling at the Wen family home. It's the same now. I can understand. Everyone has a bit of possessiveness. This is very normal. However, I have not violated our agreement. If everyone expects me to lower my stance to coax them, that would be too exhausting. I slept for half a day. The phone finally charged. When I opened it, the screen was full of missed calls. They were all from Sha Qingshui last night. Even at 4 o'clock. She made one call. She actually waited for me all night. I sighed. A strange emotion stirred in my heart. In fact, I am not as carefree as I appear. When Wen Yuling returned to the country, why did she choose to break up with Sha Qingshui? Because I realized that I had different feelings for this canary. It seemed I was developing some unusual thoughts. I wouldn't allow myself to fall in love. So I wanted to completely cut off this relationship. But then I thought about how I was entangled with a high-status daughter from the capital. The situation instantly flipped. It's not something I can just end whenever I want. The initiative is in Sha Qingshui's hands. However, deep down I don't want to be too entangled with her. Sha Qingshui is an even bigger pit of fire than Wen Yuling. If our relationship is over, then it's all true. It is. Just as I expected. I didn't return to the Star River Villa for the next few days. I also didn't send her a single message. Every night I kept thinking, is our relationship really coming to an end like this? As time passes day by day, the weight in my heart gradually lifts. I only feel that I've managed to avoid a big figure I shouldn't have provoked. Somewhere in my heart, I feel relaxed. But I don't know why. I can't seem to feel happy. My annual leave is about to end. Just when I was conflicted about whether to resign, Tang Ling called me. She told me to come to work tomorrow, and to host the 7 p.m. primetime news. I was quite confused. Tang Ling wouldn't do this without a reason. The position of the primetime host has been returned to my Guanghe residence. Primetime spotlight. Sure enough, I opened the internet. There were various twists regarding that previous post. First, someone dug up my biological father Zhao Daqing is addicted to gambling, and he has been abusive for years. Also, there is someone who claims to be a champion of justice, who is speaking out for my biological mother, Yang Ruyan, online, saying that Yang Ruyan is a very kind and loving person. Furthermore, Yang Ruyan was a nanny before. Several families she worked for are also vouching for her. Yang Ruyan is a good person, contrary to the cruel rumors spread by the outside world. A neighbor gave an interview to the media, who said they witnessed Zhao Dacheng abusing Yang Ruyan on the day he died. So it is very likely that Yang Ruyan just acted in excessive self-defense and accidentally killed him. There are also people revealing information about the primetime host. I was swapped at birth in the hospital. Growing up as the young master of the GU family in the GU group, the online community has been stirred up in waves. One concern is the doubts surrounding the verdict of the Yang Ruyan case. Some even advocate for a reinvestigation and retrial of this case. The story of the fake young master of furniture is being talked about enthusiastically. GU Haoming's identity has also been uncovered. Both my name and GU Haoming's appeared on the trending search list. People like Yang Ruyan are truly despicable. She suffered from domestic violence for 20 years. The only time she fought back, she mistakenly harmed the abuser and was sentenced to life imprisonment. GU Kai should not be affected by this matter. Moreover, he grew up as the young master of the GU family. In fact, when everyone criticizes him, he could easily stand up and disassociate himself. However, he did not deny his biological mother. Speaking of being swapped at birth, does this kind of thing really happen in reality? That real young master, GU Haoming, is also quite pitiful. Growing up in such an environment, the public opinion about me online has flipped dramatically. Many even called for me to return to host the primetime news. I used to have only a few 100,000 followers on Weibo, but overnight, that soared to millions. Tang Ling also saw the potential in this popularity. That's why she let me come back to continue hosting the primetime slot. Naturally, I wouldn't think that the internet could just change its direction for no reason. There must be some hands manipulating it, involved in this matter. Being able to investigate this thoroughly and also control the comments. This is not something an average person can achieve. Is it Sha Qingshui? For the first time, I felt a bit conflicted. Taking out the phone number. In the evening, I was still feeling conflicted. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was a call from Sha Qingshui. I stared at my phone, pondering for a few seconds before picking up. Once connected, I didn't speak first. After a few seconds of silence, Sha Qingshui. Her voice came through from the other end of the phone. Is it that if I don't look for you, you will never look for me? I countered with a question. Did you do those things online? Sha Qingshui laughed. Exactly. It cost me a lot of money. How will you thank me? Then let me treat you to dinner that night. Let's meet at the Cloud Peak restaurant. Because the private rooms were already booked, so we can only dine in the main area. I chose a seat by the window. Then I began to order. At that moment, a voice came over. What a coincidence. Brother, you're here for a meal too? I looked up and saw GU Haoming, along with Qin Huilan and GU Yuandong. I stood up and glanced at Huilan. Code. Qin Huilan shot me a cold glance without responding. GU Yuandong explained instead. We came to check out the venue. Next Sunday is Haoming's birthday. We plan to throw a big party in the banquet hall here. I hadn't said anything yet. GU Haoming had already impatiently spoken up. Also, brother's birthday is on the same Sunday. Anyway, we have the same birthday. Why not celebrate together then? I waved my hand and said, no, thank you. I don't want to steal my brother's thunder. GU Haoming sneered. Do you think you can take my spotlight? After saying that, he realized GU Yuandong and Qin Huilan were right next to him. He quickly changed his tone. Mom. After all, my brother is the young master of the GU family. We mustn't let outsiders think that our GU family is bullying the adopted son. I'm willing to celebrate my birthday with my brother. Outsiders can see that the children of the GU family get along well. It is not as the rumors say. Recently, there has been a lot of discussion online regarding the topic of the true and false young masters has been endless. The matter of the GU family having a fake young master is now known by everyone in Rongcheng. Of course, the angriest one is GU Haoming. He has finally managed to become a true young master of high society. Now everyone in the city knows that he grew up in such a disreputable family. His mother, who raised him, is a criminal. His father is a gambler. Although the online attitude towards him is mostly sympathy and pity, but he doesn't want that sympathy at all. He is, after all, a heaven's favored son. Those commoners are not worthy of sympathizing with him. Moreover, there are even discussions online, claiming that the GU family's parents favor their own fake young master, who has been raised beside them for 20 years. His biological son in the GU family has lived a miserable life without any status. So for this birthday, he invited almost all the wealthy elite of the city and many media outlets. He just wants everyone to see what his status is in the GU family. Therefore, GU Xian must be present for this birthday. Thinking of this, GU Haoming said to his parents, Mom, Dad, I really hope to celebrate my birthday with my brother. Qin Huilan glanced at me. The news online has significantly impacted the GU family and Haoming. You prioritize your own face at the expense of Haoming's reputation. Have you ever considered what kind of impact this will have on Haoming? I think I've understood. Qin Huilan thinks the news about me online and the rumors of GU Haoming's fake aristocracy were released by me. I didn't say anything to explain, because no matter what I say, she won't believe me. It would just be seen as quibbling. I smiled and asked, so what? This time for Haoming's birthday party. No matter how much you usually compete, you must act like brothers that day. Not just for Haoming's future, but also for the reputation of the GU family. Whether you're happy or not, this is what you owe Haoming. You owe our GU family. And one debt leaves me speechless. GU Yuandong saw the atmosphere was tense and tried to smooth things over. Your mom actually wants you to come over too. She's harsh with her words but soft-hearted. You haven't celebrated your birthday at home for 3 years. Let's celebrate together this time. Laughing. Okay. As long as my brother is happy, I can do anything. Upon hearing this, Jiu Yuandong patted my shoulder. Truly a good son of dad. Jiu Haoming saw the smile on my face. Yet deep down, a sense of foreboding seeped in. However, he didn't believe I would cause any waves. I have a weakness, and that is Qin Huilin. As long as Huilin always stands by his side, he can always have the upper hand. Jiu Haoming and Qin Huilin just left. Sha Qingshui came over. Sitting here alone, what are you daydreaming about? I looked up and instantly showed a smile. Thinking of you. Sha Qingshui was originally holding in a lot of resentment. She has been holding back from contacting me these past few days. I haven't reached out to her either. Not even a single message. She had her phone constantly beside her. Oh, phone. People at the company thought she had been possessed. But now, after seeing my handsome smile, the resentment in her heart inexplicably evaporated. Some feelings were just a bit sour and helpless. I sighed inwardly about my lack of ambition. Sha Qingshui's cold, stunning face softened quite a bit. But still, 100. But she still let out a light snort. It sounds nice. I didn't see you looking for me either. I smiled lightly. Aren't you the young lady Sha, who is extremely busy every day? I didn't dare to disturb you lightly. I knew very well I meant borrowing it back. Yet she couldn't bring herself to expose it. Sha Qingshui knew that if she hadn't taken the initiative to find me this time, we would have ended like this. I passed over the menu. Why don't you order something? Today, I'm treating. To apologize to Miss Sha properly. Sha Qingshui pouted. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? I raised my gaze and shot her a glance. That's enough from you. Hearing this, Sha Qingshui obediently sat down. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingshui sat down obediently. The first contest ended with her complete defeat. The reason why everyone fears the young lady Sha. In front of this heartless man, she cannot throw a tantrum and go missing. At that time, it would give others an opportunity. She wouldn't even have a place to cry. During dinner, Sha Qingshui spoke up. These past 2 days, I investigated Ms. Yang a bit, and unexpectedly found some things. I know Sha Qingshui investigated Yang Ru, and it was also to clear my name. Sha Qingshui took out her phone and showed me a video. I was quite surprised. How do you have this video? I know Yang Ru Yun didn't intentionally harm anyone. She has been looking for a breakthrough over the years and is preparing to appeal. But Jiu Haoming is unwilling to testify. The neighbor's snippets of talk cannot prove that Jiu Haoming was at the scene. And at this moment, the video Sha Qingshui provided is precisely from the night of the incident, showing Jiu Haoming running out from the scene. The footage has the date and time, exactly at the time of Zhao Dasheng's death. A clip from before the police arrived. With this footage, I can prove. On the night Zhao Dacheng died, Jiu Haoming was present at the scene. He definitely witnessed Zhao Dacheng using force against Yang Ruyan. Yang Ruyan is likely to be judged as having acted in excessive self-defense rather than intentional murder. I asked, how did you get this footage? Sha Qingshui explained. There's a school across from Ms. Yang's house. It was built 3 years ago. It was under construction on the day of the incident, and directly opposite their house is a parking lot. I found the delivery truck that was parked there that day. The truck had a dashcam that captured this scene perfectly. I was quite shocked. Although Sha Qingshui spoke briefly, I knew how troublesome it is to actually operate this. I also knew Jiu Haoming was at the scene that day, but I couldn't find any evidence, and I can't force Jiu Haoming to testify. Thank you. You really helped me a lot. I sent the footage to my phone, but I don't want to discuss this further with Sha Qingshui, so I changed the subject. I owe you another favor. Sha Qingshui doesn't like my clear-cut attitude. She frowned and spoke up. But I like that you owe me a favor. I just laughed it off. We started having dinner. After Jiu Haoming went out, he came back. In front of Qin Huilin and Jiu Yuandong. He can't possibly make things difficult for me. But I exposed his relationship with Yang Ruyan. He will settle this score with me. When Jiu Haoming returned, he saw me having dinner with a woman. I had steak sauce at the corner of my mouth. The woman actually got up and, while helping me wipe the sauce, leaned in to kiss the corner of my lips. I didn't resist. I even smiled like a spring breeze. Jiu Haoming was sitting with his back to that woman, so he could only see her silhouette. Although it was just a silhouette, Jiu Haoming could tell by the figure that it definitely wasn't Wen Yuling. Jiu Haoming was shocked. Jiu Xian emerged. After his surprise, Jiu Haoming felt even more overwhelmed with joy and schadenfreude. He didn't expose it on the spot, but quickly took out his phone and recorded a short video. He immediately sent it to Wen Yuling. When Wen Yuling received the photo, she was busy handling Song Xinyu's discharge procedures. It was sent by Jiu Haoming. She had no good feelings towards Jiu Haoming. Growing up in a slum, he was insecure, sensitive and particularly conscious about his social status. Although they had connected on social media, they had never actually spoken. Jiu Haoming sent a short video, in which I was having dinner with a woman, laughing and chatting together. Suddenly, the woman leaned in, her lips covering mine. I didn't push her away at all. Instead, I smiled brightly. Wen Yuling's heart seemed to be twisted by someone's hand. My hand holding the phone couldn't help but tense up. She suddenly recalled the night she first returned to the country. I said I had a girlfriend now. She thought I was just putting on an act. I didn't expect it to be true. I actually found a girlfriend. A surge of anger inexplicably welled up in Wen Yuling's heart. She immediately dialed my number. On the other end, Sha Qingshui and I had just finished eating and were about to leave. My phone on the table lit up. Sha Qingshui clearly saw the name Wen Yuling. Her expression instantly turned cold. I picked up the phone and glanced at Sha Qingshui. But in the end, I still answered. Do you need something? A strained voice from Wen Yuling came through the phone. Ji Yu Xian, where are you now? Who are you with? I smiled slightly. Having dinner with my girlfriend. Is there something you need? Wen Yuling's anger immediately flared up. She always thought I was trying to provoke her. I didn't expect that every word I said was true. Ji Yu Xian. You actually. I smiled. Wen Yuling, think carefully. What is our relationship? Wen Yuling continued speaking. Everyone knows we are husband and wife. You're out there looking for other women. Have you considered my reputation? The only thing missing between us is that marriage certificate. Actually, it was Wen Yuling who had a change of heart about the marriage certificate. If that day, Song Shinyu hadn't suddenly fainted, perhaps she really would have gotten the certificate with me. She and I did have a wedding banquet. Although not many were invited. Those invited were all people of significant status in Rongcheng. To outsiders, we are a legitimate couple. I chuckled a couple of times. Since we are husband and wife. When you eloped with your mistress, did you consider my reputation? Moreover, we were never really husband and wife. Wen Yuling, we have already separated. My affairs. You have no right to interfere. After saying that, I hung up the phone. When I looked up at Xia Qingshui, her brow had already relaxed. I looked at her and smiled. Are you satisfied? Xia Qingshui raised an eyebrow. The words, girlfriend, sound quite nice. I couldn't be bothered to respond to her. I don't know why Wen Yuling would suddenly make such a call. Is she also here? I stood up and scanned the area, and saw a hurriedly departing figure. It was Ji Yu Haoming. So it was him sending messages to Wen Yuling. But I didn't care. I hadn't planned to hide it from Wen Yuling before. There's no need to now. Wen Yuling was hung up on. With a cold face, she directly threw her phone away. This scene happened to be seen by Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu walked over. Wen Yuling glanced at Song Shinyu with cold eyes. Song Shinyu jumped slightly. Wen Yuling used to never look at her with that kind of gaze. Ever since that day when I played that recording in the hospital, Wen Yuling seems to have changed. Could it be that she really doubts herself? Having planned things for so many years, it's not easy to have come this far today. I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. Song Shinyu's voice softened a bit. Yuling, did I do something that made you unhappy? Wen Yuling looked at the way Song Shinyu replied. Her heart was filled with contradictions. It was the first time she realized that Song Shinyu could also act. Those things she found on Song Shinyu's computer. She didn't confront him or lay it all out with him. On one hand, she thought he would do these things because of her. Yuling, no matter what I've done, it's all because I love you too much. So please don't be mad at me, okay? From now on, I won't do things that make you unhappy. Wen Yuling's expression finally looked a bit better. She hugged Song Shinyu. Don't provoke Ji Yu Xian again in the future. He is ruthless. You are no match for him. Song Shinyu still wore a sad expression. How's my mom doing? I heard she has been going to the TV station these days. Wen Yuling said softly. Doesn't she just want money? Don't worry. I will handle this matter. Song Shinyu held Wen Yuling tightly. Thank you. You are the only one who treats me the best in this world. The next day, Song Shinyu also went to the TV station. After Song Shinyu's mother caused a scene at the TV station several times, the way people looked at him also changed, and everyone knew in their hearts that whether it was my online scandals, or the appearance of Song Shinyu's mother, it was actually a game between the two of them for the primetime host position. But in the end, Ji Yu Xian still won this round. Tang Ling announced it at the morning meeting. My primetime hosting position. After all, Song Shinyu was given a 5-year contract with the Wen family by the TV station. Plus, he is the boyfriend of the Wen family's heir. Naturally, he won't be treated poorly. So, he was given a slot just below prime time. The News Quick Express program at 9 o'clock in the evening was given to Song Shinyu. That night at 7:30, I had just come out of the studio. I suddenly noticed it was quite lively outside. Assistant Lu Qianqin waved at me. Brother Xian, come over quickly. There are late-night snacks and milk tea. I went over and found a long table set up outside the studio. It was piled high with various snacks. There was sashimi, barbecue, and even lobster. The variety was so rich it dazzled the eyes. Quite a few people had gathered around the long table to eat. These were packed by a 5-star hotel. The manager of the Caesar Hotel delivered them personally. The taste is definitely different from that of street food. Xian, you should eat this mousse cake quickly. It's really delicious. Looking at this table full of delights, I know it must have cost a lot. So I asked, who is treating us? It's Song Shinyu's girlfriend. Young Miss Wen is treating. Lu Qianqin, while eating the cake, pointed to the door. Miss Wen is really good to Song Shinyu. She came to pick him up from work so early. Song Shinyu is now an evening host and finishes at 9:30. She arrived at 7:30. When Song Shinyu saw me come out of the studio, he pulled Wen Yuling over. Xian, I specifically asked Wen Yuling to order your favorite almond tofu. The chef at Caesar Hotel is quite good. You must eat a bit more. I smiled and waved my hand. I'm not hungry. You should eat more yourself. After saying that, I turned around and left. Wen Yuling watched my back for quite a while. In the end, I couldn't hold back and rushed out. She grabbed my arm. Ji Yu Xian, you need to clarify what you mean. I turned around, although I was smiling. But there was sarcasm at the corner of my mouth. Wen Yuling, what's wrong with you? Didn't you used to wait every day for me to set you free? Now that I've let go, you're the one pestering me. Do you enjoy me and Song Shinyu being jealous over you? Is it thrilling to fight over someone like that? Wen Yuling's expression was cold. She stared intently into my eyes. I met her gaze openly as well. What a pity. I don't want you anymore. Yet, Wen Yuling was still full of anger. Who is that woman? At that moment, a female voice came through. It's me. A figure appeared behind me. Sha Qingshui just got out of a sports car. She walked up the steps slowly and unhurriedly. She came to my side and hooked her arm around mine. The voice was deep and cold yet powerful. Miss Wen. Wen Yuling lifted her head to look at the newcomer. When she clearly saw that face, the rage in her eyes turned into shock. She seemed to not react at all. Wen Yuling's first reaction was disbelief. Sha Qingshui turned her head to look at me and asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat later?" I thought for a moment. "I want to eat the sweet and sour ribs you make." Sha Qingshui nodded with a smile. "Then let's go to the supermarket to buy ribs first." Wen Yuling saw our intimate and natural conversation, and still found it hard to believe. But the other party is a young lady from a prestigious family in the capital. The project of Paradise Resort. The Wen family hasn't secured it yet. Wen Yuling struggled to suppress her emotions. "Miss Shaw, may I ask what your relationship with my husband is?" At the birthday banquet of the late Mr. Shaw, she and I attended to congratulate as a couple. With Sha Qingshui's status, how could she possibly engage with a married man, knowing his status? To get involved with a husband? Sha Qingshui wrapped her arm around mine. A faint, insincere smile appeared on her cold face. "Can't you see?" Wen Yuling's anger surged within her. "Doesn't Miss Shaw realize he is a married man?" Sha Qingshui sneered coldly. "A married man. Then, Miss Wen, please show us the marriage certificate." Wen Yuling's face turned pale with anger. "It seems she's already aware that we haven't registered our marriage." Sha Qingshui already knows. Wen Yuling could only respond with a cold face. "Although we haven't registered our marriage. Apart from that, we are legally recognized as husband and wife. We have held a banquet and had a wedding. After marrying, he has been living in my house. Our marriage certainly exists. It's not a piece of paper that can negate this." Wen Yuling likely already has her suspicions. The two must have crossed paths due to the interview. But she didn't expect that we hadn't obtained a marriage certificate. It unexpectedly became a pass for me to seduce other women. Does not having a marriage certificate mean we're not married? Can it really invalidate our 3 years of marriage? A clear sarcasm was evident on Sha Qingshui's face. Miss Wen's toothlessness truly opened my eyes. Since your relationship is a genuine marriage, then spouses should be loyal and devoted to each other. Then what about Miss Wen and Mr. Song? As for the Wen family's face, it was lost long ago when Miss Wen eloped with her lover. So why bother about it now? Sha Qingshui stepped forward directly, separating me from Wen Yuling. "Miss Wen, Xian is my boyfriend now. Please don't harass my boyfriend in the future. Otherwise, the project at Paradise Resort. Don't blame me for not giving the Wen family a chance." After speaking, Sha Qingshui grabbed my hand and got into the car. Wen Yuling's anger surged within her. Yet, deep down, it was still hard to believe. How could I end up with a high society lady? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Sha Qingshui happened to pass by. She saw us arguing and helped out casually. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed possible. But watching me get into her car and leave, Wen Yuling felt incredibly agitated inside. When Song Xinyu caught up to me, I had already left. He walked up to Wen Yuling and nervously asked, "Baiting, do you still love Xian?" In the past, when Song Xinyu felt insecure, he would also ask such questions for confirmation. In the past, Wen Yuling would firmly deny it. But today, Wen Yuling felt extremely restless inside. Not a single word wanted to be said. Song Xinyu stared at Wen Yuling, increasingly uncertain in his heart. If Wen Yuling wavered, they had a strong tendency to reconcile. Then all his plans would be ruined. Song Xinyu's voice was gentle and soft. It even carried a hint of pleading. "Yuling, dear, could you divorce Xian?" Wen Yuling turned to look at Song Xinyu. This was the first time they had been together for so many years. This was the first time Song Xinyu made such a request. Song Xinyu lowered his head, like a hurt, abandoned puppy. If it were before, Wen Yuling would definitely soften her heart. But ironically, now, Wen Yuling knew these were all Song Xinyu's disguises. He was not as innocent as he seemed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be on his computer so much fabricated dirt on Ji Xian. We never actually registered our marriage. Song Xinyu never knew this. But for some reason, Wen Yuling didn't want to explain these things to Song Xinyu. "Didn't you say you didn't care about these false titles? As long as I'm by your side, is that enough?" Song Xinyu was somewhat surprised that Wen Yuling would say that. Moreover, at this moment, Wen Yuling's eyes were filled with a trace of cold scrutiny. She looked so unfamiliar, as if she were another person. Everything has changed since she returned and encountered me. Song Xinyu already had a plan in his mind. On the other side, after I got into Sha Qingshui's car, I lazily leaned against the car window, looking at the scenery outside. Sha Qingshui looked at my lazy appearance, and immediately knew I was in a bad mood. She directly grabbed my arm. "Xian, don't think about other women." I turned back to look at her stunning profile. I smiled and said, "I really miss the old days. The old you was so well-behaved and adorable. How did you become so domineering?" Sha Qingshui said with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. "That was me acting well." "Not at all. How could you fall for that?" I chuckled softly. This guy seems quite pleased with himself. Sha Qingshui drove the car to the supermarket. I initially mentioned eating her cooking just casually. Unexpectedly, she really started carefully selecting ribs. After returning, she personally went to the kitchen. She made sweet and sour ribs for me. By the time dinner was over, it was already late. After I finished eating, I sat in the wicker chair on the small balcony. After washing the dishes, Sha Qingshui walked over to sit next to me. "Are you full?" I rubbed my belly and replied with a smile. Yes. Sha Qingshui glared at me. If you're full, let's exercise a bit. To help digest. I didn't refuse. They say that after eating and drinking enough, thoughts turn to desires. Being together with Sha Qingshui is quite an enjoyable thing. Moreover, I have insomnia. Only when exhausted to the extreme can one sleep more deeply. In the following days, Wen Yuling would go to the TV station every day to pick up Song Xinyu. She came early every day. This gave us more chances to meet. However, we were like strangers to each other. Not a word was spoken again. Sha Qingshui has gone abroad on a business trip these days. At night, when I lay in bed alone and couldn't sleep, I surprisingly found myself missing her and even thinking about her. When she wasn't around, I found the house to be strangely empty. Moreover, I couldn't sleep at all. I was simply too tired. I fell asleep on the sofa in the lounge. When Wen Yuling came in, the lounge only had me lying on the sofa. For the past few days, she came every day claiming to pick up Song Xinyu. In truth, only she knew in her heart. She just wanted to see me. Fortunately, Sha Qingshui hasn't come back since that time. This only made her more certain. Last time was just an exception. Although Wen Yuling despises me, she doesn't want to set me free. Even if it means tormenting each other for a lifetime. She still doesn't want to let me go. Wen Yuling unconsciously moved closer, half kneeling in front of the sofa, staring at my face in a daze. Suddenly, Wen Yuling remembered the past. She used to enjoy watching me sleep, because when I was awake, she rarely dared to look at me so recklessly. Wen Yuling admitted, she had felt inferior in front of me since childhood, because I was excellent. Whether it was looks, academics, social skills, or various talents, she was inferior to me in all aspects. This made her love me, while also feeling an uncontrollable jealousy. I don't know when it started, but she began to be cautious around me. In her impression, we have been dating for 2 years. It seems we haven't even kissed. And at this moment, that face is right in front of me. I don't know why, but Wen Yuling's heart started to surge. A small thought emerged from the depths of her heart, and then it spread like bamboo shoots after the rain. It quickly spiraled out of control. Wen Yuling's lips slowly moved closer. Her heart was like a drum. Just as her lips were about to touch my cheek, the lounge door creaked open. Wen Yuling was startled, her back tense. Perhaps because she was too flustered. She actually forgot to stand up. I was also startled awake by a series of noises. When I opened my eyes, I discovered Wen Yuling's face was just inches away, and Song Xinyu was standing at the door. The office door was originally just ajar. Song Xinyu had actually been standing at the door for quite a while. He looked on helplessly as Wen Yuling quietly approached me. It wasn't until the end that I realized Wen Yuling actually wanted to kiss me. He finally couldn't help but push the door open and walk in. What are you two doing? Song Xinyu was holding back. Though anger brewed within him, a hint of guilt flashed in Wen Yuling's eyes. At that moment, she and I locked eyes. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I also frowned. I barely slept at all last night. I had actually fallen into a deep sleep just now. Wen Yuling's face turned bright red, looking as if she was guilty of stealing. Looking at her posture and her flushed face, I suddenly laughed, but my eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm. Wen Yuling, you want to kiss me? Wen Yuling instantly snapped back to reality. She stood up, her gaze cold and solemn as she looked at me. Just now, she was truly bewitched into wanting to kiss this person. And now exposed. Her face was left with only embarrassment and awkwardness. Wen Yuling neither denied nor explained. Instead, she turned and left the lounge directly. As she passed by Song Xinyu, she didn't say a word either. She didn't even glance at Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu's heart sank like it had fallen into the vast ocean. Wen Yuling left the television station building and got into the car. She felt extremely irritated inside. It felt like a magic box had been opened in her heart. An uncontrollable desire was about to surge forth. She actually developed that kind of desire for Ji Yuxian. That kind of worldly desire. Over the years, even when facing Song Xinyu, she never felt that way. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the lounge was also tense and hostile. Ji Yuxian. Why are you trying to seduce Yuling? Song Xinyu rarely showed such a strong side in front of me. Looking at his expression, it was clear jealousy and possessiveness. Wen Yuling has indeed become a bit strange lately. I also can't figure out what Wen Yuling's mindset really is. Doesn't she only love Song Xinyu wholeheartedly? Even knowing that Song Xinyu used Li Wei to frame me, she is still willing to take the blame for him. Moreover, our relationship seems to have not changed at all. Such tolerance has indeed made me see her in a new light. I casually replied, I was just taking a nap here. How could I have seduced her? It's actually you, Song Xinyu. Keep your woman in check. Don't let her come and disturb me. Song Xinyu's expression was ugly. Wen Yuling has long stopped loving you. Just now, she was momentarily bewitched. Don't think that she still has you in her heart. All these years, she has only had hatred for you. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can reconcile. I wore a cheerful smile. It's rare to see Song Xinyu in such a desperate state. It seems he really is flustered. I always thought you two had an unbreakable bond. Back then, Wen Yuling did it for a single remark. I was quite shocked. However, it seems now that Wen Yuling feels no more than this for you. I shot a sideways glance at Song Xinyu, yet my lips curled in sarcasm. Song Xinyu, you have no name, no status, and no roots to rely on. You can only rely on Wen Yuling's love. But love is something that changes in an instant. Countless days and nights. You should be the one to worry about sleepless nights. Song Xinyu's face turned from green to purple at my words. He seemed to be losing control of his emotions. I have no name or status. Isn't it because of you? Ji Yuxia. Wen Yuling doesn't love you. Why are you relentlessly clinging to her? What will it take for you to agree to divorce Wen Yuling? After Song Xinyu said this, my expression clearly changed. Could it be that the fact that Wen Yuling and I have never obtained a marriage certificate was something Wen Yuling had never told Song Xinyu? In the past, perhaps that was because Wen Yuling's parents and family were also unaware. Wen Yuling feared complications and didn't come clean. That could be excused to some extent. But now, Wen Yuling and I have already fallen out. Moreover, we have completely separated. Why would Song Xinyu say these things? A glimmer flashed in my eyes. What exactly does Wen Yuling mean? She doesn't seem to love Song Xinyu that much either. I feel a bit relieved inside. It seems there is some tension between them as well. Then I don't mind making that tension a bit bigger. I can't help but feel a bit pleased inside. I said deliberately. Divorce is fine. You have the ability to make her sign the divorce agreement first. I also signed my name. I stood up and walked over to Song Xinyu, giving him a mocking smile. Song Xinyu. Let's see what you're capable of. I understand Song Xinyu's personality. I've said it like this. Song Xinyu will definitely take this. The divorce agreement for Wen Yuling to sign. At that time, Song Xinyu will know that Wen Yuling has kept this from him for many years. There is no marriage between us at all. At that moment, the rift between them. It could probably create a Mariana Trench between them. At the very least, they would have a huge fight. Just thinking about it makes me find it amusing. Although I don't know what method Song Xinyu used back then to sow discord between Wen Yuling and me. But karma has its way of coming around. I am in an exceptionally good mood today. Especially since I received a call from Sha Qingshui after the broadcast. The business trip was originally scheduled for a week. She returned early. At this moment, the car is parked outside the television station building. I replied with 2 words. Level. Then I eagerly left the television station building. We hadn't seen each other for 3 days. Surprisingly, I found myself missing her for no reason. Soon, I got into Sha Qingshui's sports car. However, Sha Qingshui wasn't the only one in the car. Secretary Gao Qin was sitting in the driver's seat. Sha Qingshui was sitting in the back seat. I hesitated for a moment and then opened the back door directly. I sat next to Sha Qingshui. Anyway, Gao Qin already knew about our relationship. Throughout the journey, Gao Qin, who usually spoke little, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Gu. Sha has really worn us out this time. The original 7-day itinerary had to be compressed into 3 days. Our entire team worked tirelessly without sleep. We worked like machines for nearly 72 hours. We almost faced collective burnout. Gao Qin clearly had a complaining tone. I just didn't know why she was telling me this. But I still curiously asked. Since it's a planned itinerary, why rush so desperately? Gao Qin softly spoke up. Because Sha wants to come back to celebrate Mr. Gu's birthday. Sha Qingshui suddenly interjected. Sha Zhuan suddenly spoke. Gao Qin silently rolled her eyes. These words were clearly told to her by Sha He. Just now, she even forced her to practice twice on the way. I was somewhat surprised. My birthday is in 2 days. Qingshui suddenly took out a gift bag from the side. A birthday gift for you. Oh, your birthday. The day after tomorrow. I didn't expect Sha Qingshui to care so much. In fact, I never told her. My birthday date. I slowly turned back. I want to go back home to celebrate with Ji Yu Haoming. A trace of disappointment was clearly visible on Sha Qingshui's face. When did you and your brother get so close? I smiled lightly. This time, there's no way. I have already promised. I gently held Sha Qingshui's hand to reassure her. I tried to come back earlier that day. You buy a cake. We'll eat the cake together. Sha Qingshui didn't say anything else. I'm in an awkward situation at the Ji Yu family. I have my own constraints. It was as if I had finally arrived in heaven. It was nighttime. That night, I had indeed arrived. We fell asleep in each other's arms after being exhausted. I suddenly realized. The cold fragrance on Sha Qingshui seemed to have a sleep-inducing effect. I slept exceptionally well that night. However, when I woke up in the morning, Sha Qingshui had already gone to the company. The Paradise Resort project had already started. The bidding results would be out soon. This time, the format was open bidding. 3 construction companies would be selected from above. Then these 3 companies would make the final decision by Sha Qingshui. After all, the final decision-making power still rests in Sha Qingshui's hands. I also don't know if the Wen family made it into the top 3. On the other side, Shuian Building. Gao Qin placed 3 documents on Sha Qingshui's desk. Sha He. This is the construction company selected by the government for your review. Sha Qingshui opened the documents. Finally, Sha Qingshui's hand lingered on the file for Haifeng Construction. Sha Qingshui said, then let's go with Haifeng. It will be announced in 3 days. Gao Qin spoke up. Yeah, Haifeng Construction's quote is not the lowest. In terms of strength and reputation, it cannot compare to Wanhua in the capital. In terms of cost effectiveness, it also falls short of Jinrui. Are you sure you want to choose Haifeng? As far as I know, the projects undertaken by Haifeng, the quality is quite good. Otherwise, so many projects wouldn't be in the red. Gao Qin nodded. Haifeng is indeed known for its quality. However, that was Director Wen's working style. Now, old Wen has stepped back to the second line. Although he still appears to be the chairman, all company matters are handled by his daughter, Wen Yuling. Miss Wen's way of dealing with people. We don't know much yet. Sha Qingshui raised an eyebrow. That makes it even more interesting. Gao Qin, knowing Sha Qingshui had made up her mind, said, then I'll hold a press conference in 3 days. While the two were talking, the office door suddenly sounded. Sha Qingshui preferred silence. Few people would take the initiative to knock on her office door. Usually, only Gao Qin could come and go freely in Sha Day's office. Gao Qin went to open the door, only to see the planning supervisor standing at the door. Gao Qin frowned slightly. Gu Ninjian. Do you have something to discuss? Gu Haoming, seeing that it was Gao Qin who opened the door, said somewhat disappointedly. Secretary Gao. I'm looking for Sha He. Gao Qin frowned, silently complaining. This Gu Ninjian doesn't even know who let him in. He's usually enthusiastic about work. He can't even handle minor issues. He has tried several times to find Sha Qingshui. She was considering dismissing him. Gu Haoming had no idea what Gao Qin was thinking. He spent a huge amount of money. He bribed a human resources manager at Shuian to get in. Who knew it had been half a day already? He hadn't said a single word to Sha Qingshui. And this serious Secretary Gao. She repeatedly obstructed him from seeing Sha Qingshui. When he finally got close to Sha Qingshui, he would definitely be the first to fire her. Gao Qin spoke coldly. This is the office of the Sha family. You can't just enter without permission. Gu Haoming, however, seemed to have not heard it. He walked straight in. When he saw Sha Qingshui sitting in the office chair, Gu Haoming instantly put on a smile. Miss Sha, do you remember me? We met at the old man's birthday banquet. Sha Qingshui replied flatly. Gu Haoming, is there something you need? At this point, Gao Qin had already walked over. She was ready to drive Gu Haoming out. Hearing Sha Qingshui call his name, he paused for a moment. Then he tentatively spoke. Sha He. Sha Qingshui's cold and beautiful face was unparalleled. She was originally signing documents with her head down. Her hand holding the pen was pale and cold, strikingly beautiful. Gu Haoming was almost mesmerized. Just one glance made his heart race wildly, especially when he had just spoken his name. That enchanting voice felt like a current coursing through his body. Of course, the most important thing was that it was only a fleeting encounter that day. They hadn't even spoken a single word. Yet Sha Qingshui could accurately call his name. What does this mean? Sha Qingshui had seen him for the first time. She had a deep impression of him. Perhaps she had even inquired about him privately. After gaining such awareness, Gu Haoming could hardly contain his inner excitement. Indeed, what Sha Qingshui said next further confirmed his thoughts. Gao Qin, you leave first. She didn't blame him for intruding. Instead, she told Secretary Gao to get out of the way. Gao Qin left the office. Sha Qingshui looked up and examined this young master of the Gu family. The young master Gu, whose identity I swapped with. Mr. Gu. Do you need something? Under such a gaze, Gu Haoming felt momentarily dizzy, but he quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly introduced himself. Sha He. Actually, I am currently working in the planning department. I apologize for the intrusion today, but it's regarding a personal matter. Sha Qingshui looked at him with an expressionless gaze, as if waiting for something. Gu Haoming swallowed hard. He took an invitation out of his backpack. Then he mustered his courage and walked up to Sha Qingshui. Tomorrow is my birthday. My parents reserved a table for me at the Yanning restaurant. My parents are hosting my birthday party in the banquet hall of the Cloud Top restaurant. I would like to invite you, Sha Qingshui, to my birthday party. After saying this, Gu Haoming became extremely nervous. He was afraid that Sha Qingshui would refuse outright. After all, he knew that his visit today was a bit abrupt. Seeing that Sha Qingshui remained silent made him feel even more uncertain. He quickly added a comment. Previously, for the old man's birthday, our Gu family was fortunate to be invited. This time, my birthday can be considered a return invitation. Sha Qingshui calmly put away the invitation. Alright, I will go. Gu Haoming was stunned. He himself didn't expect Sha Qingshui to agree so readily. Could it be that Sha Qingshui had really noticed him long ago? Or even fallen in love at first sight? Thinking of this, Gu Haoming's face became red and hot. Blushing, he was excitedly thinking about something. However, Sha Qingshui coldly replied. Mr. Gu. If there's nothing else, please leave. Gu Haoming reacted as if he had been doused with cold water and could only respond. Then he left the office in a daze. But after going out, he was still very happy inside. He told everyone that Sha would attend his birthday party, and he invited most of the people in the company. That night, I had just started broadcasting when I received a gift box. It was sent over by Gu Haoming. Inside was a black silk suit. I recognized it at a glance. This was last year's old style suit. Its current market value is about 20,000 or more. However, the style is simple and elegant. It is actually the style I like. Inside was also a card. It was in Gu Haoming's handwriting. Clothes prepared for you by mom. You must wear them. Don't let mom's kindness go to waste. I curled my lips slightly. Gu Haoming's intentions couldn't be more obvious. He was afraid I would steal his spotlight at tomorrow night's birthday party. I never intended to overshadow him anyway. So the next evening, I wore that suit and went to the banquet hall in Yanning. Today is the birthday party for Gu Haoming and me, celebrating our 23rd birthday. The Gu family invited almost all the wealthy and famous people in the city. Of course everyone knows the reason. Mainly due to recent rumors online about the Gu family's fake young master Discord. Although the Gu family handled it very discreetly at first, it is said that Mrs. Gu, at the time of giving birth, had her baby swapped with Yang Ruyan, who had just given birth. The reason Yang Ruyan switched the two children was not just to make her own biological son become a young master of a wealthy family. More importantly, it was revenge against Qin Huilan. And the older ladies in Rongcheng all know that Yang Ruyan and Qin Huilan do not have an ordinary relationship. They were once the best of friends. The story behind this is quite long, and involves grievances between two generations. In simple terms, it is Chin Huilan's father, who was the tutor for Chin Huilan, and that tutor was Yang Ruyan's mother. The teacher also brought his daughter, Yang Ruyan, with him. They became good friends, eating and living together. Later, the truth came to light. In less than 6 months, she succumbed to depression, and Chin Huilan's father was to marry her mother in less than 3 months. However, the two died together in a car accident on the eve of the wedding. They both perished in the accident. If Chin Huilan's father had truly married Yang Ruyan's mother back then it would be Chin Huilan living a miserable life now. Everyone sighed that heaven was watchful, but no one expected that the grudges of these two generations would extend to the next. It was like a cursed cycle. Later, Chin Huilan inherited all the family assets of the Chin family. She also felt a sense of connection. In contrast, Yang Ruyan had nothing. After losing her mother, she was forced to drop out of school. She entered society at a young age. Nobody would think of her as just one among the crowd. The two were born on the same day. Fate intertwined once more and disrupted the next generation. 3 years ago, the true young master Jiyu Haoming acknowledged his roots. But after all, I am the son deeply cherished by the Jiyu family. A son raised in the palm of their hand for 20 years. So externally, I am now the eldest young master of the Jiyu family. Jiyu Haoming is the second young master. The relationship between the eldest and second young master. To this day, it remains a mystery. I specifically asked for leave from the TV station. I had other hosts fill in for me. I went to the banquet hall in the afternoon. This was because Chin Huilan said there was something she needed my help with. It wasn't until I arrived that I found out. The so-called matter was that Jiyu Haoming had too many high-end suits. He didn't know which one to choose. He asked me to help him pick one. Jiyu Haoming's petty tricks. I didn't take it to heart. I was in the lounge, watching Jiyu Haoming in front of me, showing off his suit worth over 100,000. Sometimes, I find Jiyu Haoming both ridiculous and pitiful. He acts like a beggar who suddenly became wealthy overnight, desperately bragging. Jiyu Haoming knows it himself. He grew up in such a harsh environment. He is afraid of being poor. Now he has everything overnight, even though he knows that bragging is a matter of status. But he can't help it. I hardly paid any attention to Jiyu Haoming. I spent most of my time playing on my phone. Jiyu Haoming saw my desolate look, and it pleased him in his heart. He just wanted me to know. Everything I have always belonged to him, and what I have now is what he generously bestowed. In the end, Jiyu Haoming chose a red suit. In fact, Jiyu Haoming is quite good-looking. He can be considered somewhat handsome. However, he lacks a bit in demeanor and charm. After a while, the PR manager in charge of the event came over. The guests are almost all here. Mrs. Jiyu and the two young masters can make their entrance. Jiyu Yuandong is outside welcoming the guests. The reason we are here is that Jiyu Haoming wants to make a stunning entrance. Chin Huilan can only fulfill his wish. Jiyu Haoming heard that the guests had arrived, and a glimmer of anticipation lit up his eyes. Has Miss Shaw arrived? Jiyu Haoming had specifically instructed earlier that Miss Shaw would be present. As long as she arrives, someone should come to inform him. The manager replied regretfully. Miss Shaw has not yet arrived. A look of disappointment flashed in Jiyu Haoming's eyes. He originally wanted to wait for Sha Qingxue to arrive and amaze the crowd. When I heard the name Sha Qingxue, my eyes slightly stirred. Did Jiyu Haoming also invite Sha Qingxue? Sha Qingxue didn't mention this to me last night. She probably won't come, right? Chin Huilan said. The guests have all arrived. Today's banquet is for prominent figures in Rongcheng. Don't keep others waiting. Let's go out. Jiyu Haoming nodded. Mom, let's go out. At the moment of entrance, Jiyu Haoming vaguely heard praises from the crowd. Just when he felt pleased with himself, he suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be praising me. Jiyu Haoming's expression instantly soured. Are these people blind? In those ragged clothes? Why should he? But Jiyu Haoming knew deep down that I am indeed more handsome than him. He suddenly felt a bit regretful for holding a birthday party together with me. But soon he adjusted his emotions. Jiyu Xia, let you be pleased for a moment, because tonight, you will be disgraced. After the three of them came down, the lights in the hall suddenly brightened. Guests gathered around, congratulating the two young masters on their birthdays. Jiyu Haoming invited many friends today. Everyone surrounded him. A chorus of compliments filled the air. I was quickly pushed out of the inner circle. On the other side, Chin Huilan and Jiyu Yuandong was also hosting important guests. I was quite happy to be at ease. I actively kept my distance from these images. I went to the buffet area. I grabbed a glass of champagne from the champagne tower. I found a relaxing sofa and quietly savored it. Although Jiyu Haoming was surrounded by people, his gaze occasionally fell on me. Originally, he was happy to see me isolated and lonely. He was feeling quite pleased. But soon he noticed. Occasionally, several girls walked in my direction, seeking to chat with me or inviting me to dance in the dance floor. Although I have declined all of them, there are still an endless stream of rich young ladies coming one after another. Jiyu Haoming is inwardly furious. He doesn't understand. In terms of status, he is the true young master of the Jiyu family. In terms of appearance, he is dressed in high fashion worth millions from head to toe. Is he really not better than me with my plain face? Jiyu Haoming concocts a plan. Suddenly, he shouts loudly in my direction. Brother. I looked over at Jiyu Haoming. Jiyu Haoming flashed me a brilliant smile. With an innocent look, he called out. Brother, help me get a glass of champagne. I put down the drink in my hand. Casually, from the nearby champagne tower, I took a glass of champagne and walked over. Before the banquet started, Chin Huilan specifically instructed him. that today, the two of them needed to act like they were deeply bonded brothers. Since Ji Yu Haoming wants to play a role, I'm now cooperating. As I approached with the champagne, I heard Ji Yu Haoming mocking me to a group of people. They were laughing at me without restraint. The fat guy next to Ji Yu Haoming sneered. Haoming, that suit he's wearing looks like the discounted stuff you bought at the duty-free shop. Ji Yu Haoming shot me a proud glance. Yeah, this kind of clothing is like street vendor stuff to me. So I just casually gave it to him. The fat guy continued to mock. He actually wears the clothes you don't want to attend such an important banquet. Isn't he embarrassed at all? After all, he is still the Ji Yu family's young master. Doesn't he even have a decent outfit? Ji Yu Haoming smiled. What does he count as, the Ji Yu family's young master? My parents have long disowned him. He's the one who clings to our family. Now, he's even worse than a maid in my house. The glances from everyone towards me were filled with disdain. He just can't bear to part with the glory and wealth of the Ji Yu family. Truly shameless. Ji Yu Haoming's gaze towards me was filled with provocation. It doesn't matter. Anyway, just treat it as if I'm raising a pet dog. Look how obedient he is. Whatever you tell him to do, he does it. The people surrounding Ji Yu Haoming burst into laughter. Their voices were not small at all. It was as if they were intentionally speaking for me to hear. But my expression didn't change at all. I still walked up to Ji Yu Haoming with my champagne glass in hand. Ji Yu Haoming knows that in this kind of occasion, I absolutely wouldn't dare to embarrass him. Otherwise, Qin Huilin wouldn't let me off the hook. So he started to humiliate me even more recklessly. Brother, my shoes are dirty. Can you help me clean them? After saying that, he extended one foot in front of me. He also reached out to grab the champagne glass from my hand. He just happened to be tasting the champagne at the same time, while admiring the way I polished his shoes. He even hinted for someone nearby to record it on their phone. I said nothing. I appeared obedient as I handed over the wine glass. But just as Ji Yu Haoming was about to touch the wine glass, I suddenly cradled the wine glass with both hands, and slowly poured the wine from the glass onto the floor, which was quickly absorbed by the carpet. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Haoming had already extended one foot. Just as I was using the wine to paint, half a glass of wine spilled right onto Ji Yu Haoming's shoe. Ji Yu Haoming nearly screamed. Today, these shoes of his were specially customized. It took 2 months to make and cost a fortune. And now I've just ruined them. Ji Yu Xian, what are you doing? Ji Yu Haoming raged like a storm. He didn't expect that I would really dare to embarrass him in front of everyone. I placed the wine glass in the tray of the nearby waiter. My posture was natural and elegant. I smiled, my voice carrying a hint of arrogance and carelessness. Here, have a drink. Drink more, don't waste it. After saying that, I turned and left. The crowd was momentarily confused. It was Ji Yu Haoming's companion who reminded him. Haoming. Just now, Ji Yu Xian's action was akin to a sacrificial rite for the dead. Saying that, everyone started to realize. Just now, Ji Yu Xian was drawing the glass on the ground, and the gesture of pouring wine on the ground. Isn't that a standard action during the Qingming festival ceremonies? The usual action for paying respects at a grave? Haoming. He cursed you to die. The crowd also wore looks of panic and astonishment. Ji Yu Haoming's face turned pale with anger. Ji Yu Xian, stop right there. He quickly caught up with me in a few steps. He suddenly stood in front of me. Ji Yu Xian, how dare you? Don't you realize your current status? If I hadn't begged my mother, you wouldn't even deserve to be here celebrating my birthday with me. You don't even feel grateful. And yet you treat me like this. People beside Ji Yu Haoming started chiming in as well. Right. Haoming, he splashed your expensive shoes. He should be told to lick it clean. Cursing you on your birthday. He should be made to kneel and apologize. Haoming, he dares to slap your face. You must teach him a good lesson. Many people nearby started looking over as well. Under such pressure, my smile remained completely unchanged. I slowly spoke up. Ji Yu Haoming, I advise you not to push your luck. I can make you even more embarrassed. Do you want to give it a try? Although I'm smiling, my aura is extremely imposing. Looking at them feels like looking at a bunch of rookies. This almost provoked everyone's anger. Everyone was fanning the flames, urging Ji Yu Haoming to quickly teach me a lesson. However, Ji Yu Haoming was hesitant to act, because he knew my strength. I practiced Sanda when I was a child, and it's said that I am a judo black belt. He has never truly seen my strength, but from past encounters, Ji Yu Haoming was able to judge that he couldn't defeat me. Even when all of them teamed up, they might not necessarily be able to win. Ji Yu Haoming is not a fool. He wouldn't recklessly take action to ruin the birthday party he meticulously prepared. Ji Yu Haoming glanced at the time. It was about time for him to arrive. Sure enough, Ji Yu Haoming spotted a thin figure not far away. A glint of malice flickered in Ji Yu Haoming's eyes. He suddenly smiled at me. If the shoe is broken, then it's broken. Anyway, I still have plenty of haute couture worth millions. How could I really care about it with my brother? No one knew why Ji Yu Haoming suddenly changed his demeanor to be more endearing. Suddenly, Ji Yu Haoming raised his hand. He waved at a figure not far away. Song Xinyu, I'm here. Upon hearing the name Song Xinyu, I instinctively frowned. Ji Yu Haoming felt very pleased. He had achieved his goal. Only a fool would confront me head-on. To defeat someone, you must strike at their heart. And Song Xinyu was undoubtedly the sharpest knife to use against me. Meanwhile, Song Xinyu had already walked over. Ji Yu Haoming stepped around me. In just a few steps, he reached Song Xinyu's side. He brought Song Xinyu in front of the crowd. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is my good brother, Song Xinyu. He is a returnee from overseas. He just returned from studying abroad. The confused crowd genuinely thought that Song Shinyu was Ji Yu Haoming's brother. They all complimented and greeted him. In fact, Song Shinyu had never been in contact with Ji Yu Haoming. This time, I suddenly received his birthday invitation. After a brief conversation, Song Shinyu and Ji Yu Haoming quickly reached a consensus. Their goals are the same. They both wish for my disgrace. Then they are friends. Moreover, Song Shinyu now has another goal. That is to force me to divorce Wen Yuling. So he naturally cooperated with Ji Yu Haoming. Song Shinyu greeted everyone. When it was my turn, he even specially added, "Xian, happy birthday." Someone caught a hint of something unusual. They hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Song and young Master Ji Yu know each other?" Ji Yu Haoming said with a smile, "It's more than just knowing each other. Their relationship is quite close." Seeing my face dark with displeasure, Ji Yu Haoming was extremely pleased. "Indeed, only Song Shinyu can truly hurt me. The real show tonight has just begun." Ji Yu Haoming deliberately asked Song Shinyu, "Song Shinyu, why did you come alone? Where is your girlfriend?" Ji Yu Haoming introduced to everyone. Song Shinyu's girlfriend is Wen Yuling, the heir of the Wen family. Everyone looked at Song Shinyu with eyes full of admiration. There was an added hint of envy and flattery in their gazes. The Wen family is one of the top enterprises in Rongcheng. Everyone began to praise him in succession. Song Shinyu pretended to be humble and polite on the surface. Yet, he occasionally glanced my way from the corner of his eye. I was too lazy to watch this group of people pretending. I turned around and was about to leave. Just then, I heard Song Shinyu's clear voice. "My girlfriend is here." At that moment, I realized something was off. She didn't know this was Ji Yu Haoming's birthday party. Although the Ji Yu and Wen families get along well, Mr. and Mrs. Wen are extremely partial to me. So in previous years, when Ji Yu Haoming held his birthday party, even if it was, they wouldn't choose me. Instead, they would celebrate my birthday at home. But this year I left the Wen family. Mother Wen originally wanted to celebrate my birthday. I, however, said I had plans with others on my birthday. Mother Wen didn't insist. Wen Yuling also heard about this from Mother Wen after dinner. She didn't take it to heart. But he didn't expect to see at this banquet Song Shinyu, Ji Yu Haoming, and me. Song Shinyu just called her. He said he wanted her to accompany him to a friend's birthday party. She came without thinking much about it. But she didn't expect that this friend was Ji Yu Haoming. Wen Yuling had already walked up to everyone. Ji Yu Haoming deliberately pushed Song Shinyu next to Wen Yuling. "Sister Yuling, Brother Shinyu was just talking about you. Unexpectedly, as soon as you mentioned Cao Cao, he arrives." Wen Yuling's expression was also not good. She frowned and glanced at Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu felt a bit guilty. Because he lied this time. He didn't tell him it was a birthday party for Ji Yu Haoming and me. I wonder if she will be angry. Wen Yuling wouldn't have been angry before. Even in front of everyone. Wen Yuling would firmly tell everyone that he was her boyfriend. But today, she was affected. The low pressure around her made her gaze very cold. Moreover, after scanning the room, her gaze finally landed on Ji Yu Xian. Song Shinyu took her hand. He carefully called out, "Yuling." Wen Yuling's gaze finally returned from me. She turned to look at Song Yu. Her voice clearly showed her displeasure. "You and he have become friends?" Song Shinyu knew that Wen Yuling hated me. But she disliked Ji Yu Haoming even more. Song Shinyu quickly spoke to explain. "Yuling, actually, I came here today for a very important matter." After speaking, Song Shinyu looked at Ji Yu Haoming. Ji Yu Haoming began to speak. "That's right, Sister Yuling. Today is a big day. I felt an instant connection with Brother Shinyu. It felt especially fated. So I planned to have my mother take Song Shinyu as her godson." After I heard this news, I finally became completely gloomy. Ji Yu Haoming certainly has the ability to disgust me. But the things Song Shinyu did back then, both the Ji Yu family and the Wen family are aware of. I know that Huilin has her doubts about herself. But that is due to the grievances of the previous generation. Qin Huilin is not the kind of woman who cannot discern right from wrong. On the contrary, Huilin has cared for and educated me lovingly since I was young. She personally takes care of all matters in life, big and small. She would never delegate to a nanny. I grew up very happily. I was very blessed. The bond with Huilin is also extremely deep. Years. The current Huilin is a completely different person from before. She remains gentle, loving, and understanding towards others. Only towards me is she sharp-tongued, harsh, and overly critical. However, all along, there has been a glimmer of hope in my heart. That mother who raised me for 20 years is still my mother. She hates me so deeply, despises me. It is also because she once invested too much love, too deeply. She must still love me deep down. If she has even a trace of feelings for me, even if it's just a tiny bit, she would never take Song Shinyu as a son. Wen Yuling was also quite surprised. The Wen family also cannot accept Song Shinyu at all. How could the Ji Yu family possibly accept Song as their son? After all, Ji Yu Xian is the son they raised for 20 years. It's impossible for them to disregard my feelings entirely. If this is truly how they treat Xian, Wen Yuling couldn't help but fix her gaze on me. Suddenly, she actually discovered. I actually found myself worrying about the mansion. I even felt sorry for him. At this moment, Ji Yu Haoming suddenly walked up to the stage in the banquet hall. He took the microphone from the host's hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. I am Ji Yu Haoming. I am very grateful for everyone coming to my banquet today. Taking this opportunity, I have an important announcement to make." The entire banquet hall filled with hundreds of people suddenly fell silent. Everyone also leaned closer towards the stage. The one speaking on stage right now is none other than the young master of the Jiyu family, Jiyu Haoming. Jiyu Haoming suddenly pulled a boy to the center of the stage. Then he spoke up. This is my good brother, Song Shinyu. We have a special bond. On this joyful day, our Jiyu family will adopt him as a godson. From today onward, Song Shinyu is also part of our Jiyu family. I hope all the uncles and elders will take care of him. A look of confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Many people are whispering to each other. Which family does this Mr. Song belong to? He looks very unfamiliar. At this moment, Qin Huilin and Jiyu Yuandong are standing on stage. Qin Huilin knows. Last night, Jiyu Haoming insisted on her taking in a godson. But he refused to tell her who the godson was. He only said it was a friend. Qin Huilin didn't expect that this person was Song Shinyu. How could she not know the name Song Shinyu? 3 years ago, I attempted to take my life because of him. I was childhood sweethearts with Wen Yuling. During college, this Song Shinyu suddenly emerged. Wen Yuling became completely enchanted by him, as if she was possessed. Later, although she was forced to marry Xian, she still eloped with him abroad. In fact, Su Huilin already knew. Wen Yuling and I never even got a marriage certificate, so it doesn't count as a legitimate marriage. She doesn't like Song Shinyu. She looks down on his methods even more. Jiyu Yuandong was even angrier. He walked directly to Jiyu Haoming's side and scolded him sternly. Haoming, what nonsense are you up to? Jiyu Haoming replied. Dad, Mom has already agreed. Jiyu Haoming knew that this would definitely not work with Jiyu Yuandong. That's why he acted first and reported later. Fortunately, Qin Huilin wouldn't blame her, even if she might be a bit unhappy. He knew that in the end, Qin Huilin would definitely side with him, because Qin Huilin felt guilty towards him. While on the surface, Jiyu Yuandong was the head of the family, but in reality, he listened to Qin Huilin in everything. Jiyu Haoming had already grabbed Qin Huilin's arm. He pleaded softly, Mom, so many people are watching. Just agree, please. Moreover, he's just a nominal adopted son. There's no loss in that. Mom, this is my birthday wish. As long as you fulfill my wish, from now on, I'll listen to you in everything. Seeing Jiyu Haoming's pleading expression, Qin Huilin felt quite uncomfortable inside. Qin Huilin is a clever woman. She can't see through the guild. The reason Jiyu Haoming wants them to take Song Shinyu as a godson is to make me suffer. Although she has tried hard to compensate Jiyu Haoming over the past 3 years, Jiyu Haoming still holds in his heart that I am the one who took everything away from him. This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Back then, my wedding banquet with Wen Yuling was also unable to be attended by Jiyu Haoming. In front of Jiyu Haoming, her attitude towards me had to be harsh, to slightly compensate for his grievances over the years. In fact, how could she not feel upset about me? The son she has carefully raised for 20 years has turned out to be a tool for Yang Ruyan's revenge on her. She hated Yang Ruyan and also transferred her anger onto me. But after the silence, but in this calm, it was clear that I was the most innocent. When I initially cut my wrist, as a mother, her heart shattered. During the time I was hospitalized, doctors could receive any pride, so she dared not appear before me. But at night when I fell asleep, she would secretly go to the hospital. 20 years cannot just be cut off. But she dared not show even a hint of it in front of Jiyu Jiaoming. Her own biological son has grown up bullied by the Yang Ruyan couple over the years. She felt too guilty and too pained, even knowing that he has a narrow heart, nor the upbringing of a noble family. But this is not his fault. It is because she did not protect him well when he was secretly swapped. He should have grown up peacefully and happily, becoming a young master of a noble family, like me, with both talent and looks. But she has suffered so much since childhood. Just thinking about this, Qin Huilin's heart is bleeding. She never hoped that Jiyu Haoming and I could get along, because she knew it was impossible. It was the same back then with her and Yang Ruyan. It seemed like a curse. The tragedies of the past are repeating in the next generation. She just hopes that these two can keep their distance in the future, even if they never interact until they grow old and die. So she has always done her best to meet all of Jiyu Haoming's demands. This is the last time. She would satisfy him just this once more. Qin Huilin said to herself. She walked to the center of the stage and stood in front of the microphone. Yet her gaze sought out my position. At that moment, I was standing below the stage. My gaze also fell on Su Huilin's face. But I wore a blank expression. There was no anger, no resentment. Just indifference, as if I were numb. Qin Huilin pinched her fingers. Reluctantly shifting her gaze away, she then announced. Femur. Song Shinyu has a special connection with our Jiyu family. Our Jiyu family intends to adopt him as our son. Qin Huilin did not say much more. People in the audience began to congratulate one another. Jiyu Haoming quickly pulled Song Shinyu over. He urged him to hurry and call someone. Song Shinyu was also extremely excited. He cautiously called out. Qin Huilin reluctantly responded with a nod. Jiyu Yuandong, with a dark expression, did not respond at all. Next came the teaserving ceremony. Jiyu Haoming had already arranged all of these details. After all the various segments were completed, when Qin Huilin looked down at the audience again, she discovered that I had already disappeared. When Qin Huilin recognized Song Shinyu, I turned and left. While Song Shinyu was calling out, Godmother and Godfather, my heart feels like it's been stabbed with a knife. It feels like a bloody hole has been forcibly carved into it. I reached the door, ready to leave. But I was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. The eldest young master. The second young master says today is a day of great celebration. You cannot leave. My expression was cold and stern. Everyone get lost. 4 bodyguards surrounded the entrance like an impenetrable wall. The second young master said you must attend. You can only leave after the entire birthday banquet. He also has a gift to give you. I originally wanted to make a move. But if I made a scene, that's exactly what Ji Haoming wants to see. Ultimately, I turned around anyway. But I didn't want to see the scene of joy over there. So I planned to head to the lounge. Halfway up the stairs, someone chased after me. Xian. So this is where you are. I turned around. Coming up the stairs was the person I least wanted to see. Song Xinyu. Song Zhenbao had just been recognized as a godson by the Jiyu family. Such good fortune. How could you not rush to share it with me? Song Xinyu stood in front of me shortly after. We were just a step apart. Song Xinyu wore his usual innocent expression again. I was recognized as the precious son of the Jiyu family. You wouldn't be unhappy, would you? I looked at his innocent, toothless face. I almost laughed. I looked down at Song Xinyu from my elevated position. Put away that innocent look of yours. I found it disgusting to look at. A trace of complex emotion flickered in Song Xinyu's eyes. It seemed both sad and relieving. But all those emotions were fleeting. Xian. I come from a poor background. You know what my mother is like. I was abused and tormented since childhood. I've barely had a good day. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting you in high school. Song Xinyu's expression was so sincere. It seemed to genuinely express intense gratitude. At that time, I was granted admission to Tongfu International High School. I was looked down upon by everyone at school, bullied and harassed. It was you who reached out to me, pulling me out of the mire. You pulled me out of the mud. It was also you during the times I was attacked, like a lifeline, hanging in front of me. Xian. You are my lifelong benefactor. My brows furrowed. I don't understand why Song Xinyu suddenly said these things. At that time, I stood at the top of the pyramid, while Song Xinyu was at the bottom. One day, Song Xinyu came to school on time. As the class monitor, I followed the teacher on a home visit. In a place resembling a slum, we found Song Xinyu's home. A house that was falling apart. There wasn't a single decent thing inside. Song Xinyu's parents were arguing. Li Shoufeng was cursing loudly at Song Xinyu's father. Various curses and insults. So toxic it's shocking. While Song Xinyu's father sits in a wheelchair, completely lifeless. Just like a living corpse. Everything that could be thrown in the room was thrown. Song Xinyu squatted on the ground, numbly picking up things. So skillfully, as if this were all normal. Later, I found out. The reason Song Xinyu didn't go to school that day was because his father attempted to cross the street in a wheelchair. He stopped the wheelchair in the middle of the road, trying to. Li Shoufeng had cursed enough. She started to vent all her emotions on Song Xinyu, kicking, hitting, and slapping Song Xinyu. She even casually grabbed a fire tong and struck it on Song Xinyu's back. The class teacher rushed in to stop it upon seeing the situation. But Li Shoufeng was crazed and refused to stop. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Shoufeng was entangled with the class teacher, I stepped forward and grabbed Song Xinyu's arm. Song Xinyu also always remembers that scene from back then. I pulled him along through several alleys. He held onto my hand tightly. He kept looking at my profile. The sunlight shone on my face, as if an angel had descended from the heavens. He held my hand tightly, as if holding his hand could pull him away from a man-eating lair. Later, we went to a small square nearby. I treated him to deji. That was Song Xinyu's first time eating deji. He ate a lot of egg tarts. He thought he had never eaten anything this delicious in his life. Very sweet and rich. It was so delicious it made him tear up. I watched him eat a whole box of egg tarts. After just one bite, I suddenly grabbed his hand. Song Xinyu. Don't be afraid. I asked him everything without hesitation. Later, I managed to do that too. From then on, as long as anyone bullied Song Xinyu in school, I would fight with anyone. I even helped Song Xinyu apply for a scholarship to live on campus for free. This allowed him to temporarily escape from his crazy mother. Whatever good things I had, I would always share a portion with Song Xinyu, even on my birthday. Those valuable gifts I received. I believe that back then, I had been heartfelt and sincere towards Song Xinyu. Perhaps I was even naive, having grown up with him. So when I learned that Song Xinyu had betrayed me, I even felt hatred. It was such painful hatred. Yes, I even hated. Thinking of all the past events. My heart twisted in pain. Song Xinyu. What do you mean by saying all this now? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of my mouth. In fact, to this day I still don't understand. Why? Why did you have to take Wen Yuling away? Why did you have to use such despicable means? Song Xinyu replied honestly. Because I was jealous. I envy you two holding hands on the playground. I envy her for queuing up every morning to buy you breakfast. I envy you two for being so close and sharing everything. One of you is cheerful and the other is sunny and handsome. A match made in heaven. Song Xinyu's gaze turned somewhat sinister. But I'm just jealous. You are like leaves and flowers bathing in the sunshine. And I am the roots buried deep underground, never seeing the light of day. I can only silently endure the darkness. I'm so jealous that I'm about to go crazy. I didn't expect that back then, every moment. Song Xinyu, who followed us, would have such a mindset. After a moment of silence, I spoke calmly. It's your inferiority complex and sensitivity that are to blame. Everyone's heart is like a seed, whether to choose to grow into leaves and bloom into flowers, or to become roots forever buried underground. It's all your own choice. Song Xinyu, you have it pretty bad. But there are those who are worse off than you in the world. Do you think everyone is as jealous of all good things as you are? To wield a knife against one's true friends. What's the difference between this and the snake in The Farmer and the Snake? I feel inexplicably sad. Back then, you had good grades. And you got into a prestigious university, right? You are no longer that weak and helpless. Song Shinyu, who was controlled by his mother and unable to resist. You were already on the broad road of life. You could have proudly basked in the sunshine. But you still chose the most despicable and dark path. You sacrificed true feelings and betrayed friendship. Your life is still dark. But this time, it's a cold, damp darkness of your own choosing. I looked at Song Shinyu and sighed deeply. It's already meaningless to say these things to you now. I don't regret being good to you before. Losing me now is your loss. It's your loss. The past is like smoke, I've let it go. I don't want to be entangled with Song Shinyu any longer. Whether love or hate, it doesn't matter. I don't want to spend any more time and energy on him. I wanted to leave, but Song Shinyu suddenly grabbed my arm. Xian, you can't get rid of me. It's never going to happen. I turned to shake off the hand that Song Shinyu was holding. But I hadn't even used my strength yet. Song Shinyu fell backward. And then he tumbled down the stairs. Then Song Shinyu pointed at me. Xian, why did you push me? My brow twitched. A bad premonition arose in my heart. Almost simultaneously, countless people rushed over. Ji Haoming was at the forefront. Brother, why did you push Song Shinyu? I know you have prejudice against Song Shinyu, but you shouldn't hurt her. I was surrounded by a crowd. Others in the banquet hall came over upon hearing the commotion. Wen Yuling ran over through the crowd. I saw Song Shinyu lying on the ground. He looked to be in great pain. Meanwhile, I stood coldly on the stairs. People around me were pointing and whispering, blaming me for pushing someone down. The moon is not as bright as Dodo's rent. I hurried a few steps forward to help Song Shinyu sit up. Shinyu, I'll take you to the hospital. Song Shinyu had a pained expression. Yuling, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. I just don't know why Xian pushed me. Wen Yuling looked at me with anger in her eyes. She pointed a finger at me. Ji Xian, you are simply toxic. I have nothing to say in response. Song Shinyu was in cahoots with Ji Haoming. Everyone was pointing and gossiping. They had long accused me of being the one who pushed. Ji Yuandong and Qin Huilan also came over upon hearing the noise. Ji Yuandong asked upon seeing this scene. What happened? Ji Haoming had already prepared his explanation. Dad, my brother pushed Song Shinyu for some unknown reason. Ji Yuandong looked at Song Shinyu with a dark expression. His face looked grim. Wen Yuling is obviously Xian's wife. Yet, at this moment, she is openly hugging another man. Wen Yuling grew up in front of them as a couple. She is no different from their own daughter. More importantly, the Wen family informed them. It turned out that 3 years ago, Wen Yuling and I never actually obtained a marriage certificate. I announced a complete breakup with Wen Yuling just a few days ago. I even moved out of the Wen family home. It's possible that Wen Yuling secretly got married to Song Shinyu long ago. And now this man named Song Shinyu still, unaccountably became the godson of the Ji family. Ji Yuandong had already formed a judgment in his heart. Today, the dignitaries of Rongsheng are all present. He cannot let the Ji family lose face. So, Ji Yuandong walked up to Song Shinyu. His voice was cold, carrying a hint of feeling. Song Shinyu, are you sure Xian pushed you on purpose? Song Shinyu looked at Ji Yuandong with an especially innocent expression. He knew Ji Yuandong was trying to smooth things over. In fact, Song Shinyu didn't want this matter to escalate too much. Wen Yuling now looked at me with extreme disgust. Just like 3 years ago. After a moment of shock, Song Shinyu replied in a hoarse voice. Godfather, you are right. Xian didn't do it on purpose. He just accidentally pushed me. I observed every subtle expression of Song Shinyu. Now I realize how superb Song Shinyu's acting skills are. He wore an expression of reluctant compromise under pressure. It was vividly portrayed on his face. He kept saying it was unintentional. Yet his expression accused him of being coerced. Firstly, it made everyone around aware that I did indeed push him. Secondly, it showcased his painful compromise, eliciting sympathy. Thirdly, it also gave Ji Yuandong some face. Indeed, Song Shinyu captivated everyone with his acting skills. Ji Yuandong's expression towards Song Shinyu had softened a bit. He even showed a hint of guilt. Wen Yuling tightened her grip on him even more. Meanwhile, the people around were whispering among themselves. It seems that the young master of the Ji family really pushed him. This young master of the Ji family. How could he be so malicious? Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. I heard his biological mother is a murderer and his father is a drunkard. His biological mother, in order to allow her own son enjoying wealth and luxury, the true heir of the Ji family has been swapped out. Indeed, this inherent badness is passed down through the bloodline. Only the Ji family, with their kind-heartedness, cannot sever the ties of upbringing. In my opinion, such a son of an enemy should have been kicked out of the house long ago. But don't end up inviting trouble by letting in the wolves. On the other side, Ji Yuandong heard Song Shinyu say this. He finally let out a sigh of relief. However, Ji Haoming clearly wouldn't let me go easily. Dad, now the three of us are your sons. How can you be biased? If my brother pushed him, then he pushed him. You cannot favor him. Ji Yuandong had just settled his chest. But the breath he let out got stuck again. Ji Haoming saw Ji Yuandong's face darken quickly. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that Ji Yuandong cared most about the dignity of the Ji family. So he also could not let things spiral out of control. Ji Haoming stepped back and said, then at least let my brother apologize to Song Shinyu. The voices around grew louder and louder. If this continues, it's clear that the Ji family will soon become a laughingstock that everyone talks about after meals. This is the last thing Ji Yuandong wants to see. He had no choice but to turn to my direction. Xian, Even though it wasn't intentional on her part, you are still responsible for Song Xinyu's fall. Come over and apologize. Then we can consider this matter settled. I chuckled lightly. Why should I apologize for something I didn't do? Why should I apologize? There was an uproar below the stairs. Everywhere, there were voices discussing me. This young master of the GU family is simply obstinate. How can he not take such an obvious step down? Clearly, he has been spoiled by the GU family. He truly thinks he is the biological heir of the GU family. It's simply lawless. This GU is also a person of some prestige. How could he raise a son who is so ungrateful? These words floated into GU Yuandong's ears. His face had already darkened. Xian, I command you to apologize to Song Xinyu. I will not apologize. My voice remains firm. GU Yuandong became anxious. For the first time, someone dared to defy him in public. This is no different from slapping his face. GU Xian, if you don't apologize today, I will treat you as if you are not my son. This statement has become quite serious. The auditorium was silent. Everyone silently watched the drama unfold. They directly called today's show a series of acts. It was truly spectacular. GU Haoming secretly reveled in the misfortune. He knew that even if he didn't pursue it, I, with my character, would not compromise. I stood from a high vantage point, staring calmly at GU Yuandong. Since childhood, I have not been that close to this father, at least compared to Su Huilan. In this family, he is both the head of the household and a hands-off manager, always busy with business outside. Although he buys me expensive gifts, he rarely spends time with me, but I still respect and love him in my heart, especially after GU Haoming returned. Qin Huilan wanted to sever ties with me. GU Yuandong came out to stop it, and he said I would always be the GU family's eldest son. I was moved, but until that night, I overheard outside the study the conversation between GU Yuandong and Qin Huilan. GU Yuandong said, if you really drive him out of the house, it will only make others laugh at the GU family. It's better to let me keep the title of the GU family's eldest son. And that night, GU Yuandong also made a will. All of the GU family's assets and the company's shares will eventually be inherited by GU Haoming. At that moment, I knew GU Yuandong kept me, was not out of father-son affection for me, but rather for the sake of the GU family's reputation. I thought I had already forgotten about that matter. I also tried to convince myself. It was quite good that they could make it this far. But that night's situation was just like now. Whether I am the son of the GU family is not important. What matters is to not lose the GU family's face. But I am no longer the person I was 3 years ago. I slowly walked down the stairs. Step by step, I approached GU Yuandong. GU Yuandong thought I had finally compromised. I planned to apologize to Song Xinyu. His gaze softened a bit as he looked at me. Unexpectedly, my expression remained calm. Yet, it conveyed a certain feeling. Even GU Yuandong seemed to feel a chill run down his back. Dad. This is the last time I will call you Dad. In ancient times, there was the act of severing ties for righteousness. Today, I will follow suit. I turned to the crowd and said, from today onward, I, GU Xian, have no more connection with the GU family of Rongcheng. From now on, I am no longer the young master of the GU family. Who cares about this position? Let whoever wants it sit there. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Please bear witness, everyone. GU Yuandong was so furious that his face turned pale. However, Huilan was unusually calm. She didn't criticize or insult me. Instead, her eyes turned red. The people around us were whispering to each other even more. The GU family is one of the top high society families in Rongcheng. He thinks he can willingly give up this wealthy young master identity. I'm afraid he's been watching too many dramas. He really thinks he's the male lead of a drama. It's just a bit of pretentious show. Who knows, he might come crying back tomorrow. GU Yuandong looked extremely ugly. It's the GU family that has been cut off by the adopted son. If this gets out, it'll be a huge joke. He was so angry that he pointed at me. GU Xian, you better not regret this. Don't come crying back tomorrow. I suddenly knelt down, but my expression remained cold and resolute. Seeing me suddenly kneel down, GU Yuandong thought I was having regrets. Instead, I suddenly bowed 3 times. Mr. GU. These 3 bows repay the kindness of you and Mrs. Chin for raising me. From now on, we owe nothing to each other. After bowing, I stood up. I walked briskly toward the door. GU Yuandong, however, was so angry that his face turned pale and then red. After all, I am his son who has been raised for 20 years. If it really ends like this, he must be feeling distressed inside as well. But right now, he is even angrier. Angry that I didn't give him any face in front of everyone. I had just run out a couple of steps when I was suddenly blocked by someone. A coldly beautiful face appeared before me. Sha Qingshui casually scrutinized everything. Everyone else also noticed her. Especially GU Haoming, who was filled with joy and excitement after seeing Sha Qingshui. His eyes were filled with delight and excitement. He ran up to Sha Qingshui. Miss Sha, why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone present is someone prominent in Rongcheng. No one here is unfamiliar with the name of Sha Qingshui. She is the young lady of a prestigious family in the capital. She's not someone that can be compared to this small place like Rongcheng. Everyone knows that Miss Sha is in Rongcheng to personally oversee the Paradise Resort project. The Paradise Resort is not just a matter for the construction industry. It is also a coveted prize across various fields. This colossal project, claimed to be worth trillions, involves all industries. Even a small hint from Miss Shaw would be enough to make their family soar. Some young masters from noble families are envious and heated up. What is the relationship between young Master Haoming and Miss Shaw? It's surprising that Miss Shaw came back to attend his birthday party. In no time, various voices filled the crowd. They were filled with overwhelming envy and jealousy. Even those around Gu Yuandong began to quietly praise him. He. This second young master actually has a connection with Miss Shaw. Young Master Haoming must be furious. Really embarrassing you. Gu Yuandong was flustered by these words. He excitedly walked up to Sha Qingshui. Miss Shaw has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Sha Qingshui nodded. Uncle Gu. Just call me Qingshui. There's no need to be so formal. The people around gasped. The rumored aloof and cold Miss Shaw, in front of Gu Yuandong, however, was polite like an ordinary junior. It seems this second young master of the Gu family truly has an unusual relationship with Miss Shaw. Gu Haoming was also extremely excited. He greatly enjoyed the envious and jealous gazes around him, making him even want to take Sha Qingshui's arm. But she avoided Sha Qingshui. Sha Qingshui shot him a cold glance. Gu Haoming tactfully stepped back. Perhaps Miss Shaw isn't used to being close in front of others. Gu Yuandong, standing nearby, witnessed this scene. A hint of doubt flashed through his heart. However, Sha Qingshui suddenly noticed my embarrassed state. Her gaze instantly turned a bit colder. Just now, I seem to have missed a good show. Gu Yuandong realized that Sha Qingshui was looking at me, thinking it was because of my current embarrassment. The aristocratic Sha Qingshui found it rude, so she scolded coldly. Unfilial rebel, haven't you already severed ties with the Gu family? Why aren't you leaving yet? I heard these words. I lifted my foot to move forward, but I was blocked by the arm Sha Qingshui extended. Uncle Gu, forgive me for meddling. What exactly happened? Sha Qingshui emanated a chilling aura. It made those around feel an unsettling drop in atmosphere. Yet every word she spoke was humble and polite. At this moment, Gu Haoming took the initiative to speak. Miss Shaw, you may not be aware. My parents adopted Song Xinyu as a son today. My brother was not pleased. In a fit of anger, he actually pushed Song Xinyu down the stairs. Fortunately, Song Xinyu was unharmed. He was kind and did not want to hold a grudge. Dad just wanted my brother to apologize to Song Xinyu. Let's consider this matter resolved. As a result, my brother not only refused to apologize, but also wanted to cut ties with us. Gu Haoming embellished the incident as he recounted it. Gu Yuandong's expression was also unpleasant. This was a private matter of the Gu family. It is my failure in raising my child. I have embarrassed Miss Shaw. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingshui let out a cold laugh. So that's how it is. Mr. Song, did Gu Xian really push you? Sha Qingshui suddenly turned her gaze to Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu was pressured by such an authoritative gaze. He felt inexplicably nervous. I believe Xian didn't do it on purpose. Sha Qingshui's voice was still very cold, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. So you mean to confirm that Gu Xian pushed you? Song Xinyu felt a bit anxious inside. Miss Zhang, what do you mean by asking this? Sha Qingshui said. Are you sure you're not lying? If someone else said this, it would be fine. But it's Miss Shaw, whom everyone wishes to be associated with. Every word she spoke naturally carried weight. Voices questioning Song Xinyu emerged from the crowd. Song Xinyu quickly said, I am not lying. I just went up the stairs. I said a few words to Xian. It's probably because he was in a bad mood. He pushed me directly onto the stairs. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes. This was a trap that he and Gu Haoming had set up in advance. Furthermore, Gu Haoming mentioned, the banquet hall at Yanning Restaurant is exclusively for receiving distinguished guests. Therefore, they didn't install any cameras. There could not be any flaws. Gu Haoming also joined the conversation. I saw it with my own eyes. I was standing not far away at the time. I saw my brother intentionally push Song Xinyu down the stairs. Not just me. They all saw it too. Gu Haoming mentioned, refers to Gu Haoming's followers. Those people received quite a few benefits from Gu Haoming. At this moment, they naturally followed her lead. That's right. We all saw it. Sha Qingshui's gaze swept over their faces one by one. Gu Haoming vaguely felt that Sha Qingshui seemed to be favoring me. He suddenly remembered. I previously interviewed Sha Qingshui. Perhaps that was when the two of them got to know each other. But Gu Haoming is not afraid at all. He had long sought out the manager of the Cloud Top restaurant. He found out that there were no surveillance cameras installed here. No one saw what happened at that time. He doesn't believe any evidence will be left behind. In that case, he doesn't mind making my reputation even worse. Gu Haoming continued to speak. Miss Shaw, you probably don't know. My brother has a personal grudge against Song Xinyu. He deliberately pushed Song Xinyu. Whispers started to emerge around. By now, anyone with eyes can see. Sha Qingshui seems to be a bit biased towards me. Gu Haoming noticed it too. He glanced at me and laughed aloud. Miss Shaw may be unaware. My brother has the best reason to do this. The person my brother likes is Sister Wen Yuling. And Sister Wen Yuling likes Song Xinyu. My brother is consumed by jealousy. In a moment of irrationality, he targeted Song Xinyu. The onlookers all looked as if they had just realized something. It turns out that those rumors circulating are all true. Everyone turned their gaze to Wen Yuling. She truly is beautiful and has an excellent demeanor. It's no wonder that the young master Gu is infatuated with her. He would make such a crazy move. If he truly were the young master of the Gu family, he would indeed be a good match. But he is just a minor young master. His original family background is also quite disgraceful. How could he possibly be worthy now? Sha Qingshui slowly drove back. Are you saying that the young Master Ji is targeting Miss Wen? That's why he made a move against Song first. Ji Haoming naturally cannot reveal that I am Wen Yuling's husband. Moreover, such a humiliating matter. Ji Xian wouldn't voluntarily mention it either. Ji Haoming seized upon this point. He began to fabricate stories without restraint. Of course. Sister Yuling is so. My brother has always coveted her. Sister Wen Yuling and Song Xinyu are in love with each other. At this moment, Ji Haoming can no longer care about the Ji family's reputation. He definitely wants to ruin my reputation in front of Miss Shaw. Sha Qingxue suddenly smiled. That makes even less sense. How could my boyfriend, Sha Qingxue, possibly covet another woman? These words instantly silenced the entire room. Even Ji Haoming seemed unable to understand. How could Ji Xian possibly be your boyfriend? This is absolutely impossible. Sha Qingxue naturally linked her arm with mine. She then looked up, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Aren't we a good match? How could anyone have seen such a cold-hearted Miss Shaw's gentle gaze? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Ji Haoming shot a glance at me. The jealousy in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. It almost slipped out. Miss Shaw, were you deceived by my brother? My brother is a married man. In just a few seconds, Ji Haoming had already made a judgment in his mind. Ji Xian's face is quite good-looking. It didn't seem strange to Sha Qingxue. But Sha Qingxue must not know that I'm already married. So he ruthlessly exposed my lie. However, there was no anger in Sha Qingxue's eyes at all. I didn't even see a hint of surprise. She casually asked, "You said my boyfriend has a wife? Then may I ask, who is his wife?" This question left Ji Haoming speechless. On the other side, Song Xinyu was also nervously staring at Ji Haoming, afraid this idiot might blurt out something. The brows furrowed. Meanwhile, Wen Yuling's brows were tightly furrowed. A cold gaze landed on the hand Sha Qingxue placed on my arm. Ji Haoming pondered for a moment before continuing. Anyway, my brother is already married. He is not innocent. You must have been deceived by my brother. Sha Qingxue's voice seemed to have a layer of shattered ice floating over it. The second young master kept calling him brother. But every word slandered and destroyed his innocence. I think you are the one without any upbringing. A person with a malicious mind. Labeled publicly by Sha Qingxue in such a way. Ji Haoming was trembling all over with anger. People around him began to point at Ji Haoming. Ji Haoming felt as if his face was being slapped continuously. He was so furious that his insides felt like they were going to explode. He spoke with a trembling voice. Miss Shaw, even if my brother is your boyfriend, you cannot ignore the facts to take his side. It is a fact that he pushed Song Xinyu. We all saw it. This is enough to prove he is a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Sha Qingxue's voice carried a threat. Are you sure you saw it with your own eyes? If not, then you are slandering and framing me. Then you should know what the consequences are. Do you dare to swear? Ji Haoming felt that threat, especially when seeing that cold gaze. It felt like a knife glinting with cold light. But Ji Haoming couldn't care about anything else right now. I swear. I personally saw my brother push Song Xinyu. If what I said is a lie, then let our Ji family go bankrupt. Then I, Ji Haoming, will live a life of poverty and die in misery. Ji Haoming vowed the most vicious oath while secretly sneering inside. He didn't believe in oaths like this. However, Sha Qingxue smiled faintly. Very good. I hope young Master Ji remembers what was said today when he takes his vows in the future. Remember the words spoken today. Sha Qingxue picked up her phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, Lu Xinlong, the manager of Yunning, rushed in. The crowd surrounded this place tightly. Everyone was so captivated by the lively scene that they couldn't bear to blink. At this point, Lu Xinlong nervously walked to Sha Qingxue's side. Miss Shaw, do you need something from me? Ji Haoming watched as manager Huang from Yunning appeared here. He found it quite amusing. Sha Qingxue really knows how to bluff. What use is it to call Lu Xinlong over? Even the police would be of no use here. There are no surveillance cameras here. They can't find any evidence. Sha Qingxue spoke up. Manager Lu, open the Eagle Eye system. Lu Xinlong was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that Miss Shaw actually knew about the Eagle Eye system. But he still hesitated. Miss Shaw, this is against the rules. I cannot bear this responsibility. Sha Qingxue spoke Dan. 50% of the shares in Yunning are held by the Shaw family. Although I do not participate in the management of Yunning Group, I can still be considered a shareholder of Yunning Group. As the largest shareholder, I believe I have this right. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinlong immediately said respectfully, I will take care of it right away. Most of the people around were still looking bewildered. What is the Eagle Eye system? How have I never heard of it before? Miss Shaw is actually the major shareholder of Yunning. I have heard of the Eagle Eye system. It is the highest level surveillance system used by the military. Simply put, there are no restrictions on time or space. It can pull up high-definition surveillance of anyone, at any location, at any time. Oh my god. They actually have the Eagle Eye system installed here. So, were all our actions just now being monitored? The Yunning banquet hall is usually used to host high-ranking government officials, or receive foreign dignitaries. It's not surprising that it has an Eagle Eye system. Ji Haoming listened to the discussions around him. His face was full of disbelief. What the hell is this Eagle Eye system? He had never even heard of it. He clearly confirmed it with security. This banquet hall has no surveillance at all. How could one suddenly appear? A 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. Ji Haoming still refused to believe it. But when Song Xinyu and my figures were clearly projected onto the big screen in the banquet hall, Ji Haoming was completely dumbfounded. Our conversation at that time, was also displayed word for word in front of everyone. Song Shin-yu. To this day, I still don't understand. Why did you have to take Wen Yuling away? Using such despicable means. Because I was jealous. You all are like leaves bathed in sunlight, while I am the roots buried deep underground. I was going crazy with jealousy. You chose this path for yourself. Swinging the knife towards your friend's true heart. You give your true heart, betraying friendship. Business. It's meaningless to say these things to you now. I don't regret being good to you. Ji Xian. You will never be able to get rid of me. Everything that happened back then. All the truths are fully revealed in front of everyone. In the conversation, as Song Shin-yu said this sentence, he suddenly grabbed my arm. Then he leaned back on his own. Stepping back a few steps on the stairs, he fell to the ground. Next, the scene is Song Shin-yu. His scream attracted the attention of those around. Then there's the scene accusing me of pushing him. The footage stops here. The entire banquet hall is extremely silent. From our conversation, everyone also picked up on some clues. It turns out Miss Wen was taken by Song Shin-yu through despicable means. Snatched away from young Master Ji-yu. I don't know what means he used. I didn't expect young Master Ji-yu and Song Shin-yu were high school friends. Young Master Ji-yu has helped him so much. Yet he stole young Master Gu's girlfriend. Truly, it is a case of repaying kindness with hatred. Young Master Gu's second son is obviously an accomplice. And he even claimed to have seen it with his own eyes. He isn't afraid that such a malicious oath will come true. Not just that. No wonder young Master Ji-yu wants to cut ties. I didn't expect the Ji-yu family's young master to be so cold-hearted. I heard he was raised in a slum by a murderer. Such despicable methods are truly unimaginable for ordinary people. If the Ji-yu family falls into his hands, they will likely be defeated. People around began to gossip and point. Ji-yu Yuandong and Qin Huilin saw this scene. Their emotions were extremely complicated. Do they really think I pushed Song Shin-yu? I didn't expect to be framed by Ji-yu Haoming and Song Shin-yu. Qin Huilin's gaze towards Ji-yu Haoming turned cold for the first time. Everyone is watching the Ji-yu family's embarrassment. Ji-yu Haoming stood frozen in place, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Today's disgraceful spectacle. The grand play was originally staged for me. He couldn't understand how it all ended up falling on him. Deep down, Ji-yu Haoming felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Anger and embarrassment made him lose control of his body. His shoulders shook violently. He shouted at the screen like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Fake. All of this is fake. It was Ji Xian who designed this to frame me. He hysterically yelled at the crowd. But everyone's gazes at him were even more peculiar. It was as if they were looking at a freak. Some even took a few steps back in disgust. Ji Yuandong finally could no longer endure. He strode forward and slapped Ji Haoming hard across the face. Ji Haoming. Haven't you caused enough chaos? You've completely humiliated the Ji family's reputation. Ji Haoming instantly fell silent. Tears streamed down. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. Ji Yuandong blushed and apologized to everyone. I'm sorry. The two sons at home were throwing tantrums. They made a fool of themselves in front of everyone. Today's incident was a misunderstanding regarding my eldest son, Ji Xian. I believe my youngest son was also misled by outsiders. As for the matter of the Ji family adopting a godson, let's all act as if it never happened. Our Ji family will naturally not adopt someone with ill intentions as a godson. Ji Yuandong had already walked up to Song Shin-yu. Mr. Song, please leave. Our Ji family does not welcome you. Song Shin-yu was already in a state of panic. He never expected that what he had done would be made public like this. It was akin to publicly stripping him and torturing him. He had initially planned to use wrestling today, to completely shatter Wen Yuling's fantasies. But now this hat is actually placed on his own head. He has long since stopped caring about the opinions of others. He was humiliated by his mother since he was young. During puberty, he was even stripped naked by his mother and tied to a tree for a beating. The entire neighborhood gathered to watch, like they were watching a monkey show. From that moment on, he had long lost all sense of self-esteem and shame. What he truly feared in his heart was Wen. After Wen Yuling saw through all of this, she reignited her feelings for Ji Xian. He is afraid of us getting back together. He has worked hard for so many years. He wanted to completely separate us. Song Shin-yu looked up at Wen Yuling. However, Wen Yuling's gaze remained fixed on me. She appeared calm on the surface, but Song Shin-yu could see through it. At this moment, a stormy wave is churning in Wen Yuling's eyes. Ji Yuandong looked at Wen Yuling and the sight of Song Shin-yu together with someone else also made me extremely angry. If it weren't for this guy abandoning Xian for Song Shin-yu, such an embarrassing thing wouldn't have happened today. Ji Yuandong simply issued an eviction order to all. Miss Wen, as for you, I won't keep you anymore. A gaze that pierced through, a gaze that seemed to signify the end of the month, and withdrew from Xia Shui. Her eyes looked at Song Shin-yu with coldness. One exclusion. A word of verification. She turned and strode towards the banquet hall. Song Shin-yu also chased after her, drove these two people away. Ji Yuandong's expression improved slightly. He walked up to me with a gentle voice. Xian, Dad misunderstood you. After saying that, he coldly spoke to Ji Haoming. Come over and apologize to your brother. Ji Haoming covered his face. Gritting his teeth, he walked over. Sorry, brother. Actually, I was just joking with you. Ji Haoming apologizes reluctantly. Ji Yuandong tries to mediate. Xian, your brother didn't grow up by our side. Naturally, he lacks the upbringing and grace of a noble son. He acted foolishly out of momentary anger. As his older brother, just forgive him this once. After all, we're all family. There are no real deep grudges here. Ever since Sha Qingshui appeared, I've been almost silent until now, like a cold observer watching from the sidelines. At this moment, my voice is cold and distant. He is joking with me. But I am not joking. Mr. Gu. I have severed ties with your Gu family. Your so-called apology, I do not accept. Everything Gu Haoming has done to me today, I will definitely return it in the future. So he doesn't need to apologize to me either. Gu Yuandong suppresses his emotions and continues speaking. Xian, although you are not my and mom's biological child, but how did we raise you in the palm of our hands since childhood? You were raised with great care. After all these years of affection, you truly don't care at all? The reason Haoming is like this is also because your biological parents bullied him since childhood. Growing up in such an environment, can't you consider that he has suffered so much for you? And you have enjoyed so many years of comfort? Can't you let go of your grievances with him? I laughed on the spot. Mr. Gu. Your words are indeed quite interesting. I was born just a small L. What can I control? The two children were swapped back then. Don't you, as guardians, have any responsibility? Even if we take a step back, that was Yang Ruyan's responsibility. I didn't climb into your Gu family's life myself. One should seek revenge for grievances. You should hold her accountable, instead of blaming me for everything Gu Haoming lost. Mr. Gu. I have no relationship with the Gu family anymore. I just said that starting today, we owe nothing to each other and have no dealings. Every word I say is precious. Gu Yuandong was shaking all over with anger. Unfilial child. It's simply outrageous. But Sha Qingshui suddenly spoke up. Mr. Gu. My boyfriend can't bear such a heavy burden from you. We will take our leave now. After saying that, Sha Qingshui took my arm and walked towards the banquet hall exit. After walking for a while, she stopped again. Sha Qingshui suddenly turned around and spoke to those around her. Everyone. Today is my boyfriend's birthday. I have also set up a banquet on the 88th floor of Yunning. If everyone doesn't mind, you are welcome to join us. Today's banquet is for esteemed guests. The crowd immediately stirred. Miss Shaw personally invited them. Who would refuse such an offer? So many people want to curry favor with her, but haven't had the chance. Instantly, many people stood up. Young Miss Chong. Let's go celebrate Mr. Xian's birthday. I'll go too. The guests of the Gu family immediately surged out after Sha Qingshui. In less than 5 minutes, the originally lively banquet became disarrayed. The remaining guests were just a few close relatives of the Gu family. They walked over to Gu Yuandong's side, sighing. The eldest miss of the Sha family is actually Xian's girlfriend. This should have been a windfall from the ancestors' graves. How did the connections suddenly break? Xian has been studying since childhood. He also has a talent for design. Weren't those award-winning works all created by him? The designs from the company now are not presentable. Although he hasn't designed products for the company in recent years, he still manages to design works to represent the company at exhibitions in Milan every year. Now the summer fashion week is approaching again. The relationship has become so tense. Will he still be able to help the company? Originally, if we could climb the Shaw family tree, our Gu family could rise several levels higher. A cooked duck can fly right out of your mouth. What kind of nonsense is this? Gu Haoming stood by, listening to these uncles and aunts lamenting. He spoke up angrily. What's so great about Gu Xian? Do you really think Miss Shaw will look at him? He is a married man. Miss Shaw must have been deceived by him. Just wait until she finds out she's been played by him. Let's see if he'll even look at me again. And what about this design competition? I can represent the company as well. I refuse to believe I will lose to him. Gu Yuandong could no longer bear it. Shut your mouth. Gu Haoming. How can you still be so brazen here? Today, the Gu family's reputation is in ruins because of you. Those pathetic designs of yours. It's bad enough to lose face in this country. You want to embarrass yourself internationally too? Just look at yourself now. No designer labels can hide your humble background. Look at your brother. Now look at yourself. Over the past few years, Mom has hired so many etiquette teachers for you. And this is what you've learned? You're not allowed to go anywhere recently. Just stay home obediently. Don't embarrass me. Gu Haoming was stunned. He has been back for 3 years. Though Gu Yuandong wasn't particularly close to him, he was always kind and tolerant. How could he be so harsh in his reprimands? Gu Haoming's tears welled up. He looked at Qin Huilin. If it were the old Huilin, she would definitely stand up for him. But at this moment, she just stood there silently, watching Gu Yuandong's fierce reprimand and humiliation of him. Qin Huilin's gaze was vacant. It seemed she was thinking about something else. This made Gu Haoming feel even worse. He was humiliated by Gu Yuandong. Yet Qin Huilin didn't seem to care at all. She must be thinking about Gu Xian. She probably feels she can't compare to Gu Xian in any way. Isn't it because Gu Xian has now gotten close to Miss Shaw? As he thought about this, Gu Haoming couldn't help but clench his fists. No matter what means he uses. Gu Xian. I will never lose to you. On the other side, Song Shinyu was out. Has been catching up with Wen Yuthing's footsteps. But Wen Yuting walked too fast, completely ignoring the trailing Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu watched her silhouette. His heart was filled with endless anger and indifference. He has always been perfect in Wen Yuthing's heart. A very generous and kind image. Today, he happened to see her plotting against Gu Xian. What would she think in her heart? After chasing to the parking lot, Wen Yuling opened the car door and got in. Then she drove off without caring about Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu ran after her the whole time, calling out Wen Yuling's name continuously. Wen Yuling saw from the rearview mirror Song Shinyu's thin and lonely figure. She felt extremely anxious inside. Suddenly, Song Shinyu tripped over a stone underfoot. He fell directly to the ground. Wen Yuling slammed on the brakes. Ultimately, she got out of the car. She ran all the way to Song Shinyu's side. Song Shinyu looked up when he saw Wen Yuling come back. His face was already a mess from crying. Yuling, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Forgive me one last time, okay? Song Shinyu trembled as he grabbed Wen Yuling's wrist. Yuling, I just love you too much. I'm so afraid you'll go back to Xi'an. I know you two are childhood sweethearts. I know you haven't completely let him go in your heart. I thought I wouldn't care. But I realized I couldn't. I'm too scared. That's why I did this. Looking at Song Shinyu's eyes filled with terror, as if the sky were collapsing. Wen Yuling's gaze finally softened a little. But her voice remained icy. Song Shinyu. This is not the 7th time. Last time you used Li Wei to frame Xi'an. Last time you caused harm. I have already forgiven. And those files on your computer. Bang. You have become too significant. Obvious shock flashed in Song Shinyu's eyes. Wen Yuling actually looked at her computer. Then she must have deciphered her login password. Will she discover something? But none of this matters right now. Tears streamed down Song Shinyu's face. Yuling. I admit it. I did all of this. I intentionally framed Xi'an. But this is all because I love you. I am so afraid of losing you. Xi'an has too much. And I only have you. Forgive me just this once. Will you? Wen Yuling's expression finally softened, helping him to stand up. Then Song Shinyu took the passenger seat in the car. Wen Yuling's complexion still didn't look good. She seemed to still be restraining her emotions. Song Shinyu. I always thought I understood you well. But today I realize. You feel so unfamiliar to me. Song Shinyu lowered his head and remained silent. Wen Yuling casually pulled out a tissue and handed it over. Song Shinyu took the tissue. He cautiously glanced at Wen Yuling. Holding the tissue, he spoke in a muffled voice. Baiting. I grew up in a place like Yanyu Alley. If I were truly just kind and innocent, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Wen Yuling's eyes stirred. The name Yanyu Alley sounds nice. But in reality, it's the most marginal slum in Rongcheng. It is filled with blood every day. And all kinds of shady and dirty dealings. She knows Song Shinyu's method. But she never inquired in detail. Song Shinyu still spoke in a hoarse voice. My mom is a lunatic. My dad is disabled. From the moment I can remember. My mom has tortured my dad and me in various ways. I don't have my own room. Since I was a child, my clothes, shoes, and even my school bag were all picked from garbage heaps. I feel like there's nothing in this world that belongs to me. I don't deserve to have anything beautiful. His voice was filled with despair, as if it could pull someone into that kind of tragic situation. It makes one's heart break just to hear it. When I was 14, I collected scrap for 6 months and saved money. Then I secretly went to a clothing store and bought a white shirt. I liked it so much. I hid it under the bed. When my parents were not at home, I would secretly take out. One time, my mom came home early. She happened to catch me wearing a brand new white shirt. She insisted that I stole money to buy it. I will never forget that day. Song Shinyu's shoulders were shaking more and more violently. I was made to wear her clothes. Tied to the big tree in the yard. She cut the white shirt into rags with scissors right in front of me. Then she set it on fire. Then she picked up the belt, striking me again and again. That day in the afternoon, many people heard the commotion and came to watch. At that time, I was already 14 years old. I was beaten until I was covered in blood. Surrounded by a crowd lick. They didn't stop it, they just watched the fun. Pointing and talking about me. And those disgusting biased gazes. They laughed and clapped, encouraging my mom to hit me harder. I was knocked out a few times. When Wen Yuling heard Song Shinyu say this, her heart tightened. She knew Song Shinyu came from a poor family. Li Shofun would beat and scold him. But she didn't expect to see her face. Having gone through such cruel things, Wen Yuling couldn't help but think of me. What was I doing when I was 14? Wen Yuling remembered. When Ji Yuxian was 14, he had spoken as the representative of Chinese students in various countries, with fluent British accent throughout, winning applause from all over the world. At the age of 14, Ji Yuxian wore a splendid suit too. The protagonist took the stage at the Paris Opera House, and was selected on the spot by the Royal Theatre of England. But he rejected the royal invitation, simply because he thought British food was too awful. 14 eyes. Ji Yuxian was the center of attention for everyone. The fitness equipment glimmered with dazzling light after being redeemed, baking in the glow of the oven, dressed in shimmering light. Song Shinyu and Ji Yuxian. They were like two extremes of life. One shone like a star in the clouds. The other struggled in the mud. Sympathy and heartache clouded rationality. Wen Yuling's expression had completely softened. She turned to embrace Song Shinyu. Her voice carried a hint of sorrow. That is all in the past. Your future won't be worse than Ji Yuxian's. Song Shinyu, sitting in the passenger seat, still kept his head down. Yuling, I know I don't deserve you. Just like that white shirt. I want to get close, I want to possess. All at a tremendous cost. But you are the best thing in my life. You are a ray of light in my dark life. No matter what price I have to pay, I won't allow anyone to take you away from me. I know you and Xi'an are childhood sweethearts. You still haven't completely let go of those years of feelings. I'm so afraid of you rekindling your old romance. That's why I acted foolishly and did something like this. Song Shinyu sat up straight. With red eyes, he looked into Wen Yuling's eyes. Yuling, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do. The way Song Shinyu looked at her was almost reverent. Wen Yuling tightly held Song Xinyu in her arms. She did like Song Xinyu, because only Song Xinyu regarded her as a deity. That kind of adoring, almost mad love. His carefulness made her feel that she was the best person in the world. But in front of Ji Yuxian, she could only feel inferior. She even had to please him. Seeing that Wen Yuling no longer had any arrogance, Song Xinyu, even her eyes were filled only with heartache. He felt this was a perfect opportunity. Song Xinyu cautiously glanced at Wen Yuling's expression. Then he spoke up. Yuling, you should divorce Xian. Let's live our lives well, okay? I don't care if others call me the third party. I only care if you still love me. You have that layer of relationship with Xian. I am constantly filled with fear and anxiety. Mentioning Ji Yuxian's name, Wen Yuling's gaze noticeably darkened for a moment. The name Ji Yuxian felt like a stone pressing down on her heart. With every heartbeat, she felt discomfort. Although our marriage is not officially registered, in Wen Yuling's heart, Ji Yuxian is her husband. This is also why she is unwilling to tell Song Xinyu. The reason why we aren't officially registered. That piece of paper doesn't represent anything. So she couldn't give Song Xinyu a worldly identity. Just thinking about my connection with Sha Qingxue, the stone in her heart seemed to instantly weigh 1,000 pounds. It was suffocating her. Song Xinyu noticed that Wen Yuling wasn't speaking. He spoke up and continued. Besides, Xian has wanted to divorce you for a long time. He is with Sha Qingxue now. He said he doesn't want you anymore. He said to leave you to me. He even signed a divorce agreement for me. He can't wait any longer now. He wants to throw himself into Miss Sha's arms. Song Xinyu said softly. You know he was that kind of person all along. When he has a better choice, he will definitely leave you again. Wen Yuling listened to Song Xinyu's words, but quickly sensed that something was off. Her eyes darkened as she released Song Xinyu. With a calm face, she asked, You said, Ji Yuxian signed a divorce agreement for you? Song Xinyu quickly took out a document from his suit pocket. He had been preparing it since that day we spoke. This was after our conversation that day. He had been ready ever since. After speaking, Song Xinyu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Now must be the perfect opportunity. Ji Yuxian made it clear. As long as Wen Yuling signs the divorce agreement first, he would sign it. But Song Xinyu knew that Wen Yuling wouldn't sign, because she was under pressure from her parents and the old man. He was confident in this knowledge, which gave him a sense of security. But what if Wen Yuling thought that Ji Yuxian had already signed? Given her proud nature, it was quite possible. She might just sign it with a stroke of her pen. Even if she regretted it later, it would be useless. So, Song Xinyu used a special pen that could erase ink. He imitated Ji Yuxian's handwriting and signed the agreement first. Once Wen Yuling signed it, he would then substitute it with the one signed in Wen Yuling's name. The divorce agreement was handed to Ji Yuxian. There is a high probability he will sign it too. Song Xinyu looked at the handwriting on the document with great satisfaction. Fortunately, his greatest skill is mimicking Ji Yuxian's handwriting. That diary back then was based on imitation. His handwriting successfully reached Wen Yuling. This was also a major event that led to my separation from Wen Yuling. Wen Yuling picked up the divorce agreement. She flipped straight to the last page. Indeed, she saw Ji Yuxian's signature on it. Wen Yuling's heart was pounding loudly. It felt like something was about to burst out of her chest. Ji Yuxian could never sign such a divorce agreement, because they never officially registered their marriage. There was no need to go through any divorce procedures at all. Moreover, he had already unilaterally announced the breakup. He had even moved out of the Wen family's house. But Song Xinyu knew none of this. So now there is only one possibility. That is, Song Xinyu unknowingly drafted a divorce agreement by himself. This is clearly a meticulously planned scheme. Wen Yuling's fingers tightly gripped the agreement, almost deforming the document in her grasp. Song Xinyu is deceiving her again. But right now, that's not the most important thing. Wen Yuling's eyes were fixed intently on the signature. Ji Yuxian's name has a very distinctive style, because he has been taught by a master since childhood. He learned running script when practicing calligraphy. This led to his handwriting combining the elegance of regular script with fluidity. This formed a personal style that is very recognizable. Wen Yuling has been with him since childhood. Wen Yuling has known him since they were 6. His handwriting is immediately recognizable at a glance. And indeed, this signature perfectly matches his personal style, including the final dot he puts at the end. The end will hook up slightly. The angle and force are exactly the same. But Ji Yuxian could never have signed it. Song Xinyu noticed that Wen Yuling's expression was extremely ugly. Doubt began to creep into his heart. Would Wen Yuling actually sign? But now he had no way back. Wen Yuling suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed firmly on Song Xinyu. That unfamiliar and distant gaze made Song Xinyu's heart skip a beat. He could even feel Wen Yuling. The repressed anger was about to burst forth. Wen Yuling's voice was chillingly cold. Song Xinyu, are you sure this was personally signed by Ji Yuxian? Song Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Yuling, why would you ask that? Song Xinyu's expression was serious and even innocent. It made it hard to suspect he was lying. He signed it right in front of me. He didn't hold back at all when writing his name. Wen Yuling fixed her gaze on Song Xinyu's eyes. Deep down, it felt like something was about to break through the surface. She seemed to have guessed something. She suddenly recalled the last time when she got drunk and Ji Yuxian mentioned the diary. Ji Yuxian urged her to take out the diary for a confrontation. It turned out that Song Xinyu could imitate his handwriting, and it was almost identical. It was very likely that the various entries in the diary were also imitated by Song Xinyu. Wen Yuling suddenly realized She could only feel her blood surging backward. Her heart was racing wildly in her chest. It felt like it was about to explode from the pressure. Wen Yuling suddenly felt foolish, like an old cow led by the nose. Meanwhile, Song Xinyu's expression was innocent. Wen Yuling looked at those innocent yet hypocritical eyes. She suddenly erupted in anger. She raised her hand and grabbed Song Xinyu by the neck. Song Xinyu, I've been so good to you. How could you harm me like this? Song Xinyu was suddenly grabbed by the neck. He didn't react at first. He didn't understand what had gone wrong. Why did Wen Yuling's attitude suddenly change? But he had never seen Wen Yuling like this before. Wen Yuling is a rich young lady. She possesses the pride and demeanor of a noble family. What's more, she is humble, gentle, and hardworking towards others. She doesn't have the bad habits of those wealthy young ladies. Over the past 3 years, she has been considerate towards Song Xinyu. How could Song Xinyu have seen her in such a crazy state? At this moment, Wen Yuling looked like a mad beast, eyes wide with rage. Song Xinyu only felt his mind go blank. He forcefully pushed her hands away. Yuling, what's wrong with you? Wen Yuling finally regained a bit of composure. She gradually stopped her movements. Song Xinyu finally turned around. There was still lingering fear and unease in his eyes, although he didn't know what had happened. However, Song Xinyu sensed that something was wrong. He put on an extremely pitiful look. He grabbed Wen Yuling's sleeve. Yuling, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? It's all because I love you too much. You will forgive me, right? Really? Wen Yuling looked at him. She finally saw through his disguise and innocence. Song Xinyu, I will never trust you again. After speaking, Wen Yuling forcefully shook off Song Xinyu's hand that was grabbing her. The next second, she opened the car door and dashed out. Wen Yuling ran wildly back into the Cloud Top restaurant. Her thoughts were in disarray. Past events flooded back like a tsunami. Yet in her heart, she was clear-headed. She suddenly understood everything. The misunderstandings from the past were all instigated by Song Xinyu. Those events that made her despise and hate Ji Yuxian were all schemes orchestrated by Song Xinyu. And she foolishly fell for it, standing against me. At this moment, all she wanted was to see me. She didn't know how to explain after seeing me. How she should explain herself. What she should say. To say that she had actually loved me from the bottom of her heart. To say she had never forgotten me for even a second. To say that where we stood today was all a misunderstanding. To say if I could come back to her side. These thoughts just flickered through Wen Yuling's mind. She doesn't know herself at all. But no matter what, Wen Yuling. At this moment, she had only one belief in her heart. That was to see Ji Yuxian. Immediately, right away. Not wanting to delay for even a second. Wen Yuling rushed into the Yuning Hall. Then she entered the elevator. After the elevator, as the floors continued to rise, Wen Yuling's heart became heavier and heavier. The elevator quickly stopped at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. She knew that Ji Yu Haoming's birthday party was still ongoing. I should still be inside as well. But as soon as Wen Yuling went in, she was immediately stunned. The banquet hall, which was originally packed with guests, now had only a few people left. Ji Yu Yuandong and a group of relatives from the Ji Yu family were scolding Ji Yu Haoming. Ji Yu Haoming was crying and throwing a tantrum, extremely unwilling to accept the situation. Wen Yuling paused for a moment. Then she walked in. Wen Yuling walked up to Ji Yu Yuandong and the others, suppressing her emotions. What about Xian? Both Ji Yu Yuandong and Qin Huilan did not expect Wen Yuling to come back again. After all, everything that happened with the Ji Yu family today, she cannot escape from being involved in it. Ji Yu Yuandong was infuriated to see her. Wen Yuling, why are you back? We, as a couple, watched you grow up. Since childhood, I've cared for you like my own daughter. But how have you treated us? You have let Xian down. You found someone with ill intentions. You led Haoming astray as well. Our family's reputation has been completely tarnished. Wen Yuling isn't in the mood to listen to this right now. She just wants to see me as soon as possible. Uncle Ji Yu, it's all my fault. I will make amends in the future. Where is Xian? Tell me, where is he right now? Ji Yu Haoming saw Wen Yuling. There was still unresolved anger in his eyes. He thought Wen Yuling was definitely looking for Xian to settle scores. Ji Yu Haoming said loudly, making a face. Ji Yu Xian is currently on the 88th floor of the Cloud Top. Miss Shaw is lavishly celebrating his birthday there. Sister Yuling, I know you don't care about my brother. But after all, he is your honor. He's flirting with women everywhere, changing partners like the wind. Don't you feel anxious about having a green hat? Indeed, Wen Yuling's expression grew increasingly ugly. She gave Ji Yu Haoming a cold glance. Then she turned and walked away. Meanwhile, the banquet hall on the 88th floor was bustling with activity. Although it was an impromptu feast ordered by Miss Shaw, the staff of the Cloud Top restaurant were almost all present. It was as if everything had been carefully prepared in advance. In the center of the banquet hall was a huge dance floor, accompanied by music. Many people were gracefully dancing on the dance floor. Sha Qingxue and I were among them as well. The dance Sha Qingxue and I were doing was not an elegant waltz, but a passionate tango. However, when the music started playing, the body's memories seemed to be instantly awakened. I had no idea that Sha Qingxue could dance as well. Moreover, there was a strange rapport between us. Whether it's taking long strides, sidestepping, spinning, jumping, or standing still, we matched perfectly. It felt as if we had danced it 1,000 times before. I don't know why, but when I danced with her, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A vague shadow flashed through my mind. But before I could recall it, it was swept back to the depths of my memory by the waves of recollection. The others in the dance floor gradually came to a stop. They began to pause and admire me dancing with Sha Qingxue. We spun in the center of the dance floor. Everyone's gaze was unknowingly drawn to us. Even those young masters from aristocratic families who envied us in secret had to admit that these two people were indeed a perfect match. Wen Yuling had unknowingly blended into the crowd. Watching me and Sha Qingshui dancing so closely, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. She really wanted to rush over and separate the two of us. But in that moment, she lost her courage. A piece of music played on. The two of us stopped. Immediately, the entire banquet hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Sha Qingshui took me to the center of the stage and spoke. Today is my boyfriend's birthday. If everyone offers a birthday wish, they can become lifelong members of the Cloud Summit restaurant. Enjoy all the rights of VIP members. The crowd suddenly boiled over. The Cloud Summit restaurant is the most upscale restaurant in Rongcheng. Usually, a reservation has to be made half a month in advance. But if you're a VIP member, you can come in at any time. And you also enjoy various privileges. Although the annual membership fee is sky high, the wealthy of Rongcheng still flock to it. Most importantly, last year, the Cloud Summit restaurant refused to accept new members. Now, even having plenty of money is useless. The crowd has already started to eagerly send their wishes. Tonight, Jiu Yuandong's. All of this and Qin Huilan's indifferent gaze completely shattered my last fantasy of family ties. From today onwards, I have truly severed all ties with the Jiu family. Amidst the festivities, a loud bang shattered the night sky. A massive firework suddenly exploded in the darkness. Everyone was captivated by this visual feast. They gathered around the glass to admire the wonders outside. Meanwhile, Sha Qingshui directly took my hand and left through a side door. This line does not appear to have a direct translation and is likely an exclamation or sound. Elevator. I suddenly asked, "Where are you taking me?" Sha Qingshui smiled and said while holding my hand, "You'll know when we get there." The elevator arrived quickly. When it opened, it was just an open-air platform. The place was not large and had nothing in it. It was like an abandoned place, but accompanied by loud bangs that echoed through the night sky. The fireworks burst open right before our eyes. I finally understand. This is the perfect spot to watch the fireworks. It's very vibrant. I couldn't help but sigh. Sha Qingshui wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. I watched for a moment. Suddenly, I turned my head and asked, "How much would this cost?" Sha Qingshui frowned slightly. "Are you short on money? Why do you always mention money?" I smiled and wrapped my arms around Sha Qingshui's slender waist. "You're spending a fortune to make me happy. I have to reciprocate, right?" Sha Qingshui's beautiful brows knitted together. "I don't like how you seem so focused on rewards." I still had a smile on my face. "Between you and me, it's better to be clear about things." Sha Qingshui sighed. "Such a great atmosphere today. Do you really have to ruin the mood?" I looked at the woman's frowning expression. I gently kissed her forehead. "Anyway, thank you for today. Thank you for appearing when I was at my lowest. You gave me a grand sense of dignity." Sha Qingshui looked at me and smiled. "If you really want to thank me, give me something." I looked into her eyes and asked, "What do you want?" Sha Qingshui answered seriously, "Status." I immediately laughed. "Didn't you already publicly announce today that I am your Miss Sha's boyfriend? Surely, it will make headlines tomorrow in all the media." Sha Qingshui's eyes suddenly became serious. "So, are you my boyfriend?" I stared into Sha Qingshui's eyes. "Of course not." A hint of disappointment flashed in Sha Qingshui's eyes. "I thought you would be moved." I touched Sha Qingshui's cheek and said, "I am very moved. But that's two different things. You saw I just climbed out of a fire pit. Why would I jump into another fire pit?" Sha Qingshui snorted, seemingly quite dissatisfied. "Am I also a pit of fire?" I looked at her angrily puffed up face and felt quite good. I pinched her cheek playfully like a child. "You are an even bigger pit of fire. Our status difference is too great. It's not that I feel inferior. I don't think I deserve Sha Qingshui. But I know that the relationships in those big families in the capital are complicated. Sha Qingshui is the treasured late life child of the old master and mistress Sha. She has 3 older brothers above her. They hold important positions in the massive Bo family business empire. And both of them are already married. Basically, it's strong families marrying strong families. The children they have are hardly younger than Sha Qingshui. They have mostly started to get involved in the family business. I don't want to get involved in such a complicated web of relationships." She looked sulky. "Others think of me as a ladder to instant success. Only you see me as a pit of fire." After saying that, she let out a barely audible sigh. Actually, I wasn't wrong. Given her current situation, she is indeed a big fire pit. The position of Sha Qingshui's husband is not so easily occupied. There might even be a life-threatening risk. While Sha Qingshui was lost in thought, I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaned down to kiss her fiercely. Sha Qingshui naturally hooked her arms around my neck. It was a long and lingering kiss. To say it didn't stir my heart would be a lie. But being stirred does not mean love. Love requires commitment. Love is responsibility. It can break your bones. We both know in our hearts that this is the best state we are in right now. We can kiss each other. We can indulge in reckless affection without involving any interests and fulfilling our own needs. But we are just 2 lines that cross temporarily. When fate inevitably comes, and the distance between us grows further, we can let go gracefully. What our relationship looks like to outsiders doesn't matter. As long as we both remain clear-headed in our hearts, that's enough. I feel there is a tacit understanding between Sha Qingshui and me. Our kiss is extremely lingering. It contains more possession and madness than usual. Fiery red fireworks bloom around them. It's as if we are wrapped in a sea of flames. Beautiful like a magnificent painting. And this scene is fully captured by Wen Yuling. Just now, she was in the crowd. She originally planned to leave. But suddenly, the fireworks erupted around her. Then she saw Sha Qingshui. She took my hand and left the banquet hall. For some inexplicable reason, she followed them. She ended up following them here. She couldn't hear what we were saying, but she knew it must have been sweet nothings. And at this moment, the scene of us embracing and kissing was even like a knife, stabbing fiercely into her heart. From a young age, she knew she was Ji Yuxian's future wife. We have been inseparable since we started to walk unsteadily. We have gone through countless firsts in life together. The first time we held hands. The first time we skipped class. The first time we danced the waltz. The first time we secretly drank alcohol. Looking back now, it seems to be the most beautiful memories of her life. When did her mindset start to change? Probably it was after being hurt. Looking at the grotesque and terrifying scars on her body. Looking at the horrific scars on her body. She began to feel a bit inferior. She feared that I would look down on her after seeing it. So she tried hard to conceal it. During the summer, she would even wear netted clothes in front of me, just afraid that she might accidentally expose the scar on her waist. But the more she did this, the more inferior and worried she became. When Song Xinyu brought that diary in front of her, she completely lost her mind. She couldn't even discern whether it was true or not. Deep down, she felt that I would surely despise and loathe her. When this incident occurred, she believed that it was the truth. It seemed to validate her deepest fears. And because of her own insecurities the beast born from her fears broke free from its cage. It crazily devoured his reason and calmness. She didn't even wait for me. Only now Wen Yuding understands that she had imposed her own demons onto me. The first person to despise, abandon, and give up on Ji Yuxian was herself. It was she who pushed him away with her own hands. She even dealt a harsh blow. In fact, when she was with Song Xinyu, a significant part of it was to get back at Ji Yuxian. In that moment, Wen Yuling completely awakened to the truth. But it feels like it's already too late.